For an entire month, Jiang Chen kept his head down, worked honestly, and gave everything he had to his internship. He was always the first to arrive at the office and the last to leave, never slacked off, and poured his heart into every task. Yet after all that hard work, his supervisor dismissed him with a single indifferent sentence. "You didn't pass your probation." Anyone would have struggled to accept such an unfair outcome. Jiang Chen had believed that diligence alone would earn him a permanent position and a chance to build a life in Tianhai City. Instead, his dedication was rewarded with nothing but a termination notice. Just as he wandered the streets in despair, feeling as though the weight of the entire world was crushing him, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed inside his mind. Ding! The Billionaire Life System has successfully bound to its host. As a beginner's bonus, the legendary system immediately granted him a free Tindraw summon, a Pagani Huayra worth 90 million, a private lakefront mansion valued at over 500 million, 100 million yuan in cash, a collection of rare vintage liquor. One unbelievable reward after another poured in. With unimaginable wealth now at his fingertips, Jiang Chen instantly rose from a penniless intern to one of the richest men in the city. The boss who fired him and the girlfriend who abandoned him for being poor were no longer worth a second glance. From this moment on, his life as an untouchable billionaire had officially begun. Chapter 1. 10 draws at the start. A 5-star supercar. Jiang Chen, you failed your probation evaluation. Pack up your things and leave the company immediately. Holding a thermos in one hand, Zhou Tao, the sales manager of Orange Light Technology, stood in front of Jiang Chen's desk. His expression was completely emotionless, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the weather. To Jiang Chen, however, the words exploded like a thunderclap. He stared at his manager in disbelief before finally asking, "Manager Zhou, I've worked hard this entire month. I never took a single day off. I handled customer accounts, organized reports, got along well with everyone, and picked up new business quickly. Why am I considered unfit for this position?" Zhou Tao merely frowned impatiently. "Whether you're suitable isn't for you to decide. The company has already made its assessment. The decision is final." One short sentence left Jiang Chen speechless. All the frustration he had buried over the past month came rushing back. No one knew better than he did how hard he had worked. Every morning he squeezed onto packed subway trains before dawn just to arrive early. Every night after everyone else had gone home, he stayed behind organizing customer files and studying sales techniques. Whenever he encountered something unfamiliar, he humbly sought advice from senior employees. He had never once complained. All he wanted was to pass probation, secure a stable income, and stop worrying every month about rent and whether he could afford 3 meals a day. As he replayed everything that had happened over the past month, realization suddenly dawned on him. So that's it. A surge of anger welled up inside him. That old fox was clearly holding a grudge. Not long ago, Zhou Tao had hosted a housewarming banquet. At the time, Jiang Chen hadn't even managed to scrape together enough money for his rent, much less buy a gift or prepare a red envelope. Apparently, the manager had taken offense and had been waiting for an excuse to get rid of him ever since. Suppressing his anger, Jiang Chen forced himself to lower his pride. "Manager Zhou, I really wasn't trying to disrespect you. I simply couldn't afford a gift back then. My internship salary barely covers rent and food. It was all a misunderstanding. Could you please give me another chance?" Zhou Tao didn't even bother listening. "No matter what you say, the result won't change. Go to finance tomorrow and collect this month's salary. Don't waste my time anymore." With that, he turned and walked away without another glance. Silence filled the spacious sales office. Every employee lowered their head, pretending to be busy. No one dared even look at Jiang Chen. He collapsed into his office chair, overwhelmed by loneliness, helplessness, and despair. Living in Tianhai City wasn't cheap. Without a stable job, surviving here would be nearly impossible. Now, even his modest internship was gone. Next month's rent, daily expenses. He had no idea how he was supposed to pay for any of them. After sitting there in a daze for several minutes, Jiang Chen finally packed up his few personal belongings and walked out of the office carrying a small bag. As he passed his co-workers, the same people who had called him bro every day suddenly became fascinated by their computer screens. Not one person offered a word of comfort. Not one person dared speak to him. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. So this is reality. Once you lose your value, Yesterday's friendships become worthless overnight. He walked out of Orange Light Technologies' office building and stood beside the bustling street. Luxury stores glowed beneath towering skyscrapers. Traffic streamed endlessly through the city. People hurried past, each immersed in their own lives. The city was prosperous, just not for him. Looking at the endless crowd, Jiang Chen muttered quietly, "Is there really no place for me in a city this big?" The moment the words left his mouth, a cold, mechanical female voice sounded inside his head. Ding. Host detected at the lowest point in life. The Billionaire Life System has successfully bound itself to the host. New player bonus granted. Beginners 10 draws. Begin immediately. Jiang Chen froze. The system? He had read countless web novels featuring protagonists who became rich overnight after awakening mysterious systems. He had always assumed they were pure fiction. Who would have imagined? One had actually appeared in his own life. His despair instantly vanished, replaced by overwhelming excitement. Without the slightest hesitation, he answered in his mind. Draw start all 10 immediately. A magnificent golden roulette wheel materialized before his eyes. The pointer spun rapidly. Moments later, the first reward appeared. Congratulations. You've obtained a 5-star divine vehicle, Pagani Huayra ×1. On the floating screen, a blue and black carbon fiber Pagani slowly unfolded its signature gull-wing doors. Its razor-sharp body lines and breathtaking design were enough to make anyone's blood race. Jiang Chen's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. How could he not recognize that car? A Pagani Huayra cost nearly 90 million yuan. Most people could work 10 lifetimes and never even touch its steering wheel. Yet the system had simply given him one. Holy crap, this is insane. Unable to contain himself, he immediately chose to claim the reward. The next instant, something cold and solid appeared inside his pocket. Pulling it out, he found an exquisitely crafted miniature Pagani key. Even the key alone radiated luxury. Holding it in his hand, Jiang Chen felt a thrill unlike anything he'd ever experienced. He eagerly waited for the remaining rewards. The roulette continued spinning. One astonishing prize followed another. Congratulations. You've received 100 million yuan in cash. The funds have been transferred to your bank account. Continuing to the next reward. Congratulations. You've obtained one full case of 30-year vintage Limao liquor, stored inside the system space. Congratulations. You've obtained one lakefront villa in Huazhou Junting, eastern suburbs. Property deed and ownership documents have been placed in the system space. Estimated value, 500 million yuan. Soon, all 10 draws were complete. Congratulations. Beginners 10 draws completed. The Billionaire Life System will accompany the host throughout your extraordinary life. Friendly reminder, during daily life, travel, and social interactions, there is a small chance of triggering exclusive hidden events. Completing them may grant additional rare rewards. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. 100 million in cash. A 500 million yuan mansion. Rare collectible liquor. A 90 million yuan Pagani. One beginner reward had transformed him from a penniless intern into one of the wealthiest people in the city. Before he could fully process everything, his phone vibrated. A text message from ICBC popped onto the screen. Your account ending in 8566 has received 100 million yen. Current balance, 100,001,862 yen and 16 sen. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the endless string of digits. The money had really arrived. His total assets had instantly surpassed 100 million yuan. Not long ago, saving even a few hundred thousand had seemed impossible. Now, one casual lottery draw had made him a billionaire. That miserable internship paying barely 3,000 yuan a month suddenly seemed laughable. With a cold smile, Jiang Chen opened Orange Light Technologies company group chat. The first message he saw came from Zhou Tao. Add Jiang Chen. Have some self-respect and leave the group yourself before I remove you. Jiang Chen laughed. His fingers flew across the keyboard. This garbage company exploits its employees. I'm more than happy to leave. At Zhou Tao, a narrow-minded loser who bullies subordinates over gifts has no business calling himself a manager. Get lost. Middle finger emoji. The group instantly fell silent. For nearly 3 seconds, nobody said anything. Then the chat exploded. Jiang Chen, have you gone crazy? You shouldn't provoke the manager like this. Quick, delete those messages and apologize. Don't make things worse. You still have to collect your salary tomorrow. Meanwhile, inside the office, Zhou Tao's face darkened with rage. He had never imagined that the usually quiet and obedient Jiang Chen would openly humiliate him in front of hundreds of employees. His hands trembled as he typed furiously. Jiang Chen, if you're so tough, don't bother coming to finance tomorrow. You won't get a single cent of your internship salary. A few seconds later, another employee cautiously replied, Manager, Jiang Chen already left the group. You little bastard. Zhou Tao slammed his hand onto the wooden desk with a deafening bang. The entire office fell deathly silent. Just you wait, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't have cared less. He hailed a taxi and climbed into the back seat. Sir, take me to Global Plaza. Once inside, he opened the system interface. The information for the Pagani Huayra clearly showed. Vehicle location, exclusive underground parking space, Zone E, Global Plaza. Available for pickup at any time. A smile spread across his face. First, he'd collect his supercar. Then he'd visit his 500 million yuan lakeside villa. From today onward, luxury cars and luxury homes would be part of his everyday life. He would never again worry about money. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed. Lin Weiwei, his girlfriend. Thinking it was the perfect opportunity to share the incredible news, Jiang Chen answered cheerfully. Hey Weiwei, I was just about to call you. Let's have dinner somewhere nice tonight. Instead of her usual warmth, a cold voice came through the speaker. No need. Jiang Chen, let's break up. He frowned. What happened? At least give me a reason. Lin Weiwei sneered. We've been together for years. Have you ever bought me anything worthwhile? You can't even afford a basic Louis Vuitton handbag. I'm done wasting my youth on a poor loser. So, it's just about money? I can work hard. Things will get better. Work hard, she scoffed. With what? Your 3 or 4,000 yuan internship salary. After paying rent and living expenses, what do you have left? Honestly, I only dated you in college because you're handsome. Now that I've entered society, I've realized you're nothing but a pretty face. Let's end it here. Don't contact me again. She hung up immediately. Jiang Chen simply smiled. I hope you won't regret this. There was nothing left to say. A woman who valued money above everything else wasn't worth another second of his attention. Now that he possessed unimaginable wealth, luxury cars, and a mansion, why would he dwell on someone so shallow? The only thing that mattered now was picking up his Pagani. He leaned forward. Driver, could you please go a little faster? The middle-aged driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. You had a fight with your girlfriend, huh? He took a drag from his cigarette and spoke like someone who had seen it all. Don't rush over to apologize. Trust me, young man. When couples argue, patience works better than desperation. Jiang Chen chuckled. I'm not hurrying to apologize to my girlfriend. I'm just worried that my new girlfriend has been waiting too long for me in the parking garage. The driver's hand twitched on the steering wheel. The taxi swerved slightly. He stared at Jiang Chen in stunned silence. This kid just got dumped, and he's already talking like that? Looks like he's hiding something far bigger than I thought. Hashtag Chapter 2. Hashtag Jiang Chen was actually a billionaire. She regretted it too late. At that moment, in Zone E of Global Plaza's parking garage, an eye-catching Pagani Huayra had become the center of attention. People crowded around it, snapping photos and admiring the breathtaking supercar. That car looks incredible. What is it? That's a Pagani Huayra. It costs around 90 million yuan. Holy crap. It's that expensive? One wheel must be worth hundreds of thousands. It's not even about the money. There are only 3 Huayras of this specification in the entire world, and this is the only one in China. It's a symbol of ultimate wealth and status. The crowd collectively gasped. Almost instinctively, everyone took a few steps backward. If someone accidentally scratched the car, they could never afford the compensation. Nearby, a young man suddenly stopped walking and turned toward an attractive woman beside him. Weiwei, what do you think of me? I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend? As he spoke, he glanced at the woman standing beside Lin Weiwei. Lu Yan smiled knowingly. Weiwei, I think Lu Yi is a great guy. He's thoughtful and treats you well. Last time he bought you Dior perfume, and today he even got you a Gucci handbag worth 50,000 yuan. Now that you've broken up with Jiang Chen, why not say yes? Besides, Lu Yi owns 2 apartments in Tianhai, and he drives both a Mercedes and a Porsche. If you marry him, you'll have an easy life. Lin Weiwei gently bit her lip, pretending to hesitate. As a seasoned gold digger, she knew exactly how to play hard to get. Sure enough, Lu Yi immediately became nervous. After making him sweat for a moment, she finally smiled shyly and nodded. All right, I'll be your girlfriend. But I'm not an easy girl. Lu Yi was overjoyed. That's wonderful, Wei Wei. I promise I'll treat you well. Come on, let's drop Lu Yen off first. Then I'll book a fancy French restaurant and take you out for a romantic candlelight dinner. Just then, a taxi stopped in front of them. The man who stepped out was someone Lin Weiwei knew all too well. Jiang Chen. Their eyes met. Lin Weiwei was clinging sweetly to Lu Yi's arm. Jiang Chen merely shook his head. He hadn't expected his ex-girlfriend to dump him one moment and immediately start dating another man the next. Even worse, he had actually run into them. What rotten luck. Jiang Chen, I already told you we're over. Why are you still stalking me? Clicking toward him in her high heels, Lin Weiwei pointed directly at his face and shouted. The commotion immediately attracted curious onlookers. Jiang Chen laughed. What an imagination. Lin Weiwei, do you seriously think the earth revolves around you? You think everyone exists just to follow you around? Global Plaza isn't owned by your family. Can't I come here? How was I supposed to know you'd be fooling around with another guy here? He glanced at the luxury handbag on her shoulder before sneering. Just a few days ago, you were calling me daddy in my bed. And today you dumped me for a designer bag. I never imagined you were this materialistic. His words struck like bullets. Lin Weiwei trembled with rage. You shut up. What gives you the right to call me materialistic? You couldn't afford to support me, so now you're blaming me? If you weren't following me, then explain this. Tianhai is huge. How did you just happen to know I'd be here? You even parked right in front of us. If that's not stalking, what is? The surrounding spectators watched with growing excitement. This drama was getting better by the minute. Nobody knew how it would end. Jiang Chen sighed. Fine, let's end this peacefully. I came here to pick up my car. Honestly, I've already lost all interest in you. Once I throw something away, I never pick it back up. Take care of yourself. With that, he turned to leave. Stop right there. Lu Yi suddenly barked. His face had turned livid. Even though he knew Jiang Chen was Lin Weiwei's ex-boyfriend, those earlier comments still made him feel as though he'd been made a fool of. Asterisk calling him daddy. Asterisk. Asterisk something he threw away. Asterisk. Was he the rebound? He folded his arms arrogantly. So I figured you out. You couldn't afford to keep Weiwei happy. So now you're calling her a gold digger? She told me her ex-boyfriend was a useless loser. I didn't believe her at first. But after seeing you, I believe every word. He pointed proudly at Lin Weiwei's handbag. So what if I bought her a bag? It cost 50,000. Can you afford one? She likes luxury brands. What's wrong with that? If you can't provide that lifestyle, don't blame her for wanting more. What kind of man are you? After venting his frustration, Lu Yi smirked. Oh right. You said you came here to pick up your car. What car? Before Jiang Chen could answer, Lin Weiwei burst into laughter. Him? Picking up a car? My guess is he finally saved enough money for an electric scooter. A poor loser will always be a poor loser. She didn't show him the slightest respect anymore. Jiang Chen simply smiled. A car is nothing more than transportation. But let me give you one piece of advice. The woman who left me today for a handbag will leave you tomorrow for someone else's sports car. So wake up while you still can. His words were clearly meant to disgust them. And they worked. Lu Yi exploded. Damn it. You don't have money. Yet you've got quite the mouth on you. You call cars just transportation? Trying to act rich. He pressed his key fob. Not far away, a black Porsche Cayenne flashed its headlights. Lin Weiwei immediately hugged his arm. Wow. Honey, that's your car? It's so handsome. Feeling her body pressed against him, Lu Yi's confidence soared. He looked triumphantly at Jiang Chen. What? Nothing to say now? My Porsche Cayenne costs 2 million yuan. Ever seen one before? I bet you'll never drive a car this good in your lifetime. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Sorry. A 2 million yuan commuter car. I'm really not interested. Then he calmly pulled a beautifully crafted key from his pocket. Beep. Beep. Asterisk asterisk. Across the parking lot, the Pagani Huayra suddenly lit up. Its lights shimmered like diamonds in the darkness. Then, its signature gull-wing doors slowly rose into the air, unfolding like the wings of a magnificent butterfly. The entire parking garage fell silent. Hiss. Everyone inhaled sharply. Every pair of eyes shifted between Jiang Chen and the 90 million yuan supercar. Holy crap, what's going on? His clothes don't even look like they're worth more than a few hundred yuan. And he drives a 90 million yuan Pagani? So real billionaires really do keep a low profile. Lu Yi stood frozen. His entire body trembled. His face turned deathly pale. He had actually mocked someone who drove a 90 million yuan Pagani. If someone that wealthy wanted revenge, wouldn't crushing him be effortless? Jiang Chen, is that really your car? Lin Weiwei asked blankly. Jiang Chen chuckled. If it isn't mine, then is it yours? Without another glance, he walked calmly toward the Pagani. The crowd immediately stepped aside, forming a clear path for him. Watching his back, Lin Weiwei suddenly realized something. Could it be? Jiang Chen had actually been rich all along. Was he secretly testing me to see whether I'd stay with him through hard times? And I dumped him. Does that mean I just threw away my chance to become the wife of a billionaire? Her entire world collapsed. No, she screamed. Overcome with regret, she burst into tears and desperately ran after him. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. I don't want to break up anymore. Please come back. But Jiang Chen didn't even spare her a glance. The Pagani roared to life. Moments later, the carbon fiber supercar shot out of the parking garage like a streak of lightning, disappearing into the distance. The spectators immediately erupted into excited discussion. What just happened? Someone explain. I was standing nearby the whole time. That woman dumped the rich guy for another man driving a Porsche. Then it turned out the ex-boyfriend was a hidden billionaire with a 90 million yuan Pagani. Seriously? That's hilarious. Who dumps a man who drives a 90 million yuan supercar? Where did she even get that confidence? Ha. She must regret it so badly now. They were absolutely right. Lin Weiwei regretted it more than anything in her life. She collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face as she watched the Pagani disappear into the distance. Lin Weiwei thought bitterly. My heart hurts so much. Chapter 3. You're the owner of this villa? Jiang Chen drove straight toward Huazhou Junting, the prestigious villa community in Tianhai's eastern suburbs. He had just left Lin Weiwei behind without a second thought. After all, a manipulative gold digger wasn't someone worth missing. His attention quickly shifted back to his new car. It was simply breathtaking. The iconic gull-wing doors, wedge-shaped front end, glass cockpit, and sleek aerodynamic body made it look futuristic and incredibly stylish. The interior was equally impressive. Luxury yacht-style wooden flooring, a premium entertainment system, a built-in refrigerator, and 2 alpaca-colored leather seats created a cabin that was both lavish and packed with cutting-edge technology. The Huayra also featured extensive carbon fiber construction, keeping its weight to around 3,000 pounds. Combined with its streamlined design, the car achieved exceptional aerodynamic efficiency. Powered by a 6.0-liter twin-turbocharged V12 engine, it was nothing short of a king on the racetrack. Its price tag was even more astonishing. With taxes and registration included, it cost nearly 90 million yuan in China, even more expensive than a Bugatti Veyron. Asterisk, a 5-star divine vehicle really lives up to its name. Asterisk, and I got it from just one beginner's 10 draw. Asterisk, Jiang Chen couldn't help smiling. As he cruised along the road, other vehicles instinctively gave him plenty of space. No one wanted to accidentally bump into a 90 million yuan supercar. Before long, he arrived at Huazhou Junting Villa Community. Inside the security office at the entrance, a young guard named Xiao Li nearly bulged his eyes out. Captain, a supercar's coming in. Should we stop it? A supercar? The security captain immediately stood up and looked outside. The hell? That's a Pagani Huayra. Quick, I don't care whether it has an access pass or not. Lift the gate first. Yes, sir. Xiao Li immediately pressed the control button. The barrier slowly rose. Jiang Chen drove calmly into the neighborhood before parking by the roadside. The 2 security guards exchanged puzzled glances. They wanted to ask something, but neither dared approach. Instead, Jiang Chen walked over to them first. Excuse me, could you tell me where the property management office is? The property office? The captain looked surprised. Are you a homeowner here? Yes. I just bought a house, and I'm not familiar with the neighborhood yet. Jiang Chen took out the property ownership certificate. May I take a look at it? Of course. After receiving permission, the captain carefully examined the certificate. The more he read, the wider his eyes became. Sigma. The casually dressed young man standing before him not only drove a Pagani Huayra, he also owned the Lakeview Villa, the most prestigious residence in the entire community. Just what kind of family background did this young man have? The captain immediately straightened his posture. Welcome, Mr. Jiang. His attitude became noticeably more respectful. We'll contact the property management office for you immediately. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to let us know. The Huazhou Junting security team is always at your service. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Despite his inexpensive clothes, the guards had never looked down on him. That professionalism alone left a good impression. A few minutes later, a beautiful young woman came jogging over, cheeks flushed from hurrying. Her name was Lin Wanqing, a property manager for Huazhou Junting. The security captain had just informed her that the owner of the Lakeview Villa had arrived. When she saw Jiang Chen, she froze. Huh, why is there such a handsome guy standing here? A simple white t-shirt, bright, handsome features, a clean and refreshing smile. For a moment, she actually thought he was a newly hired security guard. Blushing slightly, she looked around. Captain Zhou, where's the homeowner? The captain immediately gestured toward Jiang Chen. This gentleman is the owner of the Lakeview Villa. Ah, Lin Wanqing blinked in surprise. So you're the owner? I never imagined someone so young and so handsome. She lowered her head shyly. Moments ago, she had assumed the owner would be a middle-aged businessman with a huge belly. After all, anyone who could afford the Lakeview Villa had to be worth billions. Who could have guessed? The owner would be a young, handsome man? It completely shattered her expectations. Jiang Chen smiled modestly. You're too kind. Could you show me the villa? Of course. This way, please. Lin Wanqing led Jiang Chen through the community. Huazhou Junting was one of Tianhai's most luxurious residential developments. The environment was peaceful and beautifully landscaped. Trees, flowers, and greenery could be seen everywhere, while the fresh air made it feel worlds away from the busy city. The outer area consisted of dozens of luxury high-rise apartments. Farther inside lay the villa district. Elegant villas of every architectural style were scattered among lush trees, creating an atmosphere of quiet refinement. A single apartment in the high-rise section cost 20 to 30 million yuan. A villa easily exceeded 100 million. And at the heart of the community stood its crown jewel, the Lakeview Villa. Its rooftop featured a spacious open-air terrace overlooking the entire lake. In front stretched a massive private lawn. Behind the villa was a swimming pool. To one side stood a private parking area surrounded by colorful flowers and carefully maintained landscaping. Looking toward the lake, Jiang Chen even spotted several girls in bikinis relaxing by the water beneath the golden sunset. The entire scene resembled a beautiful painting. They soon arrived at the entrance to the villa. Lin Wanqing smiled sweetly. Mr. Jiang, this is your Lakeview Villa. I'll personally be responsible for your property's management from now on. Thank you. Jiang Chen nodded appreciatively while admiring the magnificent mansion. Lin Wanqing hesitated for a moment before smiling bashfully. Would you mind adding me on WeChat? It'll make communication more convenient in the future. Jiang Chen agreed. After exchanging contact information, Lin Wanqing secretly hugged her phone to her chest. Her heart raced uncontrollably. He's handsome, young, rich, and judging from his profile picture, he's single. Not bad at all. Of course, she considered herself a reserved girl. She wasn't about to throw herself at someone she'd just met. Relationships were supposed to depend on fate. Soon afterward, Jiang Chen asked the security captain to drive the Pagani into the villa's private garage. For the first time, he officially stepped into his own mansion. At that very moment, his arrival caught the attention of another resident. Inside the study of the villa directly across the lake, a graceful young woman stood before a floor-to-ceiling window. Her gentle, water-like eyes quietly followed Jiang Chen's every movement. A thoughtful expression slowly appeared on her beautiful face. Chapter 4. Life really is different when you're rich. Inside the study of the villa directly across the lake, Tang Luan stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, a cup of coffee in hand. Her delicate brows knitted slightly. Aunt Lan, has the Lakeview Villa finally been sold? The elegant middle-aged woman behind her nodded. It has the best location in the entire community. We tried everything to buy it back then, but they refused to sell, so we had to settle for Villa number 3 instead. And now someone has actually moved in. Do you think it was being reserved for this person all along? That's very possible, Tang Luan replied thoughtfully. If that's the case, then his family background must be extraordinary. And even if it wasn't reserved for him, anyone who can casually spend several hundred million yuan on a villa is certainly no ordinary person. Aunt Lon nodded in agreement. Indeed. And judging from how quietly he moved in without making a scene, I'm afraid this young man isn't as simple as he appears. Tang Luohuan's eyes shimmered thoughtfully. The lower the profile, the more remarkable one's identity usually was. If someone celebrated their move with fireworks, banners, and endless fanfare, they would look more like a nouveau riche than a true elite. After a moment of silence, she said, Aunt Lon, prepare a gift and pay him a visit later. We'll be neighbors from now on, so it's inevitable that we'll cross paths. Understood. Aunt Lon bowed slightly before leaving the study. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already begun exploring his new home. The Lakeview Villa occupied nearly 2,000 square meters of land. It featured a private waterfront shoreline, swimming pool, landscaped courtyard, and spacious parking area. The main residence had 3 floors, each covering over 600 square meters. Every inch of the interior reflected the work of master architects. The elegant Chinese-inspired design blended understated luxury with refined craftsmanship. The living room on the first floor featured an enormous floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the sparkling blue lake. The view alone made the entire space feel open and liberating. Soft beige stone, warm walnut wood, and glossy black accents created an atmosphere that was both luxurious and inviting. After touring the villa from top to bottom, Jiang Chen collapsed onto the plush sofa and let out a satisfied sigh. Wow, this feels amazing. Compared to the tiny, damp apartment he'd rented before, a place that barely received any sunlight. This mansion felt like paradise. A supercar, a luxury villa, and another 100 million yuan sitting in my bank account. My life's really taking off. He couldn't help smiling. Then another thought occurred to him. I suddenly have too much money. I don't even know how to spend it. What a luxurious problem to have. Just then, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Jiang Chen snapped out of his thoughts. Who's here? The property manager again? Curious, he walked over and opened the front door. Standing outside was an elegant woman wearing a warm smile. Her fitted white uniform and pencil skirt perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, while her mature temperament gave her an unmistakable air of refinement. She held an exquisitely wrapped gift box in her hands. Jiang Chen looked at her curiously. Hello, may I ask who you're looking for? The woman smiled and extended her hand. Hello, my name is Xin Xiaolan, the house steward from Villa number 3. I heard from the property office that the Lakeview Villa has a new owner, so I came to pay you a visit. You're too kind. I'm Jiang Chen. As they shook hands, Jiang Chen couldn't shake the feeling that she looked strangely familiar. Upon hearing his name, Xin Xiaolan paused briefly before presenting the gift box with both hands. Mr. Jiang, I didn't have much time to prepare, so please accept this small welcome gift. I appreciate it. Thank you. Unable to refuse her sincerity, Jiang Chen accepted it with a smile. Xin Xiaolan didn't pry into his background. After exchanging contact information, she politely excused herself without even stepping inside. Watching her leave, Jiang Chen smiled. Where have I seen her before? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. Eventually, he stopped thinking about it. Back in the living room, curiosity got the better of him. He opened the gift. The outer box was crafted from polished sandalwood. Inside was a silk-lined metal tea container. It held tea leaves. Their rich reddish-brown color and faint orchid fragrance immediately caught his attention. There wasn't much, perhaps less than 60 grams. Still, it was the thought that counted. I'll have to prepare a proper return gift. Just as he was about to put the tea away, he noticed a line of tiny lettering on the container. Second generation Wui de Hong Pao, 60G. Wait. Second generation Wui de Hong Pao. Jiang Chen knew a little about tea. De Hong Pao was one of China's most famous premium teas. The authentic Wui Mountain variety was often called the Emperor of Rock Tea. The original tea harvested from the ancient mother trees was reserved almost exclusively for state banquets and high-ranking officials. The tea in front of him wasn't from the original trees, but it was a second-generation De Hong Pao, one of the finest varieties available on the market. Its price approached 1 million yuan per gene. That meant this tiny box was worth well over 100,000 yuan. Good grief. So this is what wealthy people's welcome gifts look like. Jiang Chen shook his head with a wry smile. In the past, He would never have imagined anyone giving him a gift worth over 100,000 yuan. But everything had changed. Now that he had money, people treated him very differently. So, what should I give in return? His eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered one of the prizes from the system's tendra, a full case of 1930s Limau liquor. He wasn't sure exactly how much it was worth, but anything from the 1930s couldn't possibly be cheap. Without hesitation, he summoned the case from the system space. A weathered wooden crate immediately appeared before him. It looked old and time-worn. Opening it revealed 12 elegant Celadon bottles. Jiang Chen searched online but couldn't find much information. Still, judging from its appearance, it had to be valuable. All right, you'll do. Stretching lazily, he decided to pay his neighbor a return visit that evening. Afterward, he continued wandering through the villa. The property management staff had clearly maintained the house meticulously. Every room was spotless. Daily necessities were fully stocked. It was truly move-in ready. Night soon fell. After dinner, Jiang Chen picked up one bottle of Limau and walked to villa number 3. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Moments later, the front door opened. Shin Xiaolan greeted him with a graceful smile. Mr. Jiang, we meet again. Please, come in. She warmly invited him inside. Sitting in the elegantly decorated reception room, Jiang Chen casually placed the bottle on the coffee table. The tea you gave me was excellent. I happen to have a few bottles of wine, so I thought I'd bring one over. I'm not sure whether you drink, though. Shin Xiaolan laughed softly. Just because I'm a woman doesn't mean you should underestimate me. My alcohol tolerance is probably better than most men's. Because of frequent business engagements, she drank regularly. More importantly, at her level, appreciating fine liquor was just as important as drinking it. Her eyes soon landed on the bottle. She picked it up carefully. The ancient-looking Celadon bottle had aged beautifully. Its yellowed label still faintly displayed 2 recognizable characters. Limau. The bottle neck remained sealed with traditional rice paper and wax. This is... Her brows furrowed slightly. She had a suspicion, but she didn't dare believe it. Jiang Chen answered casually. It's Limau. From the 1930s, I think. The 1930s? Shin Xiaolan gasped. Looking more closely, it really was. Unlike Jiang Chen, she was an expert in fine liquor appraisal. She often impressed clients with her knowledge of rare wines. Limau was the predecessor of today's world-famous Matai. A genuine bottle from the 1930s was worth at least 2 million yuan. And even if someone had the money, finding one for sale was nearly impossible. This wasn't just expensive. It was a collector's treasure. She swallowed unconsciously before gently pushing the bottle back toward Jiang Chen. This gift is far too valuable. I can't accept it. Even so, her eyes never left the bottle. To a collector like her, it was irresistible. Jiang Chen smiled. I don't drink. It would only collect dust in my house. We're neighbors now, so please don't refuse. I really can't. She smiled helplessly, sounding almost as though she were pouting. It's worth 2 or 3 million yuan. I can't accept something this valuable for nothing. But, if you're willing to part with it, we could discuss a reasonable price. Jiang Chen blinked. 2 or 3 million? This bottle is worth that much. He still had an entire case sitting at home. Since he didn't drink alcohol anyway, the liquor would be wasted on him. Besides, it would make a perfect return gift. He waved dismissively. Come on, Sister Shun. Don't be so polite. I've still got several more bottles at home. Just help me finish one. What? You have several more bottles? Shin Xiaolan's beautiful eyes widened in complete shock. Hashtag Chapter 5. Hashtag what's it like to become a billionaire? Mr. Jiang, did you just say you have several more bottles of this liquor? Shin Xiaolan asked, unable to hide the shock in her voice. To anyone who truly appreciated fine spirits, this bottle was nothing short of a collector's treasure. And Jiang Chen had several of them? That was simply unbelievable. Jiang Chen deliberately understated the number. Yeah, about 5 or 6 bottles. They're all from the same era? Shin Xiaolan asked. That's right. All of them are 1930s Limau. Hearing that, Shin Xiaolan unconsciously swallowed. This was authentic 1930s Limau, the kind of liquor money alone couldn't buy. It was the perfect centerpiece for any high-end business banquet or conversation among collectors. Yet Jiang Chen spoke of it so casually, as if it were nothing special. Just what kind of family does he come from? Then another thought crossed her mind. Their company was currently expanding, and treasures like these would be extremely useful. She looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Mr. Jiang, would you be willing to sell the remaining bottles? Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. I already told you. They're just a few bottles of liquor. Why does everything have to become about money? Shin Xiaolan couldn't help laughing. I'm serious. Why don't you sell them all to me? Let's discuss it. She understood perfectly well. Although Jiang Chen had offered to give her one bottle, something worth several million yuan wasn't simply a gift. Accepting it meant owing him a favor. And sometimes, a favor was worth far more than money. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. All right, if you're that interested, let's talk. The deal progressed quickly. Halfway through, Shin Xiaolan stepped outside to report the matter to someone. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen returned home to retrieve the remaining bottles. She also invited Tianhai's most respected liquor appraiser. The elderly expert had graying hair and decades of experience. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that every bottle was genuine. Each one dated back to the 1930s. At first, he suspected he'd made a mistake. After all, finding 6 authentic bottles together was almost unimaginable, and counterfeit bottles flooded the market. Only after repeatedly verifying every detail did he finally accept the result. The current market value is estimated at approximately 2.6 million yuan per bottle. Following a brief discussion, both sides agreed on a final price of 2.58 million yuan each. Smiling, Shin Xiaolan asked, Mr. Jiang, if everything looks good, shall we sign the contract? Hold on. She blinked. Is something wrong? For a moment, she became nervous. Had he changed his mind? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. There is a problem. The amount on the contract. Shin Xiaolan immediately picked up the agreement and reviewed it. I don't see any mistake. 6 bottles. That's a total of 15.48 million yuan. She even counted the figures on her fingers again. My math can't be that bad, can it? Jiang Chen smiled. It should be 12.9 million yuan. I already said I'd give you 1 bottle. There are 6 bottles here, but you should only pay for 5. So, the contract amount is too high. This time, Shin Xiaolan was genuinely stunned. Asterisk, he was really giving me 1. Asterisk. She had spent years navigating the business world, where deception and self-interest were commonplace. A man this generous was something she'd never encountered before. They had already reached an agreement. Yet he still insisted on gifting her a bottle worth over 2 million yuan. Despite his young age, Jiang Chen possessed remarkable generosity. The smile on Shin Xiaolan's face grew warmer. Mr. Jiang, you truly have character. I'll gladly accept this favor. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. There was no longer any need for polite formalities. Talking with someone as straightforward as Jiang Chen felt refreshingly comfortable. Jiang Chen smiled. You're too polite. You gave me tea. I'm simply returning the favor. And besides, we're neighbors. Shin Xiaolan nodded with a smile. That's right. We're neighbors. Even so, Jiang Chen carefully read through the contract before signing it. It was a standard sales agreement with straightforward terms. After confirming everything was in order, he signed his name. Shin Xiaolan wasted no time arranging the transfer. When the payment arrived, Jiang Chen remained surprisingly calm. After shaking hands and chatting for a while, he politely excused himself. Standing by the window, Shin Xiaolan watched Jiang Chen's tall figure gradually disappear into the distance. A faint smile lingered on her lips. Footsteps echoed softly behind her. Tang Luowan walked over and looked outside as well. Mississippi. Shin Xiaolan greeted respectfully. Tang Luowan nodded gently. Did everything go smoothly? Very smoothly. The quality of the liquor exceeded expectations. It's the kind of treasure you rarely encounter. Premium vintage liquor like this was already incredibly scarce. With the right buyer, each bottle could easily fetch 3 to 5 million yuan. And as the years passed, its value would only continue to rise. It was practically a guaranteed investment. We got the better end of this deal. Tang Luohuan nodded. Do you know anything about Mr. Zhang's background? Shin Xiaolan shook her head. Not yet. My guess is that he comes from a reclusive, wealthy family. Someone accustomed to keeping a low profile. But Mr. Jiang is quite an interesting person. I told him I was only a house steward. He never looked down on me. Instead, he treated me as an equal. I gave him tea worth a little over 100,000 yuan. And he returned the favor with liquor worth more than 2 million. He's frank, straightforward, very different from most people. She spoke highly of Jiang Chen. After years of witnessing intrigue and scheming in the corporate world, she found people like him especially refreshing. Tang Luohuan smiled faintly. It seems our new neighbor is quite interesting. Her smile was bright and captivating. We're currently negotiating equipment supply contracts with Zhao Minghong from the Zhao Group. Perhaps this bottle of vintage lime Mao can become a useful conversation starter, and maybe even help us negotiate a better price. Understood. Xin Xiulan nodded and prepared to leave. Oh, Aunt Lan. Tang Luohuan called after her. Since one of those bottles was Mr. Zhang's personal gift to you, you may keep it. Xin Xiulan's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Tang Luohuan smiled softly. Thank you, Mississippi. Xin Xiulan beamed like an excited child. To her, that bottle was priceless. She had already decided. She would treasure the bottle Jiang Chen had given her for the rest of her life. By the time Jiang Chen returned home, it was already late. Stretching lazily, he undressed and sank into the oversized bathtub. Warm water gently flowed across his body, washing away the fatigue of the day. He closed his eyes. It felt incredible. Completely relaxed, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He almost wanted to open an online QA forum and seriously answer the question, what's it like to become a billionaire? Chapter 6. I'm getting my salary, no matter what. The next morning, the first thing Jiang Chen did after waking up was open the system. Good. It was still there. After washing up, he eagerly started today's draw. Current remaining draws. 1 draw now. Draw. The Wealth God System's golden prize will immediately begin spinning at high speed. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum wristwatch. Holy crap. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately searched for it online. Patek Philippe was one of the world's most prestigious watchmakers, and the Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon 5002P was widely regarded as one of the brand's greatest masterpieces. Its official retail price was 17.6 million yuan. That wasn't even the craziest part. One tiny platinum screw on the watch was worth more than an ordinary person's half-year salary. Because of its extraordinary technical complexity and breathtaking craftsmanship, out of Patek Philippe's 180 master watchmakers, only 2 were qualified to assemble this model. Only 2 pieces were produced each year. It was the ultimate dream watch for the world's elite. The king of wristwatches. Jiang Chen took the watch out of the system and opened the elegant brown and gold presentation box. Inside rested a breathtaking masterpiece. Crafted from 950 platinum and paired with an alligator leather strap, it radiated understated elegance and luxury. It was a double-faced watch. The front displayed the time, calendar, moon phases, and power reserve. The reverse featured a second time zone, a 4-digit year display, and a perpetual calendar. More than 20 functions were packed into a case measuring less than 50 millimeters. Inside were 214 individual components, while the bezel and lugs were hand-engraved with exquisite laurel wreath motifs. Luxurious without being flashy. If he had to describe it in 2 words, they would be pure class. Jiang Chen had no intention of selling it. Money was no longer an issue. What man didn't dream of owning a watch like this? Without hesitation, he strapped it onto his wrist. Instantly, his aura seemed to rise several levels. Asterisk charisma, +1. +1. +1. Asterisk. Just then, his phone vibrated. A WeChat message popped up. It was from his coworker, Chenyu. Chenyu asterisk Jiang Chen. Maybe don't come to the office today. Zhou Tao has been sitting at your desk since early this morning. I don't think you'll be able to get your salary back. Chenyu asterisk unless you apologize to manager Zhou. I'll help put in a good word for you. Maybe there's still a chance. Jiang Chen didn't even finish reading before closing the chat. Chenyu wasn't any better than the rest. The guy had always acted like Jiang Chen's good buddy. Yesterday, when Jiang Chen got fired, Chenyu hadn't uttered a single word in his defense. Now he suddenly wanted to play the good guy? And he expected Jiang Chen to apologize just to get his own wages? Why should he? Money that rightfully belonged to him was his by law. Even if it was only 3,000 yuan. It was still his money. I'm getting that paycheck no matter what. Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh, picked up his car keys, and headed out. Time to visit the company. Orange Light Technology. The company was actually a branch of Orange Light Group, whose headquarters were located in the Financial Street Tower. Inside the sales office, Chenyu put away his phone and smiled as he reported to Zhou Tao. Manager Zhou, I already messaged Jiang Chen. I think he'll still come today. When he gets here, I'll persuade him to apologize to you. Good. Zhou Tao sat at Jiang Chen's former desk, casually tapping away on his laptop. Everyone in the office knew what that calm expression meant. It was the silence before the storm. Yesterday, Jiang Chen had publicly humiliated him in the company group chat. Today, Zhou Tao intended to make Jiang Chen pay for it. Even if Jiang Chen apologized, there was no way he was getting that 3,000 yuan. Nearby, employees whispered among themselves. Man, Chen Yu's such a snake. He and Jiang Chen were supposedly close, and now he's selling him out. Seriously, Jiang Chen helped him plenty before. If I were Jiang Chen, I wouldn't even come. Why suffer humiliation over 3,000 yuan? A young woman sighed regretfully. Honestly, Jiang Chen was a great guy. Worked hard, handsome too. Why did the manager have to fire him? She wouldn't have minded working with someone that easy on the eyes. Beside her, Wu Qian scoffed. What good are looks? When the manager had his housewarming party, everyone gave a cash gift. Jiang Chen was the only one who didn't. If he wasn't fired, who should have been? With glamorous makeup, crimson lipstick, and an attractive figure, Wu Qian was easily an 8 out of 10 beauty. She continued smugly. This is the real world. If you're poor, powerless, and don't know how to play the game, you'll be eliminated. He had nothing, yet still acted so proud. Isn't that ridiculous? He should have taken his 3,000 yuan and left. Instead, he insulted the manager in the group chat. Now he won't get a single cent. The other girl remained silent. Wu Qian wasn't entirely wrong, but she didn't completely agree either. At the very least, Jiang Chen had always been cheerful, kind, and gentlemanly. Setting money aside, he'd make an excellent boyfriend. Another female co-worker leaned over with a grin. Wu Qian, how are things going with manager Zhou? Yeah, he bought a house recently. Is he finally going to confess to you? Everyone knew Zhou Tao had been pursuing Wu Qian for quite some time. Wu Qian twirled a strand of hair around her finger. Oh, stop talking nonsense. Yet the smile on her lips betrayed her. She glanced toward Zhou Tao. He happened to be looking at her as well. A car. A house. Not bad, though the house came with a mortgage. If they got married, would she have to help pay it? Living in a nice house sounded great. Paying off someone else's mortgage? Not so much. She'd have to think carefully about that. Bang. The office's glass door swung open. The chatter stopped instantly. Jiang Chen strolled inside with both hands in his pockets, looking completely relaxed. Damn, he actually came. I've got a bad feeling about this. Hopefully manager Zhou goes easy on him. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually show up. Zhou Tao sneered. Jiang Chen looked at him coldly. Enough nonsense. Pay me my salary. You little punk. You've got some nerve talking to me like that while asking for money. Zhou Tao slammed the desk and shot to his feet. So what? My salary is money I earned. What's wrong with taking what's mine? Jiang Chen replied fearlessly with a cold smile. Seeing things about to explode, Chen Yu hurried over and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen, don't do this. We can talk things out. I'm sure manager Zhou isn't trying to make things difficult for you. Get lost. Jiang Chen shook him off with one hand. He had already seen through Chen Yu's little scheme. Chen Yu stumbled backward several steps, stunned. He couldn't understand it. Where had Jiang Chen suddenly found this kind of confidence? At that moment, Zhou Tao smiled mysteriously. Fine, Jiang Chen. You want your salary? Then let's have a proper talk. Hashtag chapter 7. Turning the tables. Fine, Jiang Chen. Since you're demanding your salary, let's talk about it properly. With a sneer, Zhou Tao opened a file on his computer and said leisurely. Remember that client you met last week? Because of your serious mistake, the deal fell through and caused the company significant losses. We've decided to deduct 3,000 yuan from your wages. That's reasonable, isn't it? And that's not even counting the fact that you openly insulted your manager. So, Jiang Chen, what do you have to say now? Jiang Chen burst into laughter. What a load of crap. That client was a regular. He came in every few weeks just to ask about pricing. Nobody wanted to deal with him, so you dumped him on me. And now you're saying I caused the company massive losses? Oh, I get it now. You're just making up charges to screw me over. Jiang Chen stared at him coldly. Screw you over? So what if I am? Zhou Tao replied arrogantly. You're just an employee. What are you going to do about it? Weren't you acting tough yesterday? You insulted me in the company group chat. If you don't apologize to me, you can forget about getting those 3,000 yuan back. So what you're saying is, All that nonsense about causing company losses is fake. If I apologize to you, you'll return my salary. Is that right? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Around the office, the employees exchanged glances. Some were secretly pleased, thinking Jiang Chen was finally giving in. Others felt conflicted. They had once thought Jiang Chen was naive and didn't understand workplace politics. But now, looking at it from his perspective, Zhou Tao had fired him because of a personal grudge, then deliberately withheld the wages he'd worked an entire month to earn. Did that manager have no conscience? Everyone here was just trying to make a living. What if someday they found themselves in Jiang Chen's position? Would they still be laughing then? At that moment, many of them found themselves rooting for Jiang Chen. Even if it was hopeless, even if he was throwing an egg against a rock, they hoped he'd fight back, because they saw a little of themselves in him. This wasn't just Jiang Chen's battle anymore. Seeing Jiang Chen seemingly soften, Zhou Tao couldn't hide his smug grin. That's right. Apologize to me, and I'll consider giving your 3,000 yuan back. Of course, he had no intention of doing so. Even if Jiang Chen apologized on his knees, Zhou Tao wouldn't return a single cent. After all, he was the manager. Playing with a lowly employee like Jiang Chen was child's play. He thought he had already won, but the apology he expected never came. Instead, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Apologize to you? Keep dreaming. He slowly pulled out his phone, his eyes icy cold. I just recorded our entire conversation. You admitted that you're withholding my wages because of a personal grudge. You corrupt excuse for a manager. Just wait until this recording goes public. When Orange Light Group finds out you're abusing your authority and damaging the company's reputation, they'll be the first to sue you. Let's see if anyone in this industry will hire you after that. Every word struck like a hammer. Silence instantly filled the office. No one had expected such a dramatic reversal. Jiang Chen hadn't come to surrender. He'd come prepared to fight. From his phone, Zhou Tao's arrogant voice echoed throughout the office. Screw you over? So what if I am? You're just an employee. The recording sounded especially harsh in the deathly quiet room. Zhou Tao's face immediately turned crimson. You little bastard. You actually recorded me. Give me that phone. Enraged, he lunged at Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, years of drinking and indulgence had left Zhou Tao hopelessly out of shape. He was no match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen lifted one leg and kicked him square in the belly. Bang! Zhou Tao staggered backward and slammed hard into a desk. The impact looked painful. Ignoring the pain, Zhou Tao shouted frantically. Chen Yu, stop him. Don't let him leave with that phone. Call security. Chen Yu looked from the miserable Zhou Tao to the calm Jiang Chen. His mind raced. Helping Zhou Tao might earn him a promotion someday. Helping Jiang Chen, what could he possibly gain? Before he could decide, Jiang Chen looked at him with a mocking smile. So, you're going to help him betray me? Chen Yu hesitated before gritting his teeth. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. You should just delete the recording. If security gets here, you'll be the one who suffers. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Then his smile disappeared, replaced by an icy stare. At that instant, whatever friendship they once had shattered completely. I'm leaving. I'd like to see who dares stop me. He strode toward the exit. Then don't blame me. Chen Yu immediately ran ahead and shouted. Security. Security. Stop Jiang Chen. He's stealing company secrets. Don't let him leave. Just then, commotion erupted outside the office. President Shun. Welcome, President Shun. President Shun? Zhou Tao's eyes lit up. His chance had arrived. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to turn the tables? Jiang Chen paused. Meanwhile, Zhou Tao scrambled to his feet, rushed to the office entrance, and flung open the glass door. President Shun, you have to stand up for me. His pitiful cry echoed through the hallway. The employees lowered their heads in embarrassment. President Shun frowned. You're a department manager. Why would you need me to stand up for you? What happened? With crocodile tears, Zhou Tao said. I'm sorry, President Shun. I failed to manage my team properly. I never imagined something this outrageous would happen. Her expression darkened. Get to the point. Zhou Tao wiped away imaginary tears. One of our employees made a serious mistake that caused tremendous losses for the company. I fired him, but instead of accepting it, he cursed me. So I deducted 3,000 yuan from his wages according to company policy. Now he's threatening to report the company and ruin our reputation. I tried to stop him, but he attacked me. I seriously suspect he's a commercial spy sent by one of our competitors. I have no choice. Please investigate this thoroughly. Despite twisting the facts beyond recognition, Zhou Tao had crafted a story that sounded plausible. Even if Jiang Chen released the recording, he could simply claim he had been testing whether Jiang Chen was a spy. After Zhou Tao finished speaking, silence fell once more. President Shen's face turned icy. You mean, a corporate spy infiltrated our company? Yes. I believe that's highly likely. Zhou Tao nodded. He didn't care how outrageous the accusation was, as long as it covered up his own misconduct. This is extremely serious. President Shen's expression grew colder. As the general manager of Orange Light Group, she rarely visited this branch. Yet the one time she came for an inspection, something like this happened? A corporate spy? That crossed her bottom line. Take me to him. I'd like to see which company dared send a spy into Orange Light. Her voice was filled with anger. Zhou Tao pretended to worry. President Shen, please be careful. He's quite skilled. I'm afraid he might hurt you. Her expression became even colder. Enough. Lead the way. This matter will be investigated thoroughly. Zhou Tao secretly rejoiced. Everything was going according to plan. He was one of the group's managers. He had spoken first. There was no way President Shen would believe the words of a suspected spy. Originally, he'd only wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Instead, things had escalated beyond expectations. But that was even better. Maybe Jiang Chen would end up being handed over to the police. Not a bad outcome at all. Suppressing a grin, Zhou Tao led President Shen into the office. President Shen. President Shen. The employees hurried to greet her. Many looked at Jiang Chen with pity. They hadn't expected the company's infamous Ice Queen general manager to show up today. Jiang Chen was finished. Seeing President Shen, Chen Yu's spirits soared. He walked over to Jiang Chen and whispered with a sneer. You're done. I warned you earlier. You wouldn't listen. Now Manager Zhou has branded you a corporate spy. Let's see how arrogant you are now. Whether Jiang Chen was right or wrong didn't matter. This was the workplace. The higher-ups always protected their own. No executive would sacrifice a department manager over an ordinary employee. Pointing directly at Jiang Chen, Zhou Tao shouted. It's him. He insulted his manager. He assaulted his manager. He secretly recorded me and threatened the company. He's definitely a corporate spy. He even turned around and exposed his bruised back. Look, if I weren't in such good shape, that kick would have broken my bones. President Shen. Don't believe a single word he says. President Shen? Zhou Tao blinked. Why wasn't she saying anything? Was she too angry to speak? Instead, her eyes widened in disbelief. She took several quick steps toward Jiang Chen in her high heels. A vicious smile spread across Zhou Tao's face. You're finished. Trying to fight me? You're still too green. The employees looked on with expressions ranging from sympathy to schadenfreude. Yet they all shared the same thought. It's over for Jiang Chen. Power always wins. What can he possibly do? Then, the next scene completely stunned everyone. Zhou Tao's smile froze solid. President Shen walked straight up to Jiang Chen, reached out, and warmly took his hand with a bright, friendly smile. Mr. Jiang, what a pleasant surprise. If I'd known you were coming, I would have prepared a proper welcome. Jiang Chen looked at her strangely. No wonder she'd seemed familiar the first time he met Shin Xiaolan. He finally remembered. Her photo was on the company's promotional posters. She was actually the general manager of Orange Light Group. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. What a coincidence, Miss Shen. #### Chapter 8. You have 3 minutes to disappear. Jiang Chen smiled as he lightly shook Shin Xiaolan's hand. Shin Xiaolan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why had the mysterious Mr. Jiang suddenly appeared at the company? Was he here to see her? The bottles of 1930s Lai Mao he had sold her yesterday had far exceeded her expectations. Their quality was simply extraordinary, true collector's items. On top of that, he had gifted her one bottle, which she had already placed in her wine cellar as part of her private collection. That gesture alone had greatly improved her impression of him. She hadn't expected to see him again so soon. Then Shin Xiaolan noticed the watch on Jiang Chen's wrist, and her heart skipped a beat. That watch. As expected, Mr. Jiang is no ordinary man. Zhou Tao's throat went dry as he stared in disbelief. The usually cold and aloof general manager Shen had actually taken the initiative to shake Jiang Chen's hand. And judging from her expression, there even seemed to be a hint of intimacy. General Manager Shen, are you sure you've got the right person? His name is Jiang Chen, the corporate spy I was telling you about. I think you're the corporate spy. Shin Qiulan shot him a murderous glare. This is my neighbor, Mr. Jiang. Do you have any idea how distinguished he is? Not only that, but he also has business dealings worth over 10 million yuan with our company. Watch your mouth. What? The entire office erupted. Oh my god, neighbor? Doesn't General Manager Shen live in Huazhou Junting Villas? Holy crap, Jiang Chen owns a villa in Tianhai. Those villas cost over 100 million yuan, and they have business worth tens of millions together? So Jiang Chen is actually loaded? Am I hearing things? Wu Qian stared at Jiang Chen with sparkling eyes. Her heart pounded wildly. She had thought he was just a broke loser. Who would have guessed he was actually a billionaire living the simple life? Someone personally described by General Manager Shen as distinguished. Someone who lived in a lakeside mansion worth over 100 million yuan. Someone conducting multi-million yuan business with the company. What was this? A perfect wealthy bachelor. Compared to him, Zhou Tao was merely a department manager with an apartment under 100 square meters and a mortgage worth millions. There wasn't even a comparison. He'd been completely outclassed. Move aside. Wu Qian immediately took out her compact mirror and began fixing her makeup. A chance to marry into a wealthy family and change my destiny has finally arrived. After all these years, my face is finally going to be useful. She smiled confidently. Asterisk, time to unleash my 36 flirting techniques. Asterisk. She had absolute confidence in her ability to charm men. Winning Jiang Chen over? No problem. She had already begun fantasizing about life as the lady of a wealthy household. Zhou Tao, however, still refused to give up. How could a guy dressed in cheap street market clothes suddenly become the distinguished Mr. Jiang? General Manager Shun had to be mistaken. Yes, that had to be it. General Manager Shun, look carefully. His name is Jiang Chen. He interned in our department for an entire month. He's no rich heir. Shin Qiulan's expression grew colder. Asterisk, is this idiot still talking? Does he really want to offend Mr. Jiang beyond repair? Asterisk. Of course I know Mr. Jiang's name. He was a guest at my home yesterday. We concluded a business deal worth over 15 million yuan together. How could I possibly mistake him? She fixed Zhou Tao with an icy stare. And what about you? Instead of doing your job during working hours, what exactly are you making such a mess for? Her voice cut through the office like a blade. Zhou Tao froze. Even someone as slow as he was finally realized the truth. Jiang Chen really was someone extraordinary. But why would a man this wealthy work here as an ordinary employee? To experience everyday life? Mr. Jiang, this happened because of my poor management. Shin Qiulan apologized sincerely in front of everyone. I hope this incident won't affect our relationship. Of course not. Jiang Chen smiled. We're business partners and friends. Something this small won't change that. Shin Qiulan let out a relieved sigh, gently patting her chest. Mr. Jiang, you're truly generous. She valued this relationship for far more than a few bottles of vintage liquor. What she truly valued was the influence and resources behind Jiang Chen. Besides, they had only just established a connection. If it fell apart over such a trivial matter, not only would she regret it deeply, her young mistress would never let her off the hook. Everyone in the office gasped. Zhou Tao hadn't kicked an iron plate. He had kicked Captain America's shield. However, Jiang Chen smiled. Manager Zhou wasn't entirely wrong. I really did intern here for a month. Huh. Shin Qiulan blinked in surprise. What exactly happened? Jiang Chen calmly recounted everything from beginning to end. His tone remained even throughout. He neither exaggerated nor showed any obvious anger. Yet somehow, that only made his dissatisfaction more apparent. The more Shin Qiulan listened, the angrier she became. By the end, bang, she slammed her palm onto the desk. Turning around, she fixed Zhou Tao with a deathly cold stare. A mere department manager had actually expected Jiang Chen to give him a housewarming gift? When he didn't, Zhou Tao fired him. Then, after being caught on video abusing his authority, he turned around and falsely accused Jiang Chen of being a corporate spy? What an utter disgrace. Shin Qiulan was so furious her chest rose and fell violently. She looked ready to kill someone. Zhou Tao lowered his head, too terrified to meet her gaze. His heart sank. Shin Qiulan pointed at both him and Shin Yu. You two, get the hell out of my company this instant. We don't have room here for people like you. She was so enraged that she abandoned all restraint. Zhou Tao's face turned crimson. Knowing he couldn't stay any longer, he decided to make one last gamble. You can fire me. But you have to compensate me according to labor law. Otherwise, I'll file for labor arbitration. Things couldn't get any worse. He might as well squeeze out whatever money he could. Shin Qiulan laughed in anger. You nearly caused this company enormous losses, and you still want compensation? Fine. Don't worry. I won't shortchange you by a single cent of what you're legally entitled to. But I will thoroughly investigate everything you've done in this company and reserve the right to sue you. And one more thing. I, Shin Qiulan, guarantee that in Tianhai, you will never work in this industry again. Her voice echoed throughout the office. Shin Qiulan was one of the most influential executives in Tianhai's business circle. Destroying Zhou Tao's career would take nothing more than a single phone call. Even if he had never broken the law, he would never find another job in the industry. Only then did Zhou Tao truly panic. General Manager Shun, I misspoke. Please, give me one more chance. You have 3 minutes. Disappear. Don't make me call security. Ignoring him completely, Shin Qiulan turned to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, were you injured just now? Let me have a look. Jiang Chen paused before answering. Well, I kicked Zhou Tao earlier. I think I twisted my waist a little. With that, the two of them walked toward an empty office. As they passed Zhou Tao, neither of them even spared him a glance. Bang! The office door closed behind them. Zhou Tao's body trembled before he collapsed onto the floor, completely drained. It's over. Everything is over. ####. Chapter 9. Is Jiang Chen the heir to a powerful family? Zhou Tao's legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the floor, utterly lifeless. It's over. It's all over. Orange Light Group was one of Tianhai's leading high-tech enterprises. Landing a department manager position at one of its branches came with an impressive salary. That was the only reason he had been able to afford the down payment on an apartment in Tianhai. But now, everything was gone. With just a single word from Shin Qiulan, Zhou Tao would never find footing in Tianhai's business world again. All because of one terrible decision. His heart was filled with regret. Nearby, Qin Yu crouched in silence, looking miserable. Why did I side with Zhou Tao? Not only had it accomplished nothing, but it had gotten him fired as well. He and Jiang Chen had once called each other brothers. Who would have imagined Jiang Chen was actually a hidden billionaire? If he had stood by Jiang Chen instead, wouldn't his future have been limitless? He regretted it deeply. Unfortunately, it was too late now. He no longer had the face to stand before Jiang Chen. The office fell into complete silence. The employees who had once flattered Zhou Tao now stayed as far away from him as possible, afraid that even the slightest association might implicate them, as if he were carrying a contagious disease. This was the workplace. This was reality. Then again, hadn't everyone treated Jiang Chen the same way when he was fired? At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps filled the room, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Zhou Tao looked up, and his eyes lit up. It was Wu Qian. He hurried to his feet, excitement returning to his face. Qian, I didn't expect you to. He hadn't expected her to come comfort him at a time like this. Career ruined, but maybe love would work out. That wasn't such a bad trade. However, the smile on his face quickly disappeared. Wu Qian walked straight past him as though he didn't exist, carrying herself like a proud swan. She stopped beside a female colleague's desk and said sweetly, "See you. Could you forward Jiang Chen's WeChat to me? I need to talk to him." The colleague forced an awkward smile. "I don't have his WeChat." She did. She simply had no intention of giving it away. After all, she clearly remembered how Wu Qian had mocked Jiang Chen and belittled him only yesterday. How is that possible? You said Jiang Chen was a nice guy before. You must have his contact. The colleague shrugged. I really don't. I deleted it a while ago. Maybe ask the manager instead. He definitely has Jiang Chen's number. The surrounding employees exchanged amused looks. They had always thought she was an honest girl. Turns out she had quite the mischievous streak. She was practically pouring lava into Zhou Tao's open wound. Wu Qian hesitated before actually walking over to him. Manager Zhou, could you give me Jiang Chen's phone number? Overwhelmed by rage, Zhou Tao spat out a mouthful of blood. That hurt far more than any insult. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office, the room was filled with the scent of medicated herbal oil. It was commonly used to treat bruises and muscle strains. Jiang Chen reclined comfortably in a chair, lifting the hem of his t-shirt to reveal his firm, muscular waist. In truth, his waist wasn't injured at all. But since Shin Qiulan had insisted so enthusiastically, It would have been rude to refuse. Shen Xiaolan leaned slightly toward him, gently rubbing the medicated oil onto his waist with her delicate hands. The masculine scent surrounding Jiang Chen made her heart flutter. A faint blush gradually spread across her cheeks. "Mr. Jiang, does this feel any better?" she asked softly, every word carrying a woman's natural tenderness. This was the first time in her life she had been in such close physical contact with a man. Naturally, her movements were somewhat clumsy. Much better. At such close range, Jiang Chen couldn't help observing the elegant woman before him. Her skin was smooth and radiant, fair with a healthy, rosy glow. Her figure was absolutely stunning, a graceful, mature beauty in every sense. If she were my woman, I'd definitely pull her into my arms and steal a kiss. As Shen Xiaolan continued massaging his waist, Jiang Chen suddenly felt something was beginning to react. Asterisk if this keeps going. I might not be able to keep my composure. Asterisk. Miss Shen, that's enough. Hearing his voice, Shen Xiaolan's cheeks flushed even redder. Only then did she stop. Afterward, the two moved to another office, where they sat down with tea and chatted. By unspoken agreement, neither of them mentioned what had happened earlier that day. To them, it simply wasn't worth dwelling on. Instead, Shen Xiaolan was far more curious about one thing. Why had Jiang Chen spent an entire month working there as an intern? Jiang Chen answered honestly. To earn money. To make a living. Shen Xiaolan smiled and nodded. Inside, however, she didn't believe a single word. A man who lived in a luxury lakeside villa, drove a supercar, and wore a watch worth nearly 20 million yuan, had worked as a low-paid intern just to make ends meet? Who would believe that? His monthly salary probably wouldn't even cover the villa's property management fees. Based on her intuition, Jiang Chen had to be undergoing a family trial, a test arranged by an influential family for its heir. The purpose? To experience ordinary life, and perhaps quietly evaluate potential business opportunities or investment partners. Even ancient, hidden families still had to invest in the outside world if they wished to expand. Orange Light Group happened to be a fast-growing company with tremendous potential. Unfortunately, this inspection had clearly gone terribly wrong. Just thinking about Zhou Tao's behavior made Shen Xiaolan grind her teeth in anger. Damaging a business relationship was one thing. The greater embarrassment was the utter humiliation they had brought upon themselves. Yet Jiang Chen showed not the slightest trace of displeasure. It was as if the whole incident had already been forgotten. Shen Xiaolan had met countless people throughout her career, but Jiang Chen felt different. He was relaxed and easygoing, yet somehow wrapped in an air of mystery that made him impossible to read. Compared to the privileged heirs she had met before, he lacked their polished arrogance and rehearsed sophistication. Instead, he possessed a natural confidence and untamed freedom that made him surprisingly approachable. The two of them talked so comfortably that before they knew it, it was already noon. "Mr. Jiang," Shen Xiaolan said warmly, "you have to stay for lunch today? At least let me play the role of a proper host." Jiang Chen glanced at his watch. "Miss Shen, I have something to take care of today. Next time, we're neighbors now. There will be plenty of opportunities." He still needed to return to his old rental apartment. Besides, he should probably wash off the strong smell of medicated oil first. All right. Shen Xiaolan couldn't hide the hint of disappointment in her eyes. "We have plenty of time ahead of us. I'll see you out." She stood up, shook Jiang Chen's hand once more, and personally escorted him out of the company. Chapter 10. So dominating. I kind of like it. After escorting Jiang Chen to the elevator, Shen Xiaolan watched him leave before returning to her office. Ding. The elevator arrived, and Jiang Chen stepped inside. It had come down from the top floor, and there was already a woman inside. More precisely, a stunning beauty. She wore a fitted black blouse and a short black skirt that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. A tiny beauty mark beneath one eye softened her cool, elegant features with a hint of alluring charm. A black blazer draped over her shoulders made her fair skin appear even more luminous. Even in all of Tianhai, she would undoubtedly rank among the city's most beautiful women. A true goddess. 99 plus out of 100. Jiang Chen gave her such a high evaluation that he couldn't help stealing a few extra glances. Unexpectedly, the beauty stared right back at him without blinking, her eyes filled with curiosity and amusement. Jiang Chen found it rather strange. Sure, he was a little handsome, but not that handsome. Then a thought occurred to him. Could it be? Does she dislike the smell of medicated oil on me? He lowered his head and sniffed himself. Seeing this, the beauty couldn't help laughing softly. Hearing the chuckle behind him, Jiang Chen became both puzzled and slightly annoyed. He turned around. Hello? Have we met before? Tilting her head, she smiled mischievously. Isn't that pickup line a little outdated? A pickup line? Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. Fine, call it whatever you want. So, that means we don't know each other, right? She thought for a moment before nodding. Strictly speaking, no, we don't. Then is it because the medicated oil I'm wearing smells too strong? She sniffed the air delicately. A little, but not unbearably so. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Then what the heck are you laughing at? Looking at her as though she were slightly crazy, he turned back around and ignored her. The beauty froze for a moment. Then a flush spread across her fair cheeks. Not from embarrassment, from anger. She glared at Jiang Chen indignantly. Does this man have any gentlemanly manners at all? Does he have to talk to women so bluntly? What an unbelievably dense straight guy. Ding. The elevator stopped on the 26th floor. Several young women chatting excitedly stepped inside. I'd say Zhou Tao really brought this on himself. Serves him right. Jiang Chen is handsome, rich, and basically the perfect husband material. Too bad I couldn't get his contact information. Asterisk ahem, asterisk. Unable to bear listening any longer, Jiang Chen deliberately coughed. Wu Qian turned around. Her eyes immediately lit up. It was Jiang Chen. Heaven really rewards persistence. This is my chance. Pushing her girlfriends aside, she squeezed up next to him. Handsome, I can't believe we ran into each other in the elevator. We really are destined to meet. Jiang Chen blinked. And you are. He vaguely remembered she worked in finance, but they had barely spoken before. He had completely forgotten her name. Wu Qian snorted inwardly. Still pretending? Asterisk, I'm one of the prettiest women in finance. How could you possibly forget me? Asterisk. She brushed her hair back and leaned even closer. Oh, stop pretending you don't know me. I'm Wu Qian. Oh, Jiang Chen deliberately dragged out the syllable, imitating her tone. So you remember now? Wu Qian beamed. Asterisk see? Of course he remembers me. Asterisk. Beauty never goes unnoticed. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You're? Wu Qian. A few suppressed chuckles echoed through the elevator. Asterisk the joke is that he pronounces or intentionally misremembers her name. Asterisk. Wu Qian nearly exploded. Asterisk seriously? Asterisk. Forget it. For the sake of marrying rich, I'll endure. Suppressing her anger, she smiled sweetly. My name is Wu Qian. It's pronounced Qian, fourth tone. Don't forget it next time, okay? Jiang Chen nodded solemnly. Got it, Wu Qian. I will endure. Wu Qian subtly adjusted her shirt, allowing just enough of her ample curves to peek through. Handsome, are you busy later? I know a Japanese restaurant that's absolutely authentic. She bit her lips seductively, her eyes practically dripping with invitation. The implication couldn't have been clearer. Dinner first. Something more afterward. Fortunately, Jiang Chen wasn't some inexperienced rookie. He looked her up and down. She wore a tight white t-shirt with exposed midriff, paired with denim shorts that showed off her long, slender legs. Her figure was undeniably attractive. Youthful. Energetic. Objectively speaking. Very pretty. But honestly, dressing like that at work clearly violated company policy. The only reason she'd gotten away with it was because this was just a branch office with lax management. Besides, Zhou Tao had always been trying to curry favor with her. Naturally, no one had bothered enforcing the dress code. Jiang Chen frowned. You shouldn't wear crop tops to work anymore. Wu Qian's eyes sparkled. We're not even dating yet, and he's already looking out for me. He doesn't want other men staring at my waist. So possessive, so dominant. I love it. She blushed shyly. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't wear them anymore. Jiang Chen nodded seriously. Good. Wearing crop tops makes it easier to get diarrhea. Huh? Diarrhea? Before Wu Qian could process what he'd said, the elevator reached the first floor. Jiang Chen walked out without even looking back. Ha ha ha. The beautiful woman who had been in the elevator from the beginning clutched her stomach as she burst into laughter, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. Only then did Wu Qian realize. Jiang Chen had been making fun of her the entire time. The laughter sounded unbelievably harsh. She spun around furiously. What the hell are you laughing? Her voice abruptly stopped. The moment she got a clear look at the beauty's face, she froze. Chairwoman Tang. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Tang. Chairwoman Tang. No one dared step out of the elevator. Everyone immediately greeted her respectfully. Tang Luowan straightened up, wiped the tears from her eyes, and casually waved her hand. You may all go. Oh, right. Wu Qian, you stay. As everyone else hurried away, Tang Luowan stopped Wu Qian. My name is Wu Qian. Wu Qian screamed inwardly. Outwardly, however, she didn't even dare correct her. Yes, Chairwoman Tang. Tang Luowan walked over. Whether in terms of presence or beauty, she completely overshadowed Wu Qian. The commanding aura she had cultivated through years in the business world was something an ordinary employee could never hope to match. Even their appearances weren't on the same level. One was merely beautiful, the other was breathtaking. There was no comparison. Tang Luowan said calmly, pay more attention to your clothing at work. You can't wear outfits like that anymore. Understood. Wu Qian secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as the chairwoman wasn't going to pursue her for cursing earlier, everything was fine. Chairwoman Tang was far more intimidating than General Manager Shen. Then Tang Luohuan gave her a strange look. I'm only saying this for your own good. Dressing like that really does make it easier to get ya. Wu Qian. She suddenly had a terrible feeling. The words Wu Qian and diarrhea would probably haunt her for the rest of her life. Tang Luohuan stepped outside the company just in time to see Jiang Chen driving away in his dazzling Pagani. Thinking back to how he had treated both her and Wu Qian, a smile slowly appeared on her lips. Interesting. He's truly a textbook example of a hopelessly straight man. Chapter 11. I heard you cried for help. Here, Jiang Chen was driving his supercar through the streets of Tianhai. Wherever he went, he attracted everyone's attention, and many people took photos enthusiastically. Under such intense gazes, Jiang Chen silently put on his mask inside the car. He doesn't want to be so high profile right now. He drove back to his old rented apartment. It's located in the Old Town area, which is quite remote, and it's not very convenient for vehicles to get in. So he parked his car in an open-air parking lot near the residential area. Get off. Jiang Chen put his hands in his pockets and walked away quickly. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out from ahead. A passing BMW M1N1 suddenly slammed on the brakes. Jiang Chen looked closely. The BMW was driving normally when a Range Rover was reversing out of the parking space. The Range Rover didn't notice the approaching car and was so focused on reversing that it crashed directly into the BMW. It is clear that the Range Rover bears full responsibility. At that moment, a fat man with a big ear and a thick gold chain, exuding a gangster vibe, got out of the Range Rover and started cursing. Get off. Get off. How the hell do you drive? Can't you see my car coming out here? Are you blind? My brand new Land Rover, worth over $2 million, got a huge dent from your beat-up little car. What are you going to do about it? Give me money back. As he spoke, the driver got out of the BMW. Upon seeing the driver clearly, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. She's actually a cute girl. She wore flat shoes, and her long, slender legs, exposed by denim shorts, exuded youthful energy. Her figure, revealed by the bare t-shirt, was incredibly well-proportioned, the kind that couldn't be encircled by one hand. She has a sweet and cute appearance. Jiang Chen roughly estimates she scores at least 95 points. The girl looked very nervous after being yelled at by the burly man and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, and I didn't see you backing up. What should I do? The girl seemed to be experiencing this situation for the first time. Adding to the fact that the burly man had a menacing face and came on aggressively, the girl was almost scared to tears. The burly man smiled as he looked at the beautiful woman, then glanced at the little BMW. He seemed to have thought of something, and then revealed a sly smile. What to do? Hee, since you hit my car, you naturally have to compensate me. To tell you the truth, the damage you suffered will cost at least 200,000 yuan to repair, and all the parts will be imported. They absolutely have to be imported. Jiang Chen laughed. Was this guy trying to extort money from him? The girl was terrified when she heard that. 200,000? Good heavens. I don't have that much money to pay you back. How about you wait for me to call, and I'll try to scrape together the money. Upon hearing this, the burly man's lips curled up into a wicked grin. Girl, you're so young and you drive this kind of car. You must have made a lot of videos online to earn so much money, right? I know your industry very well. It's all about welfare benefits. Well, 200,000 is indeed a lot. You don't need to go through all that trouble. Just keep your brother company, and we'll settle this privately, okay? The girl was completely bewildered. What was going on here? Seeing the burly man's greedy gaze, as if he were eyeing prey, as he slowly approached, she noticed his expression. The girl was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly. No, don't do anything reckless. I'll definitely make you pay. Hee hee. Can you afford to pay for it? The burly man persisted, a sinister smile on his face. I told you, if you spend 2 days with me, this matter will be over. Isn't that good enough? 200,000 yuan for 2 days? Where else can you get a job like that? And you don't have to do anything. All I need to do is put in a little extra effort. How about it? No, don't come any closer. I'm going to call for help if you do. With a loud bang, the girl was forced back and crashed into her own BMW, with nowhere to go. Help! The girl let out a piercing cry for help. Jiang Chen saw the whole story. If the girl agrees, he won't bother with her anymore, which proves she's not a good person either. But now, the situation is clearly quite different. The girl felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, and a handsome figure blocked her way. Hey beautiful, did you hear me calling for help? With a light-hearted and humorous remark from Jiang Chen, the girl realized that she seemed to have been saved, and only then did she open her tearful eyes. Although she couldn't see the face at that moment, she felt that the figure in front of her. So handsome. I feel so safe. This commotion attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, who all came forward to watch the spectacle. After all, our nation values excitement and liveliness. In the crowd, a girl was live-streaming on her phone. Her name is Manhua. She is 24 years old and works as a car-themed outdoor live streamer. She's so excited. Babies, guess who I saw? This is the young man who drove a Pagani Huayra at the Ring Square yesterday. He actually rescued the damsel in distress today. How handsome. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Hey streamer, he's wearing a mask. How can you tell he's handsome? Upstairs, what do you know? Don't you understand the concept of a hero saving a damsel in distress? You're obviously a single dog. Both have a strong sense of justice and are rich. I love it. Host. I'm a 36D, 172 centimeters, 50 kilograms model. Help me get a handsome guy's WeChat. I'll send you rockets. Instantly, rockets rained down on her live stream. Small gifts keep coming. Manhua was excited, her eyes sparkling. Upon seeing the girl's body measurements, she glanced down at them with disdain. TCH, if you want WeChat, just say so. Why show off your figure? 36D? Everyone has one. However, she didn't say anything, but proudly puffed out her chest and smiled. Babies, that guy is busy right now. I'll ask him for you later. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she cried out anxiously. Oh no, a fight is about to break out. This really got the live stream audience all excited. Host, come closer. Let us hear what they're saying. The scene shifts to Jiang Chen's side. The burly man was furious. He had thought he was going to get to sleep with a top-notch girl. Unexpectedly, the other party cried for help. Not only did they scream for help, but people actually came. What a buzzkill. After all, he looks so fierce and drives such a luxury car. Who would dare to meddle? The girl hid behind Jiang Chen, tugging at his sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you so much for helping me, sir. After saying that, the girl mustered her courage and looked at the burly man. You want compensation? I'll call and borrow the money right now. Even so, the girl was clearly still shaken, and Jiang Chen could feel her delicate body trembling slightly from her hands. However, the girl's faint fragrance was simply captivating. The girl picked up her phone, about to make a call, but Jiang Chen stopped her with a shout. Wait a minute. Chapter 12, come on, smash it. Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop him and looked at the burly man with a faint smile. Hee hee, the responsibility for this accident is clearly yours. You backed out and hit the girl's car. You should be fully responsible for compensating her for the damage, but you're turning around and blaming her. Make them compensate you? What the hell are you daydreaming about? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you think girls are easy to bully and you have a little money? Pay me the money and get out of here. Money gives a man courage. Jiang Chen now has hundreds of millions in cash at his disposal, so naturally, he speaks with such confidence. Upon hearing this, the burly man's face instantly turned ugly. Kid, does it matter whose responsibility it is? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Make me pay up? You probably don't know who I am. If you mess with me, You might spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. The girl trembled with fright and tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Hey buddy, how about we just call the police and not argue with him? Seeing the girl back down, the burly man chuckled. Call the police? If you dare call the police, I'll smash your little BMW to pieces. Hey kid, did you drive here too? With your pathetic look, you probably don't drive anything fancy. If I smashed your car too, you'd probably burst into tears, wouldn't you? To tell you the truth, I can afford to pay for the damage to your beat-up little cars. You'd better think twice before trying to be a hero with me. I forgot to remind you, when I'm smashing cars, I might accidentally hit someone. Are you mentally prepared? Are you sure you want to be the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? As he spoke, the burly man pulled a baseball bat from the back seat and brandished it at Jiang Chen with a sinister grin. The girl was so frightened she was almost crying. Her body was trembling violently. Although the burly man's claim of smashing cars was just for show, it was actually quite intimidating, and most young people would probably be scared. Many onlookers were startled and involuntarily took a few steps back. Jiang Chen remained completely calm. When car news anchor Manhua saw this scene, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She said in a low voice, "Babies, what should we do? That big guy pulled out a baseball bat. Is he really going to bully the little boy? Do you think I should secretly call the police?" One sentence immediately caused a tense moment in the live broadcast room. "Nana, hurry and help. This kind of person is truly lawless. This young man acted bravely and shouldn't have been harmed. You bastard, come at me with that baseball bat. Don't hurt my little brother. Quickly, call the police." Meng Na looked conflicted, but upon seeing Jiang Chen's nonchalant demeanor, she chuckled softly. "Don't worry, everyone. I think this young man is confident and should be able to solve it. Let's wait a little longer." Jiang Chen had seen plenty of these kinds of social outcasts. Because they have some money and power, they bully others everywhere. The more afraid you are, the more he will take advantage of you. If you're more capable than him, he'll instantly become a coward. Jiang Chen gave a disdainful sneer. Don't act all high and mighty in front of me. Do you really think you're the Jade Emperor? Are you going to smash my car? Do you dare?" Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the burly man instantly became enraged and said in a fit of anger, "Dare I? I wouldn't dare. I'm your son. When I was a gangster, you weren't even fully grown yet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen chuckled. "You dare to talk nonsense like a piece of trash like you?" Hearing this, the burly man was furious. "Damn it, kid, you've completely enraged me. I'm willing to pay any amount of money to smash your car today. Tell me, where's your car?" The burly man roared, his hands gripping the baseball bat, veins bulging, his anger blazing. That kind of momentum is really convincing. The girl trembled with fear and clung to Jiang Chen's arm, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Young man, I think he really is." Jiang Chen pursed his lips after being squeezed. "Go ahead and hug me. What do you mean by charging at someone with the ball?" Jiang Chen patted the girl's hand gently and smiled. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." At that moment, Jiang Chen's smile seemed to have a magical power. The girl was instantly stunned and inexplicably felt at ease. "Kid, stop trying to be a hero. I asked you where your car is. Chicken out." The burly man became increasingly arrogant. He had made up his mind that he would smash Jiang Chen's car to pieces today. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly and said calmly, "You must be from Dunhuang. There are so many murals here." Uffed. The girl was amused by Jiang Chen, and her mind wasn't as tense as before. She secretly glanced at Jiang Chen. Although only his deep eyes were visible, he was still incredibly handsome. Her face flushed, and her heart fluttered. "I feel so safe around him. You're itching to smash this car, aren't you? Fine, I'll give you that chance." Jiang Chen calmly took out the Pagani car key and pressed the button. Beep beep. A dozen meters away, the Pagani Huayra flashed its dazzling headlights, and its gull-wing doors slowly opened, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, spreading its wings. Cool, awesome, and incredibly powerful. The onlookers gasped in surprise, their eyes wide as saucers. "Holy crap, it's that car. I've been looking at this Pagani Huayra for a long time. I never expected it to be this handsome guy's car. This car costs 90 million yuan in China. Can this guy who drives a Land Rover afford to smash it?" Jiang Chen held up the keys and said with a faint smile, "Who can drive a supercar? Bring it over for this guy to smash." After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. No one answered. The burly man nervously swallowed hard, his forehead covered in sweat. He never expected that Jiang Chen's car would be the legendary Pagani Huayra. One car worth 90 million. Since nobody knows how to open it, then you can go and smash it yourself. Jiang Chen said calmly. I'll record a video of you. We'll calculate the compensation later. If you can't afford it, you'll have to go to jail. Jiang Chen spoke casually, yet every word he uttered carried immense power. It sends chills down my spine. He's rich, but you can't afford to pay the fine and you'll go to jail. How terrifying is the power behind someone who can afford a luxury car worth 90 million? Let alone going to jail. Even killing a person is easier than killing a grasshopper. The burly man was well aware of the advantages and disadvantages involved. His forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. Thud! The stick in his hand fell to the ground. The burly man could no longer keep up the act. He looked at Jiang Chen with a desperate expression and said with a mournful face, I was wrong, big brother. I take full responsibility. I'll pay the compensation. Can I take back what I just said? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen scoffed. Wrong? Take it back? Do you think I'm joking? Didn't you say that if you don't dare to smash it, you'll become my son? The burly man trembled, trying to shake his head. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it while I'm in a good mood right now. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible aura instantly spread out. The burly man was startled, and his body trembled with fear. I'm never living in Bengbu again. Thump! The burly man immediately knelt down, looking at Jiang Chen with a face full of despair. Dad, I was wrong. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. So this is the power of money? That's awesome. From chapter 13 onwards, I'll call you Brother Chen. Upon seeing the burly man kneel down, the onlookers covered their mouths and snickered. This is absolutely hilarious. He used to boast, I'll smash whatever car you drive. Result: the other party drove up in a Pagani Huayra worth 90 million. What's the point of smashing this? I can't afford to pay for even a small broken headlight. The live stream room of car anchor Meng Na has already exploded. Wow, that's so cool. 5 seconds to think about it. Got it. Nana, hurry up and get his WeChat ID for me. I want to have a deeper conversation with him. Nana, ask around for me. Does the handsome guy need a cute girl? I'm interested. Meng Na looked at the comments in the live stream chat. He secretly curled his lip. A bunch of little sluts. If I'm not going to ask for it for you. Suddenly, an idea struck Meng Na. Oh dear. Babies, hey. Babies. Why is the network lagging? Hey. With that, Meng Na immediately turned off the live stream and pretended to be disconnected. The viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. What the heck? It disconnected at this crucial moment. Nana, come back. I sent you a rocket, and you promised to get my WeChat ID, right? The streamer ran away? Really? Are they going to keep all the profits for themselves? Damn it. Nana is so mean. Seeing these comments, Meng Na grinned. Hee, being near the water tower gives you an advantage. Why don't I just ask for their WeChat myself? After saying that, Meng Na puffed out her impressive assets, preparing to ask for his WeChat after everything was over. This way, the burly man was still kneeling in front of Jiang Chen, not daring to raise his head, and begging for mercy while crouching low. Big brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Let you go? You wrecked the girl's car, and you're just going to leave like that. The burly man immediately understood. He quickly ran to his Range Rover, took out a leather bag, hesitated for a moment, then pulled out 3 wads of banknotes and handed them to the girl. Beautiful lady, here's 30,000 yuan. Please take it. It's all my fault today, it's all on me. The girl was a little flustered when she saw the banknotes handed to her and looked at Jiang Chen, unsure of what to do. 30,000. Isn't that a bit too much? The girl actually had so much to say. After all, her car was only slightly damaged. A bodywork job would only cost a few thousand yuan. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen interrupted him directly and looked at the burly man. Did you hear me? 30,000 yuan. Who do you think you are? Do you know how much time I've wasted arguing with you here? A multi-million-dollar deal has been ruined by you. A multi-million-dollar deal? My God. Upon hearing this, the burly man was on the verge of tears. He quickly rummaged through his purse and emptied it completely. Big brother. Beautiful lady. That's all I have. A total of 100,000 yuan. If it's not enough, I'll have to go get more money, brother. The burly man held 10 thick stacks of banknotes, looking at Jiang Chen with unease in his heart. You know, the other person drives a Pagani Huayra. Do you think they care about your 100,000 yuan? Your 100,000 yuan isn't even enough to buy someone a wheel hub. As expected, Jiang Chen accepted it with a look of disdain, his tone dismissive. Driving a car worth over 2 million yuan, but only carrying 100,000 yuan on him. How dare he go out like that? All right, get in your car and get out of here. Jiang Chen waved his hand to dismiss the matter, saying he didn't want to dwell on it anymore. After all, if you push a dog too far, it will bite. If you push this burly man too far, he might fight you to the death. Upon hearing this, the burly man breathed a sigh of relief and repeatedly agreed. Okay, brother, I'm off right now. He had a really bad day. He didn't check the almanac before going out. I was hoping to use this opportunity to flirt with a top-tier girl, but not only did I fail, I also ended up losing 100,000 yuan. In the end, Jiang Chen rescued her like a hero. There's nothing we can do. They're just that awesome. Driving a Pagani Huayra, with assets worth at least several billion. This is someone he can't afford to offend. Tianhai is, after all, a big city, full of hidden talents. He usually just bullies young people who are new to society. The burly man, covered in dust and dirt, drove away, not wanting to stay there for even a moment longer. Unlucky. Thank you so much, sir. I don't know what I would have done without you. The girl's eyes sparkled with gratitude and admiration. She stared intently at Jiang Chen. All right, don't be so polite. Jiang Chen smiled calmly and said, your car should cost several thousand yuan to repair. Here's 10,000. Take it and get it fixed properly. After saying that, he ostentatiously took out 10,000 yuan and stuffed it into the girl's hand. The girl was flattered and hesitated, saying, This money is what you earned through your own hard work, so it should all be yours. I have enough money to fix my car myself. Just take it. Do I look like someone who's short of money? Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Besides, he also earned 90,000 yuan in hard-earned money. Upon hearing this, the girl glanced at the Pagani Huayra parked to the side, looking incredibly cool and awesome. Suddenly I realized, they definitely seem to have plenty of money. Okay, thank you, sir. The girl blushed slightly as she accepted the money, then held out her hand. My name is Qiao Tide, and I'm a sophomore at Tianhai University of Finance and Economics. What about you? Jiang Chen. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Chen from now on. Okay, Xiaoxi. The two chatted for a while and became acquainted. Jiang Chen then realized that Qiao Tide was actually a rich and beautiful woman. Her family runs a business in Hangzhou, and the BMW was her mode of transportation while she was studying in Tianhai. The two then exchanged contact information. Qiao Tide got into the car, her face flushed. Brother Chen, can I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Okay, but don't drive tomorrow, I'll pick you up. Okay, let's chat on WeChat tonight. I'm off now. Qiao Tide waved her phone with a bright smile, saying goodbye to Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen nod with a smile, Qiao Tide carefully drove away. After Qiao Tide left, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and walked towards his Pagani Huayra. I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for my new life. He just opened the car door. Suddenly, a girl appeared out from the side. Manhua? Hey bro, I'm a car live streamer. I've been following you for ages. Jiang Chen was a little dumbfounded when he saw Manhua suddenly appear. This Manhua is pretty good looking and has a good figure. But she's quite different from the stunning goddess Jiang Chen met in the elevator today, and also from Qiao Shi just now. At most, she's about the same level as Wu Qian, around 80 points. What's wrong? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. Manhua blinked, blushed, and took out a business card. Can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Chen took the business card, glanced at it, and then looked Manhua up and down. Forget it, you're too ugly. Jiang Chen left those words behind, got into his car, and sped away. Manhua stood alone, bewildered in the wind. After a long while, she finally opened the beauty camera app, feeling deeply hurt. Wah, am I ugly? Chapter 14. Are you kidding me? That evening, Jiang Chen returned to his rented apartment. The room was as damp and cramped as ever, completely incomparable to the lakeside villa in Huazhou Junting. Moreover, the landlord here doesn't do anything and keeps pressing for payment a week in advance. That's not all. Once, The door lock was broken and no one came to fix it for half a month. Their utility bills are also twice as high as others. If Jiang Chen hadn't been broke and unable to afford a nice place, he wouldn't have moved out of here long ago. The next day, in the morning, Jiang Chen woke up from his sleep and went to the bathroom to wash up in a daze. Open the system and start today's lottery. Ding! You have 3 free chances to draw a prize today. Do you want to draw one now? What the hell? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he instantly perked up. Yesterday, the system gave him a free lottery draw, and he thought it would only be given out once a day from now on. Unexpectedly, it was given away 3 times today? That's a very impressive system. Jiang Chen was a little excited and couldn't help but click on a single draw. Immediately afterwards, the godly rich man's spinning wheel spun rapidly, and a purple light flashed out. Flip the card. Ding! Reward, a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Cullinan. In the picture, a domineering, luxurious, and composed deep black SUV fully expresses itself, as black as an abyss, exuding an aura of mystery. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth $10 million. It's a Rolls-Royce model built on the all-new aluminum architecture of luxury. It's the world's most technologically advanced and uniquely bespoke ultra-luxury SUV. Currently, the base model in China starts at least at 7 million yuan, while the one Jiang Chen got is undoubtedly the top-of-the-line model, worth over 10 million yuan. The annual production is a mere 400 vehicles. In terms of power, the Cullinan's V12 twin-turbocharged engine, which revs at 1,600 revolutions per minute, can output 570 horsepower and 900 newton-meters of peak torque. It is matched with a ZF8 speed automatic transmission and a full-time 4-wheel drive system. At the same time, multiple off-road modes such as desert, mud and snow, as well as a hill descent control system, give the Cullinan unparalleled off-road power. Jiang Chen immediately fell in love with this imposing vehicle. If you're a real man, you should own a muscle car like this. Moreover, its trunk space is very large. A romantic feature was also designed. That's the retractable viewing seats. With just one button, 2 leather seats and a cocktail table hidden in the trunk will slowly unfold, bringing a luxurious party experience to the wilderness. If you invite a girl to the countryside, the 2 of you can have a few drinks and get slightly tipsy. Then you can freely act wild and let loose in the spacious car. Good heavens! As Jiang Chen imagined it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. All right, here you go, Rolls-Royce. Jiang Chen retrieved the car key from the system and hung it on the keychain. He planned to wait until he returned to the villa to draw the remaining 2 prizes. After packing his things, Jiang Chen picked up his suitcase and went out the door. He plans to ask the landlord for a refund of the rent. I just stepped out of the building entrance. He then saw a woman in her 40s, thin and with a mean-looking face. Her character is just like her appearance. She's thin-skinned and loves to gossip behind people's backs. Xiao Jiang, where are you going? Jiang Chen said calmly, I want to check out. Check out? We were staying here perfectly fine. Why do we suddenly want to check out? The landlady frowned. If Jiang Chen didn't move out, it would definitely be a loss for her. Jiang Chen felt like laughing when he heard that. Why are you canceling your booking? Don't you have any self-awareness about the reasons? Is that dilapidated house even habitable? If I weren't so healthy, I probably would have developed rheumatism long ago. I found a new place to live, so I'm not staying here anymore. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more words with her. Just then, a stocky, chubby young man ran over, panting. Mom, our new furniture has arrived. The delivery man said it will cost an extra 300 yuan to carry it upstairs. Should we carry it ourselves, or should we have the delivery man do it? Upon hearing this, the landlord frowned. What? 300? Let them leave it there. We'll move it ourselves. After saying that, she turned to Jiang Chen and smiled. Xiao Jiang, how about this? You help us move some things first. We can talk about the rent later. Sorry, I'm busy right now. Jiang Chen resolutely refused. It's not that he's stingy, but the landlord really isn't a good person. I'm usually very frugal with myself, always trying to squeeze every last drop out of myself. Do you still want to be a free laborer? Keep dreaming. The landlord paused for a moment, then sneered. I heard you got fired from your company. What could you possibly be busy with? Who are you trying to impress with all this enthusiasm? Besides, you're just sitting around doing nothing anyway. What's wrong with helping us move some things? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll refund you an extra 100 or 2 in rent." His words were full of arrogance. Jiang Chen glanced at her. "The money in your bank account is just sitting there doing nothing. Why don't you let me spend it?" If you want my help, just say so politely. If you're being so aggressive, who's going to help you?" The landlord was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute. Polite and gentle? With a lot of things still to be moved, the landlord decided to swallow his anger for the time being. If Jiang Chen could help, it would save a lot of effort. "Oh, Xiao Jiang, I misspoke just now. Don't take it to heart, Xiao Jiang. Just consider it a favor. You're doing me a favor, okay? I won't help." Jiang Chen did not hesitate. The landlord's smile instantly froze. "Damn it, were you just messing with me? Umph. You won't listen to reason. So here comes the punishment. Don't forget, you still have 1,500 yuan of your deposit with me." The landlord squinted and said, "Recently, property prices in Tianhai have skyrocketed, and you definitely need the money. But it takes me time to inspect the room. Believe me, I'll hold on to that 1,500 yuan for a month and a half and see how uncomfortable you feel." "Threatening me?" Jiang Chen sneered. "Whatever. But I'm reminding you, I only rented it for 14 days this month, and I still have the right to rent it for the remaining 16 days. If you don't refund my rent now, I'll continue to live here until the deadline. If you don't return the rent to me obediently, I'll sue you in court, and you'll have to pay me a penalty for breach of contract." The landlord was completely stunned when he heard this. She looked at her son with the eyes of someone who was an idiot. After all, they're ignorant of the law. That's just how it is. However, his son is a sensible person. Knowing that Jiang Chen was leaving more than 10 days early, they could rent out the house sooner. Maliciously withholding Jiang Chen's deposit would not benefit anyone. The son tugged at the landlord's sleeve, signaling her not to continue arguing with Jiang Chen. The landlord received the signal and gave a dry laugh. "Haha, Xiao Jiang, there's no need for that. We've known each other for almost half a year now. Okay, I'll transfer the rent to you via WeChat. Check if it's correct." The landlord quickly transferred the money. The amount was 1,500. Not a single penny was missing. Jiang Chen glanced at WeChat and confirmed receipt of payment. In the end, he didn't even bother to look at her again and turned to leave. Snort. The landlord was furious, gritting his teeth and seething with rage, but there was absolutely nothing he could do. "Mom, there's really no need to make a fuss about it. Jiang Chen has had a tough time too." The son shook his head and sighed helplessly. He had seen his mother's sharp tongue and meanness. Sometimes even he couldn't stand it. At that moment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the scene before him. "Mom, look, there's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan over there. Holy crap, that's so cool." The young man pointed at the SUV not far away, his face filled with envy and excitement. There were quite a few people watching nearby. This neighborhood is quite remote. You'd be lucky to even see a BMW on a normal day. A Rolls-Royce actually showed up today, which everyone found quite unusual. The landlord, who knew nothing about cars, affectionately patted his son's head. "Sweetie, study hard in college. If you can get into the student council, Mom will get you a car too." The chubby young man pouted. "Mom, do you know how expensive this car is? How expensive can it be? At most, 4 or 500,000. 4 or 500,000. This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The minimum is 6 million, and this one is the high-end bulletproof version, probably worth over 10 million. Tens of millions." The landlord almost bit his tongue. "She's just a local nouveau riche who got a few houses through land expropriation compensation. She can't be considered a truly wealthy person." A car worth tens of millions was completely beyond her comprehension. At this moment, the landlord saw Jiang Chen walking towards the car and couldn't help but sneer. "Umph, you just said he had a hard time? Look at him. Isn't he just as vain? He's probably just taking pictures to post on WeChat moments. Humph, he'll probably never have the chance to drive a four-wheeled vehicle in his life. Oh, you even dare to touch him? Even selling him wouldn't cover the cost." The conversation abruptly ended there. Jiang Chen took out his car keys and opened the car door in one smooth motion. Above the elongated Parthenon grille, the exquisite spirit of ecstasy emblem emerges. Amidst the exclamations of admiration from the crowd, the car slowly drove away from the residential area. The landlord swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes. Jiang Chen, Rolls-Royce, tens of millions. Chapter 15. Perfect Physique. Huazhou Junting. Jiang Chen was in the gym, working out and enjoying the exhilarating feeling of sweating profusely. It's worth mentioning that his villa has a separate gym on the first floor. It's not very big, only about 50 square meters, but it has all the necessary equipment, and even more complete than some professional gyms. He had less free time before, as he was in college and working part-time. Opportunities like today's workout session are practically non-existent. Now I have money and plenty of time. Jiang Chen was thinking about improving himself. After all, as a super-rich person, it is natural to cultivate one's character and have a good physique. After finishing his workout, Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, took a sip of water, and took out a white towel to wipe his sweat. All right, there are 2 more raffles today, let's draw them now. Jiang Chen thought to himself, then directly opened the system to start the lottery. Ding! Successful lottery draw. Reward: perfect physique potion. As the system's voice sounded, a bottle of green, crystalline potion appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. A perfect physique potion? That works. Jiang Chen was somewhat stunned. I just finished working out, and the system rewarded me with a perfect physique potion? Perfect physique potion. After consumption, the host will possess a physique surpassing that of ordinary people. Your strength, speed, reaction time, endurance, and other abilities will all be enhanced to 3 times the level of humans. Your appearance and physique will also undergo slight changes. Wow, the prizes in today's lottery are pretty good. These are things that money can't buy. Jiang Chen reached out and gently grasped the bottle of crystal-clear medicine, which appeared in his hand. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chen drank the bottle of perfect physique potion in one gulp. Glug glug. Jiang Chen looked at the empty bottle in his hand, but his body did not react immediately. But the next moment, he felt a fire ignite in his heart, and instantly, a burning sensation swept through his entire body. Jiang Chen clutched his chest and struggled, but the next moment, everything went black and he lost consciousness. In less than half a minute, Jiang Chen lay down on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Time flies. Jiang Chen on the sofa gradually stirred and slowly opened his eyes. As the blur faded, his vision gradually cleared. Jiang Chen stood up and looked around. He felt that his eyesight had also improved, and all his fatigue had long since vanished. I feel refreshed and invigorated. He glanced at his watch. 11:18. I actually slept for a full 2 hours? Etc. I think I drank that perfect physique potion, which was said to improve my physique and slightly change my appearance and body shape. He quickly touched his abdomen and found that his once round belly had been replaced by well-defined muscles, making it quite firm. Hiss, that's fucking amazing. He quickly ran to the full-length mirror, took off his shirt, and looked at himself in the mirror. His appearance hasn't changed much compared to before. It's just that his features have become more angular, his eyes are more resolute, and he looks even more handsome overall. The biggest change that came to Jiang Chen was to his body. Now his body has a moderately sized physique with well-defined muscle lines. V-line, 8-pack abs, inverted deltoids. It has everything. Moreover, it doesn't look exaggerated at all. It seems perfectly natural and just right. I have to say, her figure is truly perfect. Jiang Chen's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. I absolutely love it. Then he went to the gym and began a multifaceted experience and test to achieve the perfect physique. The data is absolutely phenomenal. If he wanted to, he could break all the relevant records in the world right now, without breaking a sweat. After all, having 3 times the physical strength of a physique is no joke. After the experience, Jiang Chen went into the bathroom to take a shower, and his body gradually relaxed. He looked down and was shocked again. Holy crap, kid, you've grown up too? After taking a shower, Jiang Chen changed his clothes, picked up his phone, and prepared to go out for a meal. But just then his phone rang. Upon picking it up, I saw it was my beautiful neighbor, Shin. When the call connected, a pleasant voice came from the other end. Mr. Jiang, this is Shin. Are you home? Here I am. That's good. If you don't have any plans for lunch, come over to my house for a meal. I've already made preparations. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. Really? There's no need to trouble yourself. Shin said. Please don't refuse. It would be too formal. See you in half an hour. You must come. After saying that, Shin hung up the phone. Jiang Chen put down his phone, which was still busy, and was somewhat bewildered. This beautiful neighbor is so incredibly welcoming. So will he come? In the study of the third building, Tang Luowan asked. Shen Qiulan nodded. He should come. Otherwise, he would definitely call me back. That's good. Shen Qiulan hesitated for a moment before asking. Miss, why do you suddenly want to see him? What? Is there a problem? Tang Luowan asked in return. There's a problem, a really big problem. For people at their level, what constitutes the highest level of hospitality? It's not a so-called star-rated hotel or Michelin-starred restaurant. It was a family dinner. Tang Luowan has been in Tianhai for so many years, and she has never invited anyone to her home for a meal. Jiang Chen is the first one since the beginning of time. The key point is still during working hours. This is quite an exaggerated thing for Tang Luowan, who is a workaholic. Although Shen Qiulan didn't speak, Tang Luowan saw through her thoughts and glared at her with her clear black and white eyes. Are you overthinking something again? I just think this person is quite interesting and I want to meet him. That's all. Certainly. There was another reason she didn't mention. Tang Luowan really wanted to see Jiang Chen's expression after seeing her. You'll be very surprised, won't you? Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Shen Qiulan saw this and sighed inwardly. Interesting? Okay, I believe you. Half an hour later, Shen Qiulan brought Jiang Chen in. Tang Luowan stood on the second floor, glanced at it from afar, and was stunned for a moment. Today, Jiang Chen exuded an air of authority, his face as perfectly sculpted as ever, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes as vast as the stars. His physique was also exceptionally robust, radiating an aura of fortitude and masculinity, somewhat different from the one she had seen in the elevator last time. So handsome. Tang Luowan was also momentarily stunned. Chapter 16. What secrets does Jiang Chen hold? The villa's dining room is decorated in a luxurious, yet understated style. After Jiang Chen took his seat, the servants began to serve the dishes one after another. The dishes were mainly French cuisine, including bouillabaisse, foie gras steak, red wine pheasant, and baked snails. All the dishes were beautifully presented and looked fantastic. But Jiang Chen's attention was completely off the food. He looked at Tang Luowan sitting opposite him and was indeed somewhat surprised. He never expected that the woman in front of him was the owner of the three villas, the person behind Shen Qiulan, and the head of the Orange Light Group. She is also an idol for independent women in the Tianhai region. Tang Luowan. Mr. Jiang seems quite surprised to see me. Tang Luowan's lips curled into a smile, as if she had succeeded in her scheme. Jiang Chen nodded and said, Yes, it was indeed a bit of a surprise. Didn't you say you didn't recognize me in the elevator yesterday? I meant we don't really know each other, but I didn't say I don't know you, right? Tang Luo laughed like a little fox. Jiang Chen looked helpless. Good grief, are you trying to play word games with me? Miss, so you've met before? Shen Qiulan asked in confusion. It seems like there's more to their story. Tang Luowan couldn't help but smile as she recalled yesterday's scene. We've met once, but Mr. Jiang doesn't seem to have any gentlemanly manners. Gentlemanly manners? Jiang Chen smiled and said, Please, that's just for show. If you have to be polite to everyone, wouldn't life be exhausting? Tang Luowan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled again. Jiang Chen spoke very frankly. She originally thought that after hearing her say this, he would explain what happened yesterday. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen bluntly stated, What is gentlemanly conduct? He doesn't even bother to pretend. That's interesting. Putting aside her distracting thoughts, she extended her slender hand and spoke with grace and poise. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Tang, and my name is Tang Luowan. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reached out and gave it a quick squeeze before letting go. Jiang Chen. Beyond the vast river and sky, where the earth and stars reside, what a beautiful name. Tang Luowan squinted, as if it were the first time she had heard this name. Jiang Chen. I don't know where they copied these ancient poems from, but they're quite good at making things up. However, it is impolite not to reciprocate. A beautiful woman by the Luo River, with a charming smile. Miss Tang truly lives up to her name, Jiang Chen said calmly. Tang Luowan was stunned upon hearing this, then pondered it carefully, and a smile slowly appeared on her face. This is the first time I've heard this explanation. It's really unique. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, Jiang Chen said with a serious expression, because I was just making it up. Puff. Shen Qiulan couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, that concludes the mutual flattery, Jiang Chen said. Tang Luohuan looked at him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. What an interesting person. People who had contact with her in the past all had ulterior motives, and their words were mostly flattering and ingratiating. But this Jiang Chen is completely different. He gives the impression of being very honest and seems to have few concerns. Yet it is also full of mystery and unfathomable. When she learned that she was Tang Luohuan, she was indeed undisguisedly surprised. But it was just surprise. The style hasn't changed at all. Being open and honest, neither arrogant nor humble, and speaking directly without being annoying is a rare quality. However, what surprised her even more was, when I looked at Jiang Chen closely today, I thought he was so handsome. A pair of dark eyes, deep and unfathomable like whirlpools, make one want to sink into them. Its aura is profound and mysterious, as if shrouded in a thin mist. The more obscure it is, the more one wants to explore it. Tang Luohuan has seen far too many good-looking people, but this was the first time she had ever met a man with such an air of elegance as Jiang Chen. Strange, why am I so interested in him? Tang Luohuan suppressed her emotions, quickly looked away, and tried to distract herself by eating. Shin Xiaolan also noticed this. Mr. Jiang, I sense that you are different from usual today. Oh, Jiang Chen was taken aback. I quickly realized that it was my perfect physique that brought about this transformation in my demeanor. Is it something about what you're wearing today? Shin Xiaolan was still muttering to herself, thinking it was the change in her clothes that brought about the change in her temperament. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I worked out today, so my energy and spirits are naturally better. I'm usually too busy, so it's inevitable that I'll feel a bit listless. Hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Tang Luohuan and the other person agreed. Indeed, the biggest difference between Jiang Chen today and his usual self is his demeanor. Fitness can indeed have a certain impact on one's mental state. Deep down, she admired Jiang Chen even more. It turns out that Mr. Jiang is such a self-disciplined person. After being busy, he still thinks of cultivating his character. Soon, the meal was very enjoyable. The chef is a Michelin 3-star chef. The wine we drank was a 1993 Latour. Jiang Chen and Shin Xiaolan toasted each other, enjoying their drinks immensely. Tang Luohuan drank orange juice through a straw, watching the two of them with a smile. Jiang Chen, the first two words that popped into my mind when I saw you. Do you know what they are? Shin Xiaolan held a wine glass, slightly tipsy, her face flushed. What is it? Old friend. Shin Xiaolan downed another half glass of red wine, letting out a soft burp. From the first moment I saw you, I felt that you shared many of the same qualities with me. I grew up in an orphanage, and then was adopted by the head of the Tang family. Hiccup? I think I said something I shouldn't have. You come from a reclusive family. How could you have a similar experience to me? Shin Xiaolan wore a self-deprecating smile. Jiang Chen paused slightly, for he had actually had a similar thought in his heart back then. After all, they were children who grew up in the same orphanage, and they did have similarities deep in their souls. Haha, Sister Chen, it's fate that we met, no matter what. Come on, let's drink. Jiang Chen and she clinked glasses again, and he downed a glass of red wine in one gulp. He wasn't drunk, but he was pretending to be. Some things are better left unsaid when you're sober. The two chatted happily, like old friends reunited after a long separation. Eventually, they became so close that they put their arms around each other's shoulders and addressed each other as brother and sister. They even left Tang Luohuan standing there. After 3 rounds of drinks, Jiang Chen didn't linger. He said he would reciprocate next time, and then got up to take his leave. Shin Xiaolan warmly saw him to the door. When she returned, her delicate body was staggering, and she gently rubbed her temples, her head feeling dizzy. This time, I really drank too much. Jiang Chen is quite a character. As soon as she finished speaking, she was instantly jolted awake when she saw Tang Luohuan standing expressionless in front of her. Miss. A bead of cold sweat immediately trickled down Shin Xiaolan's forehead. Oh no, I think I've crossed a line. Did you enjoy your drink? Tang Luohuan asked casually. Miss, Shin Xiaolan looked terrified and dared not answer. Tang Luohuan said, Aunt Lan, I want to ask you a question. You say? I call you Aunt Lan. Now that you and Jiang Chen are like siblings, shouldn't I call Jiang Chen uncle? Faced with Tang Luohuan's sharp, piercing gaze, Shin Xiaolan's heart tightened. With a thud, he knelt down. Miss, I was wrong. Tang Luohuan turned her head away and said calmly, Aunt Lan, You've had too much to drink. You should rest today and not go to the company. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mississippi. Shin Xiaolan felt as if she had been granted a pardon and quickly got up and left. Just as I reached the top of the stairs, a cold voice sounded behind me. This is your last day of vacation this year. Enjoy it. Shin Xiaolan stumbled and almost fell down the stairs. Tang Luohuan rubbed her temples and sighed silently. Originally, I wanted to use this meal to find out Jiang Chen's background, but Shin Xiaolan ruined everything. Logically speaking, Aunt Lan hasn't been in a relationship all these years, so there's no reason for her to fall for Jiang Chen, who is almost 10 years younger than her. No, what am I thinking? Tang Luohuan frowned deeply, feeling her heart in turmoil. The root of her turmoil was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. She felt that Jiang Chen seemed to be hiding many secrets. These secrets made her even more curious about Jiang Chen. Chapter 17. Stay calm. You must stay calm. When Jiang Chen got home, he first made himself a cup of hangover tea. Then I lay on the sofa in the living room, turned on the TV, and enjoyed the afternoon. It was past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Chen received a phone call, and Xiao Tai's soft, sweet voice came from the other end. Brother Chen, can you pick me up from school? My car is in the repair shop, and I haven't gotten it back yet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen finally remembered. I asked her out to dinner yesterday and promised to pick her up from school. I completely forgot about this because of the drinking party I had with Shin Xiaolan at noon. Okay, where are you? I'm coming over now. The two agreed to meet at the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics, and she also said that someone had been harassing her recently. Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to it. After chatting for a few minutes, he hung up the phone. Tianjin University of Finance and Economics. This place is famous for having many beautiful women and of high quality. Jiang Chen often passed by this area during his university years. Every summer, the entrance is filled with long, fair-skinned legs. In winter, they wear all kinds of stockings, high heels, and bodycon skirts. Their figures and faces are all 75 points or higher for beauties. Moreover, the beautiful girls at the University of Finance and Economics not only have good looks, but also generally come from good families. So, the unspoken rule at this school is that guys who drive luxury cars with a bottle of Red Bull on the roof are generally not even given a second glance. After all, female students who study finance are often quite proud and arrogant. In addition, some people may have a misunderstanding about this school, thinking that having more girls means it's easier to find a girlfriend. Yes, it's true that there are many girls at this school, but you can only find a girlfriend if you're very rich or handsome. For ordinary-looking poor boys who come here to study, it's not just difficult to find a girlfriend, but even finding a good job is a challenge. After graduation, most of them end up selling insurance. On the road, a dark and imposing Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove smoothly. Jiang Chen began the last lottery draw of the day. System, draw a prize. Ding. Reward, 76% equity stake in Jiangchen Hotel. Congratulations, host, on becoming the largest shareholder of the Jiangchen Hotel. The share certificate has been stored in the system space, and you can retrieve it at any time. Wow! Jiang Chen was completely stunned. He originally thought that, given the system's track record, this last lottery draw today would likely result in a complete loss. And then, this amazing reward came along. Jiangchen Hotel is one of the top 10 five-star hotels in Tianhai. Located in the heart of the Lujiazui Financial and Trade Zone in Pudong New area, adjacent to the famous Oriental Pearl Tower and the International Conference Center, the hotel boasts convenient transportation and an elegant environment. The hotel is 148 meters tall and has 46 floors. Climb up to the top, and you can enjoy a panoramic view of the century-old Bund and both sides of Pudong. This five-star hotel is now worth 3.2 billion. How much is 76% of the shares worth? 2.4 billion. Jiang Chen was also a little excited for a moment. Although he had already obtained supercars, mansions, and 100 million in cash from the system, which could be described as becoming rich overnight, he was still shocked by this astonishing number. Stay calm. Jiang Chen, you're destined to become a top-tier tycoon. Stay calm. You must stay calm. Hey, Xiao Qiao, who were you talking to on the phone just now? You were just laughing like an idiot. Tell my girlfriends, is our department's most beautiful girl in a relationship? No way, really? Xiaoxi has such high standards. How could she have found someone so quickly? At this moment, Xiao Tide was wearing a white silk nightgown. The loose nightgown just covered her hips, revealing her stunning figure. Her long legs beneath the skirt were long and beautiful, and her skin was as white as snow. She has her own house outside, and also has a dormitory at school. After all, girls from wealthy families are just that arrogant. Listening to my roommate's teasing, Xiao Tide, who was putting on makeup, looked shy. Ugh, you guys are always teasing me. Don't you know that Zhao Nan harasses me every day? I don't like him, but he just won't stop, so I found a good friend to help me fend him off. Stop guessing. I'm going to put on makeup. Thinking of Jiang Chen, she couldn't help but smile. The thought of seeing Jiang Chen later made her very excited. Xiao Tide became even more focused on her makeup. The saying, women dress up for those who appreciate them, is absolutely true. If they don't want to talk to you, they won't even bother to put on makeup. But Lu Cece, Xiaoxi's best friend, didn't believe a word Xiao Tide said. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands hugged Xiao Tide from behind. Xiao Tide was momentarily distracted and was suddenly arrested. A wave of panic. Her face flushed, she turned around and glared angrily. Cece, stop fooling around. They'll be here soon, and I'll be late. Lu Cece chuckled. It's incredibly elastic when you need it firmly in your hands. Xiaoxi, have you been secretly drinking papaya milk lately? How come? You're so big now. Get lost. Who told you that eating papaya and milk will make you grow bigger? Those are just folk remedies. I didn't need anything. Upon hearing this, Lu Cece looked puzzled and scratched her head again. Wait a minute. How come you're so well-developed? Lu Cece muttered to herself as she turned to look in the mirror and gestured with her hand. She pouted and let out a soft hum. Xiao Tide, are you feeling the glow of love? No way. You have to take me out to meet some handsome guys later. Otherwise, I'm going to expose your little secret. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tide blushed even more. He looked at Lu Cece's cute little face with a mixture of anger and helplessness. You naughty boy, humph. All right. I'll take you there. My relationship with him is completely innocent. Don't gossip behind my back, or I'll beat you to death. Xiao Tide waved her fist defiantly. Don't worry, I still have principles. Lu Cece chuckled and patted her chest to assure him. At this time, countless luxury cars were gathered at the entrance of Tianhai University of Finance and Economics. Many flashy young men are waiting to pick up girls. Hey bro, nice car, a BMW 7 Series? But yours is a 2019 model, only worth a few $100,000. Trying to pick up a girl at the University of Finance and Economics and spend the night with her might be a bit difficult. Keep it up, bro. Wow, isn't this the new Porsche Panamera? It's better than his 7 Series. You'll probably get it. Bro, give it your all. Holy crap, the island's legendary car? A GTR? That's cool enough, even cooler than his Panamera. But you don't know this. The GTR isn't recognizable enough in the eyes of the girls at the University of Finance and Economics. Come on, look at my Ferrari 488. To pick up girls, I still have to drive a Ferrari with one hand. An average-looking, rich second-generation heir, dressed in fancy clothes, was showing off his bright red Ferrari 488. He was none other than Zhao Nan, the man Xiao Tide had mentioned. His family's Zhao group is worth billions, making him a true second-generation rich kid. Brother Nan is awesome. Brother Nan, have you chosen your target for today? Don't let him compete with us nobody. I'd like to ask young Master Nan if he knows any good ones. If so, please recommend them to me. I'd like to give them a try. Holy crap. Now that you mention it, I'm really interested too. Young Master Nan has a wealth of experience. Could you tell us about it? Yeah, it's all one night anyway. Young Master Nan is a seasoned veteran. Can you recommend a couple of better ones? Zhao Nan was very pleased with these people's flattery and gave a haughty snort. Don't talk nonsense. I'm serious this time. I'm here to pursue my future girlfriend. Remember, her name is Xiao Tide. Jiang Chen had just arrived and was just joining in the fun. Upon hearing this, I was instantly dumbfounded. Xiao Tide, could this, young Master Nan, be the person Xiao Tide mentioned who was harassing her? Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Nan with a strange expression. The rich kids around him started praising Zhao Nan again. Chapter 18. The standards for flirting are getting higher and higher. Zhao Nan is a playboy. He flirts with every woman he meets. Moreover, thanks to his family background, he was able to successfully flirt with almost any girl. He ran into Xiao Tide at a coffee shop last week, and he immediately thought she was stunningly beautiful. But this time, He failed. The other party completely ignored him. This also fueled his boundless desire to conquer. He then found out about Xiao Tide's information. Knowing that she was the most beautiful girl in the finance department of Tianhai University of Finance and Economics, he immediately began to relentlessly pursue her. Today, he made a public declaration at the entrance to prove his determination. Establish a persona of a prodigal son who has turned over a new leaf and is devoted in love. The second-generation rich kids around him all knew what kind of person Zhao Nan was. But he still praised Zhao Nan wildly. Young Master Nan is awesome. We're definitely going to win this time. Yes, it's Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi is the most beautiful girl in the financial management department. But it's rumored that she's very difficult to approach. So you'll have to work hard, young Master Nan. So what if strangers are not allowed in? It just means you haven't met the right person yet. I think young Master Nan and Xiao Tide are a match made in heaven. Yeah, this Ferrari 488 is so cool. I doubt any girl could resist it, right? These flattering words, delivered to Zhao Nan's face, made him feel secretly pleased. Zhao Nan couldn't help but smirk. Oh, not at all. The Ferrari 488 is just SOSO. My brother said he's planning to get a McLaren P1. When he drives the P1 around, I think it'll make a bigger impression. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. Isn't this guy the epitome of a show-off? Still want to harass Xiao Tide? How should we treat him? Thinking this, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly flickered, and a wicked smile flashed across his lips. He then feigned surprise. Wow, a McLaren P1? The one that costs over 10 million? That's incredible. Having a Ferrari 488 is already excessive. If they really bring a McLaren P1, what are we poor guys supposed to do? After Jiang Chen finished speaking, many people echoed his sentiments. Yes, young Master Nan isn't giving us a way out. It's so hard. The standards for flirting are getting higher and higher. Sigh, it's all Nan Xiao's fault for being too ruthless. A Ferrari 488 worth nearly 5 million. Zhao Nan felt like he was floating on air after hearing these words. He glanced at Jiang Chen in the crowd and found him unfamiliar. However, Jiang Chen's words just now pleased him greatly. Zhao Nan looked Jiang Chen up and down, then shook his head helplessly. Brother, you're being too modest. Although I didn't see your car, with your figure and looks, while you might not be as popular as me, picking up girls should be a piece of cake. It's your outfit, TSK. I'm not trying to be mean, but if you're coming to the University of Finance and Economics to pick up girls, how can you do it without buying a custom-made outfit? Look at me. This LV shirt, Hermes belt, and Armani pants, a set that costs over 10,000. Standing here, he's incredibly handsome. It makes flirting twice as effective with half the effort. No offense, but your clothes really are a bit shabby. Zhao Nan shook his head, looking like an old man imparting his experience to his younger brother. Jiang Chen nodded, clearly pleased, and said, Yes, young Master Nan is right. I'll definitely take good care of myself when I get back today. Looks like I'm going to be disliked today. Seeing Jiang Chen's dejected look, Zhao Nan's sense of superiority rekindled, and he waved his hand generously. Hey, it's okay. Once I succeed, I'll introduce you to some external resources, top-notch new tea. The taste will definitely be amazing. Upon hearing this, the people around him immediately lit up and exclaimed in surprise. Young Master Nan is awesome. Young Master Nan will definitely win. This time it's bound to be a success. We're just waiting for young Master Nan to introduce us to some resources. If I can't get the girls from the finance university, having a few new teas isn't so bad. Before Zhao Nan came, he also felt that the success rate was not high. But after being praised by this group of people, Zhao Nan's confidence also grew. He curled his lips into a distinct smile and adjusted his sunglasses in a pretentious manner. Xiao Tide, no matter how noble you are, you still have to bow down to my Ferrari. I've been planning and inquiring for a week, all for the sake of winning you over today. Feeling inflated with pride, Zhao Nan began to ponder how to best show off later. Just then, someone exclaimed in surprise. Wow, look, isn't that Xiao Tide? Wow, it really is Xiao Tide. She's so beautiful. No wonder she's the most beautiful girl in the finance department. Those long legs and that figure are just too hot. I really want to bury my head in her arms. Upon hearing this, Zhao Nan immediately took a closer look. Xiao Tide, wearing ribbon-strap high heels, and with her incredibly long 106 centimeters legs, walked towards this place with a smile. like a fairy descending from heaven, arm in arm with Lu Cece. A radiant smile makes 100 flowers bloom. Everyone around was stunned, their mouths practically watering. Zhao Nen got excited, quickly tightened his tie, then nudged Jiang Chen with his shoulder and whispered a hint. "Hey bro, move over, my future girlfriend Xiao Tide is coming over." "Oh." Jiang Chen suppressed a laugh and moved a few steps to the side. "Xiao Tide is indeed coming, but what does it have to do with you?" Seeing this, Xiao Tide was also puzzled as to why Jiang Chen and Zhao Nen were standing together. It seems they know each other? With doubts in her heart, Lu Cece affectionately linked arms with Xiao Tide beside her. Compared to Xiao Tide's model-like height, Lu Cece appeared somewhat petite. The two of them, standing together, looked like a pair of sisters. A tall goddess, a petite lowly. There were many luxury cars around, but Lu Cece's attention was not on them at the moment. Instead, he was looking around as if searching for someone. "Xiaoxi, where's your little sweetheart?" Lu Cece looked around and then realized that Xiao Tide had already been looking in one direction. Lu Cece quickly focused her gaze. Although she didn't know Jiang Chen, she did know Zhao Nan. Seeing Xiao Tide leading her toward Zhao Nan, Lu Cece panicked and quickly whispered something. "Hey, Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Didn't you ask your best friend for help? That person is Zhao Nan. You're not going to do something stupid, are you?" "Xiao Tide." Lu Cece almost screamed. Xiao Tide immediately rolled her eyes at her. "Don't talk nonsense. I know that's Zhao Nan, but I'm not going to see him." "Huh? Not to find Zhao Nan, then?" Lu Cece muttered to herself, her big eyes darting around Zhao Nan, searching everywhere. Several young men of different appearances and flamboyant attire were standing next to Zhao Nan, looking at them with hostile eyes. Lu Cece simply ignored those gazes. Then his gaze settled on a handsome young man next to Zhao Nan, dressed neatly and cleanly. Jiang Chen. Standing next to Zhao Nan, Jiang Chen stood out from the crowd, exceptional and extraordinary. One word, cool. Jiang Chen's temperament and looks truly caught Lu Cece's eye. "Xiaoxi, you're not talking about that handsome guy, are you?" Xiao Tide didn't even turn around, but nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's him." She didn't think Lu Cece would admit her mistake, because Jiang Chen was so dazzling in the crowd. Xiao Tide didn't think too much about it and waved to Jiang Chen. That gesture was quite something. The group of people in front of Zhao Nan all misunderstood. It instantly exploded. Everyone went crazy. Chapter 19, I fucking became a background character. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Xiao Shi, the most beautiful girl in our department, is smiling at me. Ah Wei is dead. Screw you. Xiao Tide was clearly smiling at me. Get the hell out of here. Xiao Tide, I love you. I'm going crazy. A group of young men, like little girls chasing after celebrities. They went completely crazy in an instant. They all raised their hands and waved at Xiao Tide. Zhao Nan was even more excited than them. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately rebuked them. "All of you shut up. Xiao Tide is waving at me. You bunch of poor bastards think you can compete with me. Can you drive a Ferrari with one hand?" After speaking, Zhao Nan glanced at the composed Jiang Chen. He looked at those people with disdain and lectured them. "See this brother here? He's got some self-awareness." Even though they knew it wasn't him they were looking for, he didn't react at all. "Unlike you guys, a bunch of idiots. I'll declare it again. Xiao Tide is my goddess, Zhao Nan's goddess." As he spoke, Zhao Nan excitedly waved to Xiao Tide. "Xiao Tide, I'm here." Hearing Zhao Nan's words, those people dared not speak out in anger. Who can blame them when their family fortune can't compare to Zhao Nan's? He could only lower his head in frustration. Seeing Zhao Nan so agitated, Xiao Shi frowned, instinctively feeling some resistance and disgust. If Jiang Chen weren't there, she would have loved to stay far away from Zhao Nan. She turned her gaze to Jiang Chen, who was standing with his hands in his pockets, looking at her with a faint smile on his lips. Xiao Tide knew that Jiang Chen was waiting for her, so she quickened her pace, wanting to get to Jiang Chen's side as soon as possible. Xiao Tide was getting closer and closer to them. Zhao Nan saw that the time was right and immediately pressed the key. Beep beep. The trunk of the Ferrari 488 behind me slowly opened. What comes into view is a sea of roses filling the back seat, instantly igniting a romantic atmosphere. The crowd erupted in cheers. Those second-generation rich kids were impressed by Zhao Nan's methods. Many female students in the college were filled with envy when they saw this. Holy crap. A supercar. A sea of roses. Young Master Nan, you've come prepared. Wow. That's so romantic. I can't believe someone can flirt like that. If someone proposed to me like that, I would say yes without hesitation. I suddenly think Zhao Nan is so handsome. Why am I not the one being proposed to? Among the crowd, many girls let out seductive screams, while the boys started to cheer. At this moment, Xiao Tide and Lu Sisi had already walked over. When they were about 5 or 6 steps apart, Zhao Nan immediately picked up a bouquet of roses and went to greet them. Xiao Tide, you've arrived. This is a blue rose I prepared for you. Zhao Nan was all set. All Xiao Tide had to do was accept the roses. He immediately seized the opportunity and gave her a passionate kiss. A kiss sealed their love. It completely ignites the romantic atmosphere. However, the spark of this idea had just ignited in his mind when it was completely extinguished the next moment. Xiao Tide completely ignored him and walked past him. Just passing by. Pass. Excuse me. Please move aside. You're blocking my way. What? I'm in your way. At this moment, Zhao Nan was dumbfounded, his head buzzing. His gaze followed Xiao Tide as she passed by him. Zhao Nan froze on the spot. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Tide walked gracefully and confidently to Jiang Chen. Brother Chen, you're here? Oh, and I brought you a gift. She then took a gift box out of her backpack. With a blush on her face, she presented the items to Jiang Chen with both hands and said softly, I noticed your phone was a bit old, so I bought you a new one. The Huawei Mate 50 Pro Porsche Edition. I wonder if you'd like it. At that moment, the onlookers erupted in chaos. The goddess took the initiative to give the boy a gift. It's the latest model from Huawei, costing over 10,000 yuan. Everyone's values have been completely shattered. Xiao Tide looked down shyly at this moment. This left everyone present completely petrified. Looking at Zhao Nan again, it was now cracked open. How so? This kid kept babbling to me for ages, and it turns out Xiao Tide came to see him? In what way am I inferior to that kid? Zhao Nan was questioning the meaning of life. His eyes were bloodshot with anger. He even had murderous thoughts. All that preparation I did for so long, and I ended up just being a background figure. This is unacceptable. As the crowd grew larger, the focus naturally shifted to the aloof and beautiful Xiao Tide giving Jiang Chen a gift. This scene looks just like a confession. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, gladly accepting the gift Xiao Tide gave him. I really like it. Thank you, Xiaoxi. After saying that, Jiang Chen gave him a quick head pat. Xiao Tide's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head shyly. Jiang Chen, holding the gift, smiled and waved to Zhao Nan. Young Master Nan, thanks. You set the mood really well today. I also received a gift, which made me quite happy. Yeah. Zhao Nan went completely berserk, gritting his teeth and his eyes blazing with fury. He smashed the roses to the ground. So, after failing to win Jiang Chen's affections, she ended up becoming his mood maker. I can't accept this. A heated discussion erupted in the crowd, with all sorts of opinions. This is infuriating. Can't we just kill him? The most beautiful girl in the department actually gave him a gift. Damn it. How can you be so hateful? Haha. Zhao Nan is really pathetic. He prepared so many roses, but he still couldn't compare to someone who came empty-handed. That's right. Is there no justice left in this world? Didn't you guys notice how handsome the guy Xiao Tide confessed to is? Wah, does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? I'm crying. What use is this Porsche to me? I'm so jealous. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Chen forcefully took Xiao Tide's delicate hand, while looking at Lu Sisi. Let's go eat. The two women nodded and left the bustling crowd with Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Zhao Nan was so angry that he was stunned and trembling all over. Damn it. You just wait. Chapter 20 is Lu Sisi, a naive and innocent girl. Jiang Chen held Xiao Tide's hand, while Lu Sisi walked on the other side. Two stunning beauties walked side by side with Jiang Chen, making everyone around them envious. Feeling Jiang Chen's warm and reassuring hand, Xiaoxi's face flushed and her heart pounded. This was the first time she had ever held a boy's hand. She couldn't help feeling a little shy and nervous. Lu Sisi was quite lively and active. She stared at Jiang Chen with curious eyes and tilted her head to ask a question. Hi, handsome. My name is Lu Sisi. You can just call me Sisi. What's your name? Hearing this, Jiang Chen turned his attention to Lu Sisi. She has a petite and delicate figure, and her smile reveals a pair of shallow dimples, which are quite charming. Ribbon-strap high heels paired with a mini skirt exude youthful energy, making her look like an adorable and charming little girl. If Chow Tide, the most beautiful girl in the department, gets 95 points, then Lu Cece gets at least 90 points. My name is Jiang Chen. I'm a few years older than you. You can call me whatever you like. Lu Cece blinked and nodded. Jiang Chen, I heard Xiao Tide call you Brother Chen. How about I call you Brother Chen too? As she spoke, Lu Cece looked at Xiao Tide and deliberately used a tone that sounded rather manipulative. Sigh, I'm just afraid Xiaoxi will get jealous. Sure enough, Xiao Tide glared at him angrily upon hearing this. You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I be jealous? You. If you want to call him that, then call him Brother Chen. Xiao Tide verbally agreed, but her cheeks were already puffed up with anger, making her look very cute. Hee hee, I won't. Lu Cece smiled slyly, her expression hinting at the success of her little scheme. Just call me Brother Chen. Hey Chenji, tell me, how did you and our Xiaoxi meet? Lu Cece looked at Jiang Chen with her innocent-looking eyes. Jiang Chen smiled. Didn't Xiao Tide tell you? No, Xiaoxi won't say anything. She's very secretive. Lu Cece shrugged, looking helpless. Okay, we can talk about it on the way. Let's get in the car first. Jiang Chen took out the key and pressed it. A dark and imposing Rolls-Royce flashed its dazzling headlights in the night. On the front of the car, the Spirit of Ecstasy emblem slowly rises. It exudes sophistication. This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Brother Chen, you actually have a car? Lu Cece thought Jiang Chen had come by taxi, since the rich young men who drove here would show off their cars in front of the car. Or is Jiang Chen's car just average? The result was a Rolls-Royce worth nearly 10 million? I never expected Jiang Chen to be so low-key. Xiao Tide was also somewhat surprised. She was just worrying that if Jiang Chen drove the Pagani supercar from last time, it would be a problem since it's a two-seater, but there are three of them. As a result, a Rolls-Royce solved the problem directly. Jiang Chen gentlemanly opened the back door for the two women. You guys sit in the back, it's more comfortable there. Lu Cece's eyes sparkled, and she climbed onto the back seat like a little rabbit. Then she patted the sofa seat with a look of enjoyment, looking very happy. Xiaoxi, come on up quickly. Lu Cece waved excitedly to Xiao Tide. Xiao Tide? I feel a little embarrassed. What's wrong with me? She looked up at Jiang Chen somewhat embarrassedly. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded at her, and then she got into the car in a more ladylike manner. Jiang Chen closed the door for her. Before Jiang Chen got into the car, Xiao Tide pinched Lu Cece's thigh hard and scolded her in a low voice. Cece, can't you be a little more reserved in front of Brother Chen? You've made me lose face. Ouch, that hurts so much, you stinky Xiao Tide. I'm trying to help you, you know? You idiot. As soon as Jiang Chen got into the car, the two women's conversation came to an abrupt end, as if nothing had happened. A moment later, the Rolls-Royce let out a deep, beast-like roar and sped away amidst a crowd of onlookers. The onlookers immediately started discussing it. Wow, no wonder he's so arrogant. He drives a Rolls-Royce. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He's actually a hidden master. Rolls-Royce is so cool. Suddenly, I don't feel so jealous anymore. I just envy his car, sigh. It's not just the car, they drive a Rolls-Royce, and tonight they might even be driving two cars together. Hearing the conversation, Zhao Nan, who had chased after them, gritted his teeth even more. This great opportunity should have been his. As it turned out, Jiang Chen beat him to it. It's just a beat-up Rolls-Royce, isn't it? You dare steal my woman, Zhao Nan. You'll regret this. Zhao Nan, his face dark, took out his phone and made a call. The call was connected. Zhao Nan immediately put on a mournful face and began to complain. Brother, please help me. Your little brother is being bullied terribly. That's right. That bastard stole my woman. Yes, he only drives a Rolls-Royce, and we don't even know if it's his own. What? Bro, you agreed to help me? Okay, I'll follow them now and see where they're eating. After saying that, Zhao Ning got into the car and immediately chased after Jiang Chen. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Xiao Tide recounted what happened that day to Lu Cece. Wow, the way you met was so romantic. The princess is threatened by a wild beast, but the prince appears and saves the damsel in distress. How romantic. Xiaoxi, I'm suddenly so envious of you. Lu Cece excitedly grabbed Xiao Tide's arm and shook it so hard she almost made her dizzy. Jiang Chen chuckled but didn't speak. Looking at Jiang Chen cautiously through the rearview mirror, Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he didn't seem to care. She then gave a soft, coquettish hum. You brat, can't you just stay still, can you? How will you find a boyfriend if you're always so easily startled? Lu Cece sat back in her seat and pouted. Humph, it's good that I can't find a boyfriend. I'll just have my brother Chen take care of me. Brother Chen, will you take care of me? I can cook and do laundry. As she spoke, Lu Cece reached out from the back seat, intending to touch Jiang Chen's face. Xiao Tide was startled and immediately pulled her back, saying angrily, Cece. Xiao Tide's face turned red with anger. Okay, just kidding. Look how anxious you are. Fine, I won't fight you for Brother Chen, okay? By the way, where should we go for dinner? Lu Cece quickly changed the subject. When it came to food, Xiao Tide finally realized, Brother Chen, you've helped me so much, I'll treat you. Jiang Chen chuckled and said frankly, I made an extra 90,000 yuan last time, so it's my treat again today. Let's go to the Jiangshan Hotel. It should be pretty good. Upon hearing this, Lu Cece's eyes immediately lit up. Wow, the Jiangshan Grand Hotel. A 5-star hotel. Are there Michelin-starred chefs there? I want to go. I want to go. Xiao Tide sighed helplessly. Sigh. When are you ever going to change your naive and innocent personality? I'm so done with you. Jiang Chen, who was driving, smiled slightly upon hearing this. He looked at the two women behind him through the rearview mirror. Naive and innocent? Are you sure Lu Cece is a naive and innocent girl? Why do I feel that she is more dangerous? Will something bad happen in Chapter 21? Outside the Jiangshan Hotel. From a distance, Zhao Nan watched as Jiang Chen got out of the car with two girls and went into the hotel. He immediately called his older brother, Zhao Dongi. There's a story behind Zhao Nan's name. When his father registered Zhao Nan's household registration, he actually filled in Zhao Nanhua. But due to a staff member's mistake, the character Bo was omitted. Later, he became Zhao Nan. Brother, guess what? They came to the Jiangshan Grand Hotel. Hurry up and come over here. Now we can stop him. Unlike Zhao Nan, his brother Zhao Dongi is very shrewd and calculating. He is currently the second in command of the Zhao Group and has begun to manage the family business. His performance is excellent, and he is the Zhao family's heir apparent. He noticed that Zhao Nan was neglecting his duties all day. He didn't care. On the contrary, he would be happier if Zhao Nan didn't handle company affairs. That's why he'd stand up for Zhao Nan whenever he caused trouble or acted recklessly outside. After all, it feels really good to suppress others. Even if something goes wrong, he can always shift the blame onto his younger brother. Zhao Dongi received a call from Zhao Nan as soon as he got off work. What? The Purple Mountain Hotel. Great. As long as he's there, I can find him. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Upon hearing that they were going to the Jiangshan Hotel, a cold smile crept onto Zhao Dongi's lips. You choose the path to hell when there's no way out. The Zhao Group's electronic equipment supply business has long had a cooperative relationship with the Jiangshan Hotel. Furthermore, the Zhao Group also undertakes multiple tasks such as equipment upgrades and maintenance every year. It can be said that Jiangshan Hotel is the financial backer of the Zhao Group. He makes a considerable profit from the Jiangshan Hotel every year. If I just say the word and find someone, I'm sure the Jiangshan Hotel will give me the time of day, right? With those thoughts in mind, Zhao Dongi drove his Porsche. You bullied my brother? Did you steal my brother's girlfriend? They didn't even ask me, Zhao Dongi, if I agreed. After thinking for a moment, he made a phone call while driving. Soon, Zhao Dongi met up with his younger brother Zhao Nan in front of the Jiangshan Hotel. Many cars were parked in the parking space. A row of Rolls-Royces stood out conspicuously. These were the official vehicles used by the Jiangshan Hotel to receive VIPs. Zhao Nan, are you sure this is the car? Zhao Dongi pointed to one of the cars and confirmed it again and again. Zhao Nan nodded repeatedly. A hint of uncertainty flickered in his eyes, but he still said definitively, That's right, it's this one. It was a bit dark then, and I remember it turning into this area. It must be this one. But isn't this a Rolls-Royce Ghost? Just the hotel shuttle van, that's it? That's right. The one he's pointing to now is one of the Rolls-Royce Ghosts in the hotel's fleet of vehicles used to pick up VIPs. They didn't even notice that Jiang Chen's car was parked on the other side. Because it was already late, and Zhao Nan was following from a distance. With a large fountain and flower beds in the center, he couldn't see which parking space Jiang Chen had parked in at all. Furthermore, the Cullinan, Ghost, and Phantom are almost indistinguishable from each other from a distance, making them even more difficult to differentiate. Seeing how determined her younger brother was, Zhao Dongyi sneered and looked at the man beside him. Captain Liu, this time it's definitely correct. I originally thought he was a rich second-generation heir who drives a Rolls-Royce. If that's the case, it might take some effort. Now it seems that he was just a VIP guest staying at a hotel, and he was probably from out of town. As he spoke, Zhao Dongyi sneered. Heh, even a mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake. He's an outsider who came to Tianhai, so he'll be suppressed by me, Zhao Dongyi, won't he? Lu Yaowu remained silent for a moment. Seeing Zhao Dongyi's confident demeanor, she wanted to refuse but couldn't bring herself to say it. So he looked at Zhao Nan again. Young Master Nan, are you sure it's correct? I must tell you, I've taken on a huge responsibility by helping you find that person. If anything goes wrong, I'm afraid I'll be finished. Upon hearing this, Zhao Nan nodded repeatedly. Upon seeing this, Zhao Dongyi immediately handed over a card. Team Leader Liu. 20,000 in the card, password is 6 sixes. Captain Liu, take it for a chat. Upon receiving the card, Lu Yaowu's eyes lit up. That's 20,000 yuan, a month's salary. He'd take that risk for it. Moreover, Zhao Dongyi is also one of the hotel's partners, so there shouldn't be any problems. Lu Yaowu accepted the card and nodded. Come on, come inside with me. Keep a low profile. I'll leave once I find it. You can handle it yourselves. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Zhao Dongyi exuded an air of arrogant confidence. Soon, the group entered the hotel. First, we entered the monitoring room and started looking for surveillance videos according to the time period given by Zhao Nan. Found them. It's them. Zhao Nan pointed. Lu Yaowu nodded and took a look. The private room they went to, I think it was the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion on the 6th floor. Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion? They're really something else. Let's go up there. Zhao Nan couldn't wait any longer. Zhao Dongyi nodded and then thanked Lu Yaowu. Thank you, Captain Liu. You've gone to so much trouble. We're off now. Lu Yaowu finally breathed a sigh of relief after watching the Zhao brothers leave and muttered to himself as he looked at the card in his hand. I hope nothing will happen. Chapter 22. Oh, we meet again. Zijinshan Hotel, 6th floor. Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. I'm so full, thank you, Chenji. Lu Cece lay leisurely on the chair, gently stroking her round little belly. After the meal, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. Lu Cece was petite, but he didn't expect her to have such a big appetite. She was definitely a little foodie. Looking at Xiao Tide again, she had a satisfied expression on her face. At first she was a little reserved, but as the dishes were served one after another, she couldn't resist the temptation and started eating without restraint. I'm so full today. Looks like I'll have to start dieting when I get back. Hearing Xiao Tide mutter something, Jiang Chen smiled. Losing weight. Why would I need to lose weight? Your figure is perfect. I like girls with curves. Of course, what men mean by curvy is not being fat, but rather looking slim in clothes but having curves underneath, with the right amount of curves in the right places. Lu Cece, looking on with amusement, teased Xiao Tide with a smile. Hey, did you hear that? Brother Chen likes girls who are a bit chubby, soft to the touch. Don't go on a diet, okay? Otherwise, if you lose all the soft parts, Brother Chen won't like you anymore. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tide almost hid under the table in embarrassment. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and said coquettishly, what does it matter to me whether you like me or not? After she finished speaking, she cautiously stole a glance at Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang Chen looked indifferent, he quickly added another sentence. I was just saying it. I really want to maintain my figure. That way I can eat more delicious food. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. Xiao Shi, I find you quite cute. Upon being praised, Xiao Tide blushed and lowered her head. Lu Cece blinked her big eyes and asked as well. What about me? Aren't I cute? Jiang Chen smiled and said, you're cute too. You can't gain weight no matter how much you eat, right? Lu Cece covered her mouth in surprise. Wow, Xiaoxi, did you see that? Brother Chen flirted with me right in front of you, and he actually said I can't gain weight. He definitely has ulterior motives towards me. No, I have to carry pepper spray with me tomorrow. Jiang Chen was both amused and exasperated. Hey there, are you trying to force me to show you around my presidential suite? Then let her try the 18-centimeter long goldfish. Everyone was joking and chatting happily. Suddenly, the door to the private room was pushed open. An uninvited guest has arrived. Zhao Dongyi, accompanied by Zhao Nan, burst in with a bang. Oh, what a coincidence, we meet again. Isn't this the guy who tried to steal my crush from me at the school gate just now? Zhao Nan stood with his hands on his hips, looking incredibly proud of himself. After all, he now has his brother backing him up. In Tianhai, there are few he's afraid of. Upon seeing the person who arrived, Jiang Chen was not in a good mood. I was having a life discussion with two girls, and then you walked in? However, Jiang Chen was amused, not expecting this guy to be so persistent. They even followed us to the hotel. Oh ho, who do we have here? It's young Master Nan from the school gate. His name is Nan something again. Oh right. I also have to thank young Master Nan for teaching me how to flirt with girls. It's a pity I didn't even have a chance to use it before I got the girl. What a pity. Zhao Nan had just entered the room and made a couple of boastful remarks before he could even utter any harsh words. Jiang Chen immediately retorted and started mocking her. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Jiang Chen continued, "But, young Master Nan, are you here for a meal? Sorry, I've finished eating here. There are still some leftovers. If young Master Nan doesn't mind, take it to go." The moment Xiao Tide and Lu Cixi saw Zhao Nan, their expressions turned sour. They knew that Zhao Nan must have come for Xiao Tide. Xiao Tide looked at Jiang Chen with some apology. I never expected Zhao Nan to be so persistent and relentless. Just as the two girls were about to step forward to speak up for Jiang Chen, they were amused by what Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen's words were really harsh. Every sentence hit home. They must have clashed a lot in Zon, a popular online community for ganking. Uffed, brother Chen, you're so mean, making someone pack up leftovers. However, these leftovers are also very expensive. Lu Cixi added insult to injury, revealing that she had no good feelings towards Zhao Nan. Xiao Tide frowned slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of disgust, and questioned, Zhao Nan, I have already clearly rejected you. Why are you still bothering us? Seeing the two girls speaking up for Jiang Chen, Zhao Nan was furious again. But he now has something on Jiang Chen that he can use against him. So he wasn't worried at all. Zhao Nanping calmed himself down, stared at Jiang Chen with his hawk-like eyes, and sneered. Kid, what are you trying to scare us about? Does he really think he's some big shot? I saw through your little trick a long time ago, using the Rolls-Royce at the Jiangchen Hotel as your luxury car to pick up girls. You're pretty good, kid. Zhao Nan's words left Jiang Chen completely dumbfounded. My car isn't mine. How did this guy come to this conclusion? The little shark has stopped thinking. JPG. The two girls also looked puzzled. Zhao Nan thought the girls had suddenly realized something, so he turned his gaze to his brother. Upon receiving the signal, Zhao Dongyi quickly echoed. That's right. This kid's Rolls-Royce is the car used by the Jiangchen Hotel to pick up VIPs. Not to mention him, anyone who stays at the hotel can enjoy Rolls-Royce pickup and drop-off service as long as they get a card and deposit 100,000 yuan. This kid used hotel money and drove the hotel car to scam you. Now you should realize you've been fooled, right? This is what Zhao Nan calls handle. Although he couldn't cause trouble at the Jiangchen Hotel, he could expose Jiang Chen's conspiracy. In addition, there's the cooperative relationship between my company and this place. At that time, a single phone call to security captain Lu Yaowu will allow them to throw Jiang Chen out. The brothers are trying to figure out a way to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Then the two women will fall for him because of his actions. This was a flawless maneuver. Perfect. To tell you the truth, I am Zhao Dongyi, the general manager of the Zhao Group. I would never lie to you. Zhao Dongyi then introduced himself and showed off in front of the two women. He originally thought there was only one girl, but now there are two. So naturally, he wants a share. Yes, my brother is right. Xiao Tide, Cixi, you've both been fooled. This kid is not a rich man at all. Our Zhao family is worth billions. Want any luxury car? It's just a matter of my brother saying the word. How about it? Come with me. I'll take you for a drive. As for this kid, he actually used the hotel's Rolls-Royce to seduce girls. I'll call security to kick them out right now. As Zhao Nan spoke, he gave Zhao Dongyi a meaningful look. Tell him to call Lu Yaowu. The two girls didn't know whether to smile wryly or not. I never imagined Zhao Nan would be so mentally challenged. So what if Jiang Chen is penniless? Xiao Tide isn't after Jiang Chen's money. Her own family is wealthy. It's a fact that she doesn't like Zhao Nan, and this won't change because of this. In other words, even without Jiang Chen, there's no way she would get into Zhao Nan's car. Besides, Jiang Chen's Pagani Huayra is the only one of its kind in the entire country. You think this is a hotel shuttle vehicle? That's hilarious. Seeing that Zhao Nan was about to call security, Jiang Chen remained calm and composed. He had just been wondering why Zhao Nan was able to find him so accurately. It now appears that they were in cahoots with the people in the hotel. This is interesting. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Okay, if you want to call security, then call them." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongyi sneered and said viciously, "You've got guts, kid. I'm calling security right now. You just wait." Chapter 23: The Trap, just waiting for you to fall into it. At the same time, in a very high-class private room at the Jiangchen Hotel. "Gentlemen, now that we're on my turf, I, Zhang Jiaoyang, would like to offer you a toast. Wishing everyone booming business." Zhang Jiaoyang raised his glass and toasted the dozen or so bigwigs present. Among these people, each one is a figure of great importance. Among them, the one with the highest status was the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat, who exuded an aura of authority without anger. He stood up straight and radiated an aura of majesty and coldness. Even if Zhang Jiaoyang is the general manager of Zijin Hotel, you still have to be respectful in front of him. This man's name is Mu Jingxiong. He is the CEO of Golden Shield Security. Golden Shield Security is a top-tier security group in China, holding a superior position. The security personnel under its command are all top-notch elites, equipped with armed forces, and each member is a special forces soldier. Their business spans the globe, and every wealthy person aspires to receive the protection of Golden Shield Security. But the difficulty is, Golden Shield Security has an official background and extremely stringent requirements. Ordinary wealthy people simply don't have the qualifications to hire them. They must go through layers of screening and assessment. The injection of security forces was only approved after official consent was obtained. That's right, you're a customer, and you need to be evaluated too. Golden Shield Security is just that awesome. Although Mu Jingxiong is not the boss, as the president and chief instructor, he is a figure second only to the boss in Golden Shield Security. At this moment, Mu Jingxiong looked at Zhang Jiaoyang with a smile. "Xiao Zhang, don't be shy, sit down and have a drink with us, we're all friends." Zhang Jiaoyang wiped his sweat and laughed. "I would not dare to be presumptuous in front of Brother Mu." Zhang Jiaoyang appeared somewhat awe-inspiring. Mu Jingxiong shook his head helplessly. At that moment, a female secretary dressed in an office lady's uniform came to Zhang Jiaoyang's ear. "Mr. Zhang, it seems that Mr. Jiang, the major shareholder, has visited our hotel. Would you like to go and confirm?" "What?" Zhang Jiaoyang woke up instantly. "This matter is more important than anything else right now. Gentlemen, I have some matters to attend to and I must leave for a while." He looked around, then looked at Mu Jingxiong, nodded to him, and immediately left. Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. Zhao Dongyi had finished making the call and looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile. "Kid, I don't want to make a big deal out of this either. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Admit your mistake to my brother right now, apologize, and promise to stay away from those two girls, and I can let bygones be bygones. How about it? If you wait for my men to arrive, you're in for a world of trouble." As he spoke, Zhao Dongyi looked at Jiang Chen, awaiting his reply. Who knew? Jiang Chen smiled, took a chair, sat down, and looked up to speak calmly. "You want me to admit my mistake? Do you even deserve it?" His voice was casual, but clear enough for everyone in the private room to hear clearly. Extremely insulting. Zhao Dongyi was so angry that he trembled all over. "Fine. I see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. In a minute, I'm going to have security throw you out of here." As he finished speaking, a series of footsteps approached. Everyone looked over at the sound. Then, Zhang Jiaoyang, accompanied by a secretary, hurriedly walked in. Zhao Dongyi's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Jiaoyang. He had dealt with Zhang Jiaoyang quite often, so he naturally recognized him. Zhang Jiaoyang's personal visit here this time must be because he knew I was here, so he came to pay a visit. Zhao Dongyi was overjoyed and immediately reached out to greet him. "Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to come and greet me personally. You're too kind." But the next moment, his movements froze on the spot. Zhang Jiaoyang brushed past him as if he hadn't seen him at all. He walked towards the other person inside the private room. "Jiang Chen, Zhang Jiaoyang bowed slightly, warmly grasped Jiang Chen's hand, and looked very respectful. President Jiang, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I would have had someone greet you at the door. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Zhao Dongyi turned around as if a machine had jammed, his face full of disbelief. What did he just hear? Zhang Jiaoyang of Zijin Hotel actually called Jiang Chen, General Manager Jiang. Should we go to the door to greet him? Just who is Jiang Chen? Zhao Nan was equally stunned and dared not say a word. Jiang Chen shook hands casually with Zhang Jiaoyang and said with a smile, "Well, we're just here for a meal. No need to make a fuss." Haha, President Jiang certainly has a refined taste. Zhang Jiaoyang laughed heartily before realizing the situation inside the private room. Huh? Mr. Zhao? What are you doing here? Zhang Jiaoyang's expression instantly turned strange. Zhao Dongyi then came to his senses. Wait, Mr. Zhang. Why are you calling this swindler Mr. Jiang? Isn't he just an out-of-towner who drives your hotel's shuttle car around picking up girls and swindling them out of money and sex? Scamming for money and sex? Zhang Jiaoyang was stunned when he heard this and looked at Jiang Chen again. He recognized the face. He had seen the information on the new shareholder, Jiang Chen. The photo inside shows this face. He remembers it clearly and would never mistake it. So, it must be Zhao Dongyi who is slandering Mr. Jiang. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiaoyang's face instantly darkened. Zhao Dongyi, I advise you to watch your words. Mr. Jiang is the owner of our hotel. How could he possibly cheat us out of money or sex? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongyi's mind went blank. He stood there, completely stunned. Jiang Chen. It turns out to be the owner of the Zijin Hotel? How so? Zijin Hotel is the Zhao family's biggest financial backer. If they offend Jiang Chen, the Zhao family will suffer devastating losses. Zhao Nan, what exactly is going on? Zhao Dongyi questioned Zhao Nan, as if he had lost his soul. I don't know. Zhao Nan's lips turned white and his voice trembled. He felt that he had made a terrible mistake. At this moment, Jiang Chen strolled over leisurely and sneered. Didn't you just say you were going to call security to kick me out of here? What? Not saying anything now. Zhao Dongyi and Zhao Nan remained silent, their faces flushed, not daring to utter a sound. Zhang Jiaoyang was so angry he laughed. You come to someone else's hotel, and then you want to kick the owner out? Only an idiot would do something like that. Mr. Jiang, what do you think we should do now? Should we have someone kick them out? Zhang Jiaoyang asked cautiously. No rush, let's not alert them. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly. I suspect our security here has leaked client privacy. If you call for backup now, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Zhang Jiaoyang was startled. Jiang Chen had actually pinpointed the problems their hotel was facing. The hotel did indeed experience a privacy breach involving its guests, which is why he started contacting Golden Shield Security. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen discovered this problem on his very first day. This Mr. Jiang is definitely not simple. Sure enough, less than 10 seconds after Jiang Chen finished speaking, Lu Yaowu has arrived. The show is about to begin. He slammed the door open with a bang, exuding an imposing aura, and then roared. How dare you act like a hooligan here? Brothers, arrest him. Take him out. Beat him. Holy crap. With a wave of his hand, two subordinates were about to go inside. As a result, Lu Yaowu witnessed a bizarre scene. Zhao Dongyi and Zhao Nan stood aside silently, like children who had made a mistake. Jiang Chen and Zhang Jiaoyang stared at him like ferocious beasts. At this moment, Lu Yaowu felt as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. I was completely dumbfounded. What exactly is going on? Chapter 24. You're overestimating yourself, aren't you? Seeing this scene, Lu Yaowu was completely dumbfounded. He didn't recognize Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that General Manager Zhang Jiaoyang would also be here. He immediately realized something was wrong. Mr. Zhang. Lu Yaowu looked panicked and nervously at Zhang Jiaoyang. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Jiaoyang had already walked over and slapped him hard across the face. Snap! Captain Lu, how dare you? Zhang Jiaoyang glared fiercely at Lu Yaowu. Lu Yaowu covered his burning face, looking completely wronged, and said, President Zhang, I've been framed. I don't know anything. Innocent. If you hadn't leaked President Zhang's information, how would Zhao Dongyi and the others have found this place? Zhang Jiaoyang questioned. It was Zhao Dongyi who forced me. Yes, it was all his fault. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yaowu immediately shifted the blame to Zhao Dongyi. Zhao Dongyi was not having it and immediately retorted, "Captain Lu, don't make false accusations. You don't even know your own hotel owner, yet you accuse me of forcing you. You watched the surveillance footage with me, and you even accepted a 20,000 yuan bribe from me. Captain Lu, you're so disloyal." Upon hearing this, Lu Yaowu's heart sank. Only then did he realize that the young man in front of him was actually the hotel's new owner. And myself. The boss's information was leaked. My career is probably over. And all of this is Zhao Dongyi's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have given myself away. Thinking of this, Lu Yaowu instantly went berserk and rushed towards Zhao Dongyi. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the death." The situation developed rapidly, catching everyone off guard. Lu Yaowu and Zhao Dongyi instantly started fighting. Both sides were evenly matched, and the scene was chaotic and extremely intense. But the fight didn't last long before the two were separated. Lu Yaowu's face was bruised, and he looked at Jiang Chen and Zhang Jiaoyang with a mournful expression. President Zhang, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaoyang sneered. "This shouldn't be the first time, right? I've received several complaints from customers saying that someone has leaked user information. I've been investigating the mole for days, and I never expected it to be you. Lu Yaowu, you're fired." Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with how Zhang Jiaoyang was handled and said calmly, "Well, Xiao Zhang, also terminate the cooperation with the Zhao Group. Our hotel doesn't need this kind of garbage supplier." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Zhang Jiaoyang nodded. The hotel had the right to unilaterally terminate the cooperation agreement with the Zhao Group. Zhao Dongyi had anticipated this outcome, but he knew that going forward now would only add fuel to the fire and wouldn't help the situation. A better approach was to wait until things calmed down before apologizing to the other party. Perhaps then there would be a glimmer of hope. But Lu Yaowu was unwilling to be dismissed just like that. He looked at Zhang Jiaoyang and Jiang Chen in a panic. President Zhang, please give me another chance. Once I leave, there won't be a suitable person to manage the hotel's security. I'm a retired Special Forces soldier. You won't find anyone more suitable than me in a short time. I know we haven't finalized the deal with Golden Shield Security yet, but the hotel needs me right now. Please give me another chance." Threaten? Jiang Chen hates threats the most. Considering the overall situation, Zhang Jiaoyang hesitated somewhat. At that moment, a notification sound rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has helped eliminate a major problem in their hotel, activating a hidden event. Reward: 62% of Golden Shield Security Company shares. The formalities have been completed, and the handover is ready at any time. Jiang Chen smiled upon seeing this hidden reward. "I'm sorry, I've already found the right person. So, you can get out now." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. They never expected Jiang Chen to be so tough. Especially Zhang Jiaoyang. Zhang Jiaoyang hesitated not because of his deep relationship with Lu Yaowu, but mainly because Lu Yaowu said that the hotel had not found a suitable professional security team. Finding a security company on short notice would take at least a few days. Of course, if Lu Yaowu leaves now, the entire team will definitely have to be replaced. Then the hotel would be in a state of semi-paralysis, although it wouldn't have a fatal impact on the hotel. However, even such a large hotel can encounter problems. Zhang Jiaoyang leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered, "President Jiang, although Lu Yaowu's words were threatening, that is indeed the current situation. Actually, I have been negotiating with Golden Shield Security for the past few days, but so far, Golden Shield Security's response has been that there is no suitable team to be assigned to our Zaijinshan hotel. If Lu Yaowu leaves." Lu Yaowu also heard Zhang Jiaoyang's words. He felt a little smug, but he didn't act too arrogantly. He did make a threat just now, but now he knows when to stop. President Zhang is right. The hotel really needs me now. How about this? You can see me redeem myself through good deeds, and if it's not suitable, we can replace me. I will definitely purge the team thoroughly and will never let something like this happen again. But if I leave, the hotel's security will be paralyzed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen sneered and interrupted him directly. Paralysis? You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Lu Yaowu, to be honest, if I hadn't seen some of your underhanded tactics, I wouldn't have pursued them further. Even regarding today's matter, if you sincerely admit your mistake, I might give you a chance. However, you made a fatal mistake. Do you know what it is? Jiang Chen exuded a powerful aura. Even Zhang Jiaoyang, who was used to seeing the world, felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yaowu felt the hairs on his body stand on end. President Jiang. Seeing him stammer, Jiang Chen said coldly, Jiang Chen, hate threats the most. So you can get out now. Boom. Another bolt from the blue struck Lu Yaowu's head, leaving him feeling utterly hopeless, as if sentenced to death. Unexpectedly, it was my own cleverness that led to my dismissal, but he was not willing to give up. President Jiang, what will happen to the hotel's security if I leave? Aren't you going to consider your hotel and let me stay a few more days? Jiang Chen shook his head and sneered. Just then, his phone rang. Jiang Chen answered the phone. His eyes lit up, and after saying a few words, he hung up. Then he looked at Lu Yaowu with a half-smile. A hotel? In that case, I'll make sure you leave knowing why. You said Golden Shield Security is very powerful? All right, since you all highly recommend this security company, I'll just let the people from Golden Shield Security take over the hotel security. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, Lu Yaowu was completely dumbfounded. That's a security force that requires official backing to operate. How could a mere Jianshan hotel be able to hire a team from Golden Shield Security? President Jiang, you must be joking. Zhang Jiaoyang's lips twitched. You probably don't know, but Golden Shield Security's vetting process is extremely rigorous. Our hotel doesn't currently meet that standard. I previously spoke with the president of Golden Shield Security. He was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Brother Zhang, I was just joking with you earlier. Now I'm officially telling you that starting tomorrow, our Jianshan Hotel will be under the management of Golden Shield Security. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. An elderly man, exuding an air of authority without being angry, strode in with a swagger and a simple, honest smile. The newcomer was none other than Mu Jingxiong, the chief instructor of Golden Shield Security. The entire audience was stunned once again. Chapter 25. What exactly is Mr. Zhang's background? Brother Mu, you agree. Zhang Jiaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Mu Jingxiong walked straight up to Jiang Chen, bowed slightly, and spoke with utmost respect. President Jiang, I'm sorry I'm late. Zhang Jiaoyang was filled with surprise and doubt. Mu Jingxiong explained with a smile. I just received the news myself. From now on, we're colleagues, so we should help each other out. As he spoke, he put his arm around Zhang Jiaoyang's shoulder, his attitude extremely friendly. Zhang Jiaoyang was flattered and still a little stunned. Mu Jingxiong is a big shot with official connections, yet he's all arm in arm with him, calling him brother. What on earth is going on? Mr. Jiang, did you buy Golden Shield Security again? Jiang Chen smiled faintly and nodded, tacitly agreeing. Zhang Jiaoyang almost knelt down in disbelief. What kind of terrifying monster is my boss? Glug. The entire place was so quiet you could hear people swallowing. The Zhao brothers, who were already in despair, were struck by this news as if by a thunderbolt. Despair doubled. If Purple Mountain represents wealth, therefore, Golden Shield Security represents the highest level of connections. The forces behind Jiang Chen are definitely not something they can afford to offend. Zhao Dongyi was terrified and trembled with anger. He glared at Zhao Nan beside him and swung his fist at him. You fucking bastard. You dare mess with such a big shot. I'll fucking kill you. Zhao Dongyi instantly attacked Zhao Nan, punching and kicking him. They showed absolutely no regard for brotherhood. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Clear the area, it's too noisy. Zhang Jiaoyang and Mu Jingxiong exchanged a glance, their lips twitching. He waved directly at the two security guards. And so, the Zhao brothers and Lu Yaowu, their faces filled with despair but offering no resistance, were dragged out. General Manager Jiang. Mu Jingxiong looked at Jiang Chen. You may all leave now. We can talk about it tomorrow. Jiang Chen simply sent them all away. A moment later, the private room returned to calm, leaving only Jiang Chen and the two girls. Xiao Tide and Lu Sisi were completely dumbfounded, blinking their eyes as they stared at Jiang Chen. Hey, wake up, what are you looking at? The two girls snapped out of their daze and looked at Jiang Chen with a mixture of awe and curiosity. They were so nervous they didn't dare to speak, not even daring to breathe. Brother Chen, who exactly are you? You're amazing. Lu Cici's eyes were full of stars, brimming with admiration. Xiao Tide also stared intently at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with even deeper affection. Jiang Chen looked so handsome tonight. Hotel rooftop. General manager's office. At this moment, Mu Jingxiong had no intention of going back to drink, so he simply went upstairs with Zhang Jiaoyang, and the two sat facing each other on the sofa. Zhang Jiaoyang was less reserved, while Mu Jingxiong was more serious. Hesitating for a moment, Mu Jingxiong looked at Zhang Jiaoyang and said, "Brother Zhang, what do you know about Mr. Jiang?" To be honest, before this, I never imagined that Golden Shield Security would change its major shareholder, and that the situation would be so urgent, especially since Mr. Jiang is so young. You know, the previous major shareholder was someone with official connections. From what you're saying, your Zijin Hotel was also recently acquired by Mr. Jiang. Mu Jingxiong could not suppress his inner doubts. Over the course of the meal, a whole host of questions were asked. He was just so curious. Zhang Jiaoyang also gave a bitter smile. "Brother Mu, I'm about the same as you. I don't know anything about Mr. Jiang's background. I just met him a little earlier than you. Moreover, Mr. Jiang acquired the hotel today, not just in the last few days." After Zhang Jiaoyang finished speaking, Mu Jingxiong could no longer remain calm. Two behemoths were successfully acquired in a single day. He is very likely playing a grand game. Mr. Jiang is no ordinary person. Thinking of this, Mu Jingxiong suddenly stood up. "No, I need to go back to the company." Zhang Jiaoyang asked in confusion. "It's so late. Why are you going back to the company?" Mu Jingxiong took a deep breath. "I need to send a notification to the company's senior management overnight to tell them about this." After saying that, he turned and left. Zhang Jiaoyang was completely bewildered, then quickly followed. On the other side, after Jiang Chen escorted the two girls home, he returned to his villa. After taking a shower, he lay comfortably on the bed playing on his phone. At that moment, his phone received a message. "Xiao Tide. Brother Chen, I had a lot of fun tonight. It's just that Cici was a bit too noisy, I'm sorry. /playful. Xiao Tide. Let's not bring Cici next time, okay?" Jiang Chen thought about it and realized that Lu Cici was indeed a bit of a hindrance. Otherwise, if they spend time alone together after watching the movie tonight, they might be able to deepen their relationship. Jiang Chen also wanted to experience the softness that Xiao Tide couldn't hold in one hand. Jiang Chen. "Okay, next time it'll just be the two of us." Xiao Tide immediately replied. "Okay, then it's a date, /blushing. Jiang Chen closed the chat window as soon as they finished talking. Unexpectedly, Lu Cici sent him another message. "Lu Cici. Brother Chen, thank you for the treat tonight. How about I treat you to dinner next time?" Jiang Chen smiled upon seeing this message. "Sigh. Really? I once whipped a famous horse while drunk. How I fear that too much affection will burden a beautiful woman. These twin sisters, wow. Fortunately, I have a perfect physique now, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to handle it." However, Jiang Chen wasn't that stupid. He was still somewhat wary of Lu Cici. After all, this girl was quirky and unpredictable, and Jiang Chen couldn't quite figure her out. They might be trying to trick me. Jiang Chen decided to brush it off for now and talk to Xiao Tide about it later. The next day, Jiang Chen got up, brushed his teeth, and finished washing up. "Get ready, get your poses in, and get ready for today's lucky draw. After all, my lucky draw yesterday was just too good to pass up. I wonder what good things I'll win in today's raffle." Jiang Chen murmured to himself, feeling somewhat excited. "Open the system. Ding. You have one chance to draw a prize today. Would you like to draw a prize now?" "Huh? Only once." Jiang Chen frowned slightly, but when it comes to lotteries, it's not about how many times you participate. The key lies in refinement. Who knows, the reward I'll get today might be even better than before. System, draw a prize. The lucky draw wheel has started spinning rapidly. The next moment, a golden light flashed out. Ding. Reward. Chapter 26. You are the legendary Mr. Jiang? Ding. Reward. 300 apartments in Jinxiu Huaqing residential community. The property ownership certificate has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved by the host at any time. Receive. The two cardboard boxes landed in front of him with a bang. Jiang Chen was almost startled. Then I used the key to cut open the cardboard box and opened it. It was filled with bright red property ownership certificates. Despite being mentally prepared, Jiang Chen was still somewhat shocked to see the two boxes of property certificates. He flipped through the property ownership certificates one by one, and the names on them were all the same. Jiang Chen. And the address is none other than splendid Flower City. A full 300 books. Jinshu Huaqing? 300 units? That's almost a whole residential complex. Jiang Chen has been in Tianhai for so long. Of course he knows about Jinshu Huaqing. Jinshu Huaqing is a newly built residential community located in Pudong District. It boasts convenient transportation, a good school district, and well-developed surrounding facilities. Therefore, the housing prices are naturally not low, around 60,000 to 80,000 yuan per square meter. So, when you calculate it this way, another few billion came in. Jiang Chen was somewhat excited. How far is it from an ordinary person to a billionaire? One lottery draw. Now that he had so many houses, Jiang Chen needed to consider how to deal with them. Selling it would obviously be the stupidest thing to do. The property prices in Tianhai are skyrocketing right now. Selling them directly would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Besides, Jiang Chen is not short of money. The best solution is to rent it out temporarily. Looks like I'll have to go over there. I've got nothing else to do today anyway. Jiang Chen carried the 2 cardboard boxes into the car and drove to Jinshu Huaqing. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce was parked in front of the residential complex's property management office, its dark and imposing presence drawing attention like a thug in a suit. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and entered. A pretty property management staff member quickly came to greet him. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Their attitude was extremely polite. Please, there are such big luxury cars parked outside the gate. Definitely a rich second generation. Maybe they're here to buy a house. Bang. Jiang Chen placed the box he was carrying on the table. Hello. I'm looking to rent a room. So it was a rented apartment. The property management staff looked somewhat disappointed. The commission for renting a house is much lower than that for buying a house. But basic professional ethics kept her smiling. No problem. What specific requirements do you have for the house? Jiang Chen sat in the chair and shook his head, saying, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not a tenant. And you are? The property management staff were somewhat puzzled. Jiang Chen pushed the box in front of her. I am the landlord. The property staff were taken aback, then reached out and opened the box. A whole box of marriage certificates. She took out a book and opened it with trembling hands. Unit 703, Building D, Jinshu Huaqing. Owner, Jiang Chen. Then he took out another book. Building D, Room 602, Jiang Chen. The third book is also about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said calmly, This is Building D. I have another box in my car. There's one more box. The young woman working at the property management office looked up at Jiang Chen, her throat a little dry. Could it be that Mr. Jiang owns 2 buildings? This building has over 100 units, and 2 buildings together. 300 sets. Oh my God. Do you understand what I mean now? I want to rent it out, not rent it out. I understand. The little girl's legs felt weak, and her head was spinning. Are you the legendary Mr. Jiang who bought 2 buildings? Is it really that good, according to legend? Probably. How much longer will this take? Jiang Chen said with a smile. The little girl snapped out of her daze, and her sweet shouts echoed in the property lobby. Manager, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang is here. The young woman from the property management office shouted, drawing the attention of everyone in the lobby. 3 seconds later, a figure rushed out of the office inside. He was dressed in a suit and tie, his eyes scanning the hall. Mr. Jiang is here? Where is he? Then he saw Jiang Chen and the property manager. His eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. Mr. Jiang. Hello. Jiang Chen stood up to shake hands with him, but the other party bowed deeply at 90 degrees. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the property manager of Jinshu Huaqing. My name is Wu Pei. You can just call me Xiao Wu. At this moment, Wu Pei's gaze fell on the property certificate on the table, and his eyes became even more intense. Big client. The biggest client he's ever encountered in all his years working in property management. This residential complex was only recently built, and they bought 2 buildings right away. What an extravagant undertaking. This was completely beyond his expectations as a property manager. Mr. Jiang, this way please, let's talk in the office. As he spoke, Wu Pei picked up the box, which was a bit heavy, and led Jiang Chen into the office to sit down. He then personally poured Jiang Chen a glass of water. It's not that he's a simp. You should know that Jiang Chen is the biggest homeowner in this community. The The property management fees for both buildings were paid by this young man. If the other party is not satisfied, they are fully capable of replacing the current property management company. Mr. Jiang, you've come here this time. Jiang Chen got straight to the point. I plan to rent out all the houses I own. Rent them all? Yes, all of them. Wu Pei nodded and said, actually, I've been wanting to contact you for a while now. There are quite a few office buildings near our community, so it's very easy to rent out apartments. Apart from your two buildings, D and E, almost all the apartments in our community have been rented out. Both of your buildings are fully furnished, so you can basically move in with just your bags. Building E mainly consists of 2-bedroom, 1 living room or 2-bedroom, 2 living room apartments. In the current market, a fully furnished single room costs around 4,500 yuan per month. If you rent the whole building, the price will be lower, but it will be more hassle-free. Building E is even larger than Building D. Wu Pei was quite forthcoming and spoke his mind completely. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, a single room or the whole house is fine, as long as the price is reasonable. Utilities are to be paid by the tenant. He just did a rough calculation. The average rent for each apartment in Building D is approximately 8,500. Building E is a bit more expensive, with each unit costing around 10,000 renminbi. All units operate on a 1 month's deposit, 3 months rent in advance basis. If all units are rented out, the monthly income is about 6 million. This is just the income from renting the property. If we calculate it based on assets, Jiang Chen is now worth nearly 10 billion. Manager Wu, then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll give you 5% of the rent, so please put in a little more effort. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time on this kind of thing. He definitely needs someone to help him manage things, and Wu Pei is a good choice. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Wu Pei smiled broadly and nodded repeatedly. Of course, no problem at all. If you become an agent for this, you can earn a lot of money in a month. Although there are more things to do, there are still employees, right? Jiang Chen then paid the property management fees and signed the agency agreement, thus settling the matter. You don't have to worry about anything. All he has to do is wait for the property management company to deposit money into Jiang Chen's bank account every month. Wu Pei helped Jiang Chen put the property certificate in the car, looking at the black and imposing Rolls-Royce with envy in his eyes. Wow, what a tycoon! He asked, Mr. Jiang, would you like me to show you the house? Take a look? That would be nice. All right, Mr. Jiang, this way please. Wu Pei was very enthusiastic and came to Unit 1 of Building D with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen just took out his key and found that the glass door to this unit was already open. What's going on? Has someone been here? That's impossible. Wu Pei looked surprised and suspicious. He was obviously unaware of the matter, but cold sweat still instantly streamed down his forehead. Mr. Jiang, shall we go up and take a look? Wu Pei immediately suggested it. Jiang Chen glanced at him but didn't suspect anything. If there's really something fishy about this house, there's no reason why Wu Pei would proactively suggest bringing me here to see it. Isn't this a suicide truck? Jiang Chen and Wu Pei then immediately took the elevator to the 16th floor and began checking each building from top to bottom. There's no one here, no problem. This is fine too. We reached the 7th floor when we suddenly heard a noise in the hallway. Surprisingly, there are people talking. Chapter 27. This is a complete annihilation. Jiang Chen and Wu Pei began their investigation one by one, starting from the top floor of Unit 1 in Building D. Finally, we heard some noise on the 7th floor. Voices could be heard coming from the hallway. This room has south-facing windows, plenty of sunlight, a small balcony, and a retractable clothes rack, which is really convenient. The furniture is all new from major brands, so you can move in immediately with just your bags. Such a nice room for only 3,500 a month. You definitely won't find a better deal in this neighborhood. It was the voice of a middle-aged man, seemingly introducing a house for rent. Then a girl's voice rang out. What about the water and electricity and the property management fees? Do I have to pay for all of those myself? The middle-aged man said, Sigh, you young people are busy with work, so I'll pay for you. Don't worry, I won't overcharge you. But the girl was still a little hesitant. Bang! Jiang Chen couldn't stand it anymore and kicked the door open. The two people in the room were startled. Who are you? The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat, and he looked somewhat flustered. Who am I? You come to my house and you ask me who I am. Jiang Chen sneered. The girl next to him was wearing a white short skirt and exuded youthful energy. When they saw Jiang Chen, their eyes lit up. So handsome. Your house? This is a brand new house I just bought. What makes you think it's yours? The middle-aged man said confidently. He had been planning this for a long time. Actually, he is also a homeowner in this community, but recently his business failed and he is at a loss. He suddenly remembered that buildings D and E here had been empty for several years and must be unclaimed. Driven by greed, he harbored evil intentions. They immediately forged property certificates, intending to secretly rent out the houses here to others and earn the rent for themselves. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "It seems you're ignorant about the law. Do you know that your actions constitute a crime? Stop talking nonsense. My house is none of your business. Get out of here." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, somewhat embarrassed and angry. At this moment, Wu Pei recognized the middle-aged man and asked suspiciously, "Mr. Wang? What exactly is going on?" The man then noticed Wu Pei and quickly ran over. "Manager Wu? You've come at the right time. Help me get this kid out of here. Kick Mr. Jiang out." Wu Pei was completely bewildered. He had just verified all of Jiang Chen's property certificates, and Jiang Chen was indeed the owner of these two houses. To kick the owner out, must they be seriously ill? "Yes, I recently bought this house. You've trespassed on my property and are disturbing my rental situation. Do you understand?" The man stood with his hands on his hips and roared angrily. Wu Pei understood immediately and frowned, asking, "You said this house is newly bought by you. Where is your property certificate?" Upon hearing this, the man's eyelids twitched instantly. "Manager Wu, I certainly have the property certificate, but I have no obligation to show it to you, do I? Could it be that the kid next to you also has a property deed?" He actually had the forged property certificate with him, but he dared not show it at this moment. But he bet that Jiang Chen was definitely not a homeowner here. After all, these houses have been empty for several years. What a coincidence. Upon hearing the man's words, Wu Pei scoffed. "Mr. Wang, this matter is likely to escalate." Wu Pei gestured and introduced. "This Mr. Jiang in front of you is the owner of buildings D and E in our community. To be precise, it's 300 homeowners. All the houses in buildings ED belong to Mr. Jiang Chen." "What?" The middle-aged man was struck dumb, frozen in place. Snap! The girl next to her dropped her phone on the floor. But she was completely unaware, her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with shock. "The young and handsome man in front of me. There are two buildings." The man's throat felt tight. "Manager Wu, are you sure you're not mistaken? These two buildings have been empty for so long, and you're telling me it belongs here." Wu Pei interrupted immediately, saying, "There's no mistake. We just verified the property information and signed an agency agreement." The man's legs suddenly felt weak. Manager Wu doesn't lie. He's put it this way, so it must be true. The homeowner actually came? Did he just tell people to get out? This is a billionaire. Shouldn't I be the one getting kicked out? Beads of sweat appeared on the man's forehead. This might be a misunderstanding. It's not a misunderstanding. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and said, "I recorded the whole video of you breaking into my house. You wanted to take over my house." In a panic, the man immediately reached out to snatch the phone from Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, taking a slight step back, placing his phone behind him, and giving a playful smile. "Oh, you want to fight?" Seeing that his attempt to rob the man had failed, the man immediately began to back down. "It's a misunderstanding. This really is a misunderstanding. I'm a victim too. How about we just let this go? It's no use talking to me. Let's wait for the police to arrive and discuss this further." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "I already reminded you that your behavior involves breaking the law. As for the specifics, Xiao Wu, you tell him." He gave Wu Pei a wink. Wu Pei immediately understood and said righteously, "You are impersonating the landlord to collect rent, which constitutes the crimes of property embezzlement and fraud. In addition, if you forge the property certificate, it constitutes forgery, alteration, and falsification of official documents. If the above circumstances are true and multiple crimes are punished concurrently, the sentence should be at least 3 to 10 years imprisonment. Just wait for the court summons." The man's legs went weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. He never expected that the matter would be exposed before it even began. He doesn't want to go to jail. The man staggered to Jiang Chen and grabbed his leg. "Mr. Jiang, I was blinded by greed for a moment. Please, Please let me go. I'll compensate you. Double. No. 5 times the compensation. Jiang Chen moved his leg away and sighed. Don't you understand? Do you think I'm short of money? Yes. Jiang Chen owns 2 buildings with a total of 300 units. Even if I lose all my family fortune, I still won't be worthy of his attention. Meanwhile, Wu Pei had already made a phone call. Hello, is this 110? This is Jinxiu watching. Someone has trespassed and encroached on a private residence. The man lay limply on the ground, his eyes dull and lifeless. It's all over. Suddenly, he realized that he still had the forged property certificate on him. So he secretly tried to go out and erase the property certificate. However, Jiang Chen's sharp gaze was directed at him. Where are you going? The man cried. This is an attempt to wipe them out completely. Chapter 28, saying no with your mouth, but your body says it all. Tianhai Public Security Bureau. Jiang Chen provided the video to the police and gave a complete account of the incident. There was no embellishment or malicious slander. It was all the truth. The truth is what it is. Following a police investigation, the man has been found guilty of trespassing and attempted fraud. They also found a forged property certificate on him. As for the source of the forgery, a thorough investigation is still needed. The man has been detained, and further details will be determined after the police investigation is completed. However, he'll probably have to endure 3 years in prison. Wu Pei volunteered to take on this task and will follow up on it, informing Jiang Chen of the results as soon as possible. The man's family also arrived, bringing several fierce-looking thugs who surrounded Jiang Chen and demanded a private settlement. Jiang Chen replied with just 2 words, "Get lost." He made it clear on the spot. He would not accept any mediation and no one should try to settle things with him privately. Everything was done according to the rules. When the man's family realized that threats were ineffective, they tried to bribe him, but they all backed down after learning Jiang Chen's identity. This young man is actually a billionaire. Even a single leg hair is thicker than myself, so what's the point of all the effort? He should just stay in prison. It was already past 1 o'clock when Jiang Chen came out of the police station. Just as he was about to drive away, he saw a familiar figure waiting for the bus at the bus stop not far away. She wore a white t-shirt, had her hair tied in a ponytail, and had a pretty and charming appearance with long, straight legs. It's the same silly girl who almost got scammed while looking at apartments today. As a witness, she was also taken to the police station to give a statement. Jiang Chen shook his head. This girl has had a really unlucky day. Ning Shernan sat on a bench on the platform, idly swinging her long legs. Her beautiful figure attracted the attention of the men around her. Sigh, I ruined my perfectly good job. I just wanted to find a place to rent, but I ended up at the police station. My dear God, why are you doing this to me? She looked up at the sky and sighed, her eyes brimming with tears. Just then, a boy walked over. Excuse me, miss, could I add you on WeChat? He held his phone in his hand, looking somewhat awkward and shy. Ning Shernan sighed. I'm having a run of bad luck lately. I advise you to keep your distance from me, or you'll end up just as unlucky as I am. Oh, the boy was a little disappointed. Even someone as dense as him could tell that this was a polite way of rejecting him. Beep beep. A horn sounded, and a black SUV pulled up in front of Ning Shernan. The car window rolled down, and a male voice came through. Hey girl, hop on. I'll give you a ride. Ning Shernan rolled her eyes, unmoved. He cursed inwardly. What's he pretending for? So what if he drives a luxury car? The boy beside him nodded secretly. As expected of the girl I chose, she is unmoved by money. Thumbs up for you. Jiang Chen said helplessly in the car. Are you sure you don't want to leave? The bus here won't arrive for at least another 10 minutes. If you don't leave, I'm not going to take care of you anymore. Ning Shernan recognized the voice and looked up to see more clearly. I was taken aback. Isn't that the handsome guy I met while looking at apartments? I ended up in the police station because of him. Seeing that Ning Shernan did not agree directly, Jiang Chen stopped insisting, closed the car window, and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the passenger door was suddenly pulled open, and Ning Shernan nimbly jumped in. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled, then drove away. The boy watched the car's taillights disappear into the distance, and his heart shattered. Heh, women are all the same. It's just a luxury car, right? As long as I work hard, I'll have one someday. He clenched his fists, his chest filled with ambition. Suddenly, I heard whispers on the platform. Wow, a Rolls-Royce. What kind of car is this? It's kind of imposing. Yeah, This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, starting at 6 million. And this one seems to be the top of the line model, probably worth over 10 million. Tens of millions? Forget it. I'll just go home, wash up, and go to bed. The boy's newly ignited fighting spirit was instantly extinguished. At that moment, he seemed to have grown up. Inside the car, Jiang Chen asked, "Which direction are you going?" "I'll take you there." Ning Shernan asked warily, "Why are you giving this to me? You wouldn't." As he spoke, he tightened his collar. A dark line appeared on Jiang Chen's forehead. "This girl's thought process seems a bit off. Didn't you get on the bus yourself?" Jiang Chen said, "You're a victim too today, and I've dragged you into this mess, so it's only right that I see you off." Ning Shernan nodded. "Thank you." She took out her phone, turned on location services, and said, "Please just drop me off here." "Okay." Jiang Chen looked at her phone screen covered in cobwebs and suddenly thought of something. "Did you break this phone in your rented apartment?" He remembered that when Wu Pei said he owned 2 buildings, the girl was so scared that she dropped her phone. Could it have been broken when it fell? "Yes, what's wrong?" Before Jiang Chen could speak, Ning Shernan said directly, "You wouldn't be thinking of giving me one as compensation, would you?" "No need. This has nothing to do with you. It's my own fault for not handling it properly. You've already done more than enough by offering me a ride." Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. "This girl is quite interesting." He casually said, "You're overthinking it. I never said I'd compensate you for your phone. However, it's lunchtime now, so I could treat you to a meal." Ning Shernan shook her head and said, "No need. Guh. But my stomach rumbled at the most inopportune moment. She didn't eat anything all day, from looking at the apartment to going to the police station." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "You say you don't want it, but your actions tell a different story. Don't worry, you can choose where we eat." Ning Shernan blushed deeply, wishing she could disappear into the ground. "Son of a bitch. I'll eat you out of house and home." Then, she chose a familiar barbecue restaurant. Chapter 29, You Can Eat So Much. Are You a Pig? Ning Shernan chose a familiar barbecue restaurant. While waiting for their food, the two sat down and chatted. Once all the dishes were served, Ning Shernan began to wolf down her food without any regard for her image. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "You really don't hold back." Ning Shernan, her mouth full of food, exclaimed happily, It's been so long since I've had barbecue. I almost forgot what meat tastes like. So delicious." Looking at her silly grin, Jiang Chen silently pushed his grilled kidneys in front of her. Through the conversation just now, he has gained a basic understanding of Ning Shernan. Ning Shernan, a top student who graduated with an MBA from MIT, he previously served as an assistant to the board of directors of a listed company, responsible for business development and channel expansion. That's a promising future for them. Until 2 months ago, she discovered that the CFO had been embezzling a huge amount of public funds for a long time, so she reported it to the chairman. However, the unexpected discovery revealed the affair between the chairman and the CFO. He was fired the next day. Not only is the compensation owed still outstanding, but as the chairperson of an industry giant, she has also used her influence to ensure that no one in the industry dares to hire her again. "So, you haven't worked for 2 months?" Jiang Chen asked. Ning Shernan mumbled, "Yes, my lease on the apartment I was renting was about to expire, so I had to come out and look for a place. But who knew I'd end up in jail?" Jiang Chen covered his forehead. When you're down on your luck, even drinking cold water can cause problems. Even in her current state, she still has such a good appetite. She's truly an extraordinary woman. "Mr. Jiang, why aren't you eating?" Her cheeks were puffed out like a hamster's. Jiang Chen said calmly, "I'm full. Just looking at you makes me feel full." After a whirlwind of activity, Ning Shernan had cleared all the meat off the table. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "It's finally over." Ning Shernan raised her hand and said sweetly, "Boss, give me 10 more skewers of beef, 10 more skewers of lamb, and 5 more skewers of garlic spare ribs." "Okay." Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched violently. "You can eat so much. Are you a pig?" After eliminating Ning Shernan once again, he leaned back in his chair and sighed with satisfaction. "I can't eat anymore. I really can't eat anymore." "It's okay. You've already done a great job." She then noticed Jiang Chen's strange expression, quickly sat up, and ladylike picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth. Jiang Chen joked, "You only remembered you're a woman after you finished eating?" Ning Shernan blushed slightly and said shyly, This is the happiest day I've had in the past 2 months. Good grief, he's already in jail and he's still happy? What a big heart. Yes, as long as you're happy. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, since you haven't found a place to live yet, why don't you come stay at my place? Ning Shernan was stunned, her eyes gradually turning cold. She said coldly, I'm facing some difficulties right now, but it's temporary, and I would never sell my body. Stop. Halt. Jiang Chen was both amused and exasperated. I meant you can rent my house. What nonsense are you thinking? Ning Shernan then remembered that the man in front of her owned 2 buildings in Jinxiu watching. Her fair cheeks flushed red, and realizing she had misunderstood, she muttered something. Who told you not to explain it clearly? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at her, took out Wu Pei's business card, and handed it to Ning Shernan. Just go find him then. I'll put in a good word for you. Ning Shernan was speechless for a moment. Looking at the handsome man before her, she felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you. Pretentious. Jiang Chen waved his hand. All right, go outside and wait for me. I'll take you home in a bit. Ning Shernan watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. After Jiang Chen paid the bill, he pushed open the door and went out, but he didn't see Ning Shernan. His gaze swept around, and he found Ning Shernan surrounded by several women. A heavily made-up woman said in a sarcastic tone, Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this the imposing assistant chairman Ning? What are you doing eating at a small restaurant like this? Oh dear. I'm so sorry, my memory is terrible. I almost forgot you've been fired. It's not easy to find a job these days, is it? If you have any difficulties, just tell your sister. We're colleagues after all, and I can't just watch you starve to death, right? His words were full of sarcasm. Her companions also made no attempt to hide their laughter. Ning Shernan glanced at her indifferently, her eyes full of disdain. Tang Lu, how dare you? If you don't want people to know, then don't do it in the first place. Even if I, Ning Shernan, starve to death, I would never be as despicable as you. Tang Lu, feeling like her sore spot had been hit, snapped as if her tail had been stepped on. Watch your mouth, or I'll sue you for defamation. Ning Shernan sneered. Go ahead and sue me. You know exactly what you did. It's disgusting to even think about. Tang Lu is the CFO. Not only did she embezzle public funds, but she also had an affair with the chairman. Ning Shernan didn't want to pay attention to her. Everyone has their own way of living. She just needs to live her own life well. But Tang Lu still had to show off in front of her, which was a bit unbearable. You bitch. Tang Lu was furious and slapped him across the face. Ning Shernan's pupils contracted, and she only had time to close her eyes. Snap. The pain did not come. Ning Shernan cautiously opened her eyes and saw a large hand grabbing Tang Lu's wrist. Jiang Chen's voice rang out. Talk is cheap, but taking action is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Who the hell are you? Tang Lu withdrew her hand and looked up with displeasure. Seeing Jiang Chen's ambiguous smile, he was stunned for a moment. So handsome. Upon seeing the watch on Jiang Chen's wrist, his heart skipped a beat. Patek Philippe 5002p, star, and moon tourbillon. She had seen this watch at an auction, where it was bid for nearly 20 million. Wow, he's tall, rich, and handsome. Tang Lu tossed her hair and said sweetly, Young man, you've misunderstood. He doesn't even know how to swear. How could he possibly resort to violence? As she spoke, she struck what she considered a charming pose. As a professional mistress, Tang Lu would not miss any opportunity to climb the social ladder. Although the current company chairman is very rich and dotes on her, but it's too old. Each time, she had to suppress her nausea and maintain a satisfied smile. Besides, the other family has a shrewish wife, so I'll never have a chance to rise to the top. But this young man is different. He's even more handsome than popular celebrities, young and rich. He's practically perfect. Hey bro, let's add each other on WeChat. Maybe we can meet up for coffee sometime, Tang Lu said, blinking her eyes. Her eyes were glazed over, as if she were still exuding charm. Clearly, it's not as simple as just having a cup of coffee. Tang Lu herself knew that this rich and handsome guy had seen too many women, and there was no chance of getting close to him if she just went for it. First, build trust, then proceed gradually. That's professionalism. Ning Shernan knew exactly what Tang Lu was thinking. While she felt disgusted, she was also somewhat worried. What if Jiang Chen really adds her on WeChat? For some reason, she suddenly felt a little nervous. Jiang Chen looked at that heavily made-up face and got goosebumps. Is this the CFO you were talking about? He asked Ning Shernan, turning his head to look at her. Tang Lu was taken aback. They actually knew each other? No way. Ning Shernan is beautiful, but she doesn't even have a male friend, let alone a boyfriend. There have been rumors within the company that she is a lesbian. How did she end up getting involved with this rich and handsome guy? Ning Shernan sneered. That's right. This is Tang Lu from the Zhao Group, President Tang. The Zhao Group. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Could this be Zhao Dongyi's Zhao Group? Why are we at odds with the Zhao family again? Seeing this, Tang Lu straightened her back and wanted to shake hands with Jiang Chen. As a result, the other party ignored her, and her hand hung awkwardly in midair, forcing her to sheepishly retract it. Jiang Chen looked Tang Lu up and down. The Zhao Group, is that all? Oh, your chairman really isn't picky about food. His appetite is amazing. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, he looks like that. How can he even bring himself to eat him? Isn't he afraid of getting food stuck in his teeth? I doubt even his son would be interested in someone like that. After saying that, he gave Tang Lu a disdainful look, then pulled Ning Shernan away. Picky eater? Food getting stuck in my teeth? They don't even like their own son? Tang Lu was stunned for a long time before she reacted. This is insulting me. She turned around angrily and saw Jiang Chen leading Ning Shernan into a Rolls-Royce. It roared away. His anger instantly turned into jealousy. He really is a rich kid. But why should that little vixen Ning Shernan get the benefit? Tang Lu stomped her foot hard, and as a result, the heel of her high heel stepped into the gap of the drain. He fell to the ground with a cry of, ouch, and grimaced in pain. The other women rushed over to help, but accidentally broke the heel of the high heel. My Gucci. Tang Lu was on the verge of tears, her newly bought high heels. That's tens of thousands. Chapter 30 feels like something's missing. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Ning Shernan clutched her stomach, laughing so hard tears were almost streaming down her face. Did you see Tang Lu's expression? I really should have taken a picture. It was hilarious. Ha! Ning Shernan was in a great mood, and the pent-up frustration of the past 2 months vanished. She wiped away her tears, turned to look at Jiang Chen, and her eyes shone with an inexplicable light. This man is special. Ning Shernan knew she was good-looking and had many suitors, including CEOs and rich second-generation heirs. But all they talked about were high-end balls and 5-star hotels. They are all flaunting their power and capital. No one is as carefree as Jiang Chen. Despite possessing billions in assets, they take it for granted that they eat at roadside stalls. The key point is that Ning Shernan saw purity in his eyes, without a trace of greed. Jiang Chen had no other purpose. It was just a simple gift to myself, and it was just a simple meal together. Ning Shernan said, thank you so much for helping me get revenge earlier. All right, Jiang Chen casually said, stop with all this nonsense. Let me tell you, you can't skimp on the rent. Got it, Jiang the Skinflint. She leaned against the car window, pouting and muttered under her breath, what a straight man. A charming smile played at the corners of her lips. After seeing Ning Shernan off, Jiang Chen did not go home, but instead drove to the nearby business district. The clothes he's wearing now are the ones he bought a long time ago. They should have been replaced long ago. However, Jiang Chen was too lazy to go shopping, so he kept putting it off until now. At the Louis Vuitton store, Jiang Chen stood in front of the full-length mirror and examined himself. Wearing a black casual suit, he appeared calm and composed, highlighting his tall and upright figure. She wore black handcrafted leather shoes and a platinum watch that gleamed on her wrist. With his handsome face, he's absolutely gorgeous. The female sales assistants behind him stared wide-eyed. They've seen countless people, and many big-name celebrities have come to the store, but when it comes to looks and charm, none of them can surpass Jiang Chen. So cool. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. Jiang Chen looks even more handsome in this outfit. However, these luxury goods all have one drawback. They are too expensive. This LV outfit cost around 200,000 yuan, and several outfits together cost nearly 1,000,000 yuan in total. This money is burning through cash. It could buy a house in a small city. However, for Jiang Chen now, this money was well spent. After all, he's a super rich person. It's only right that he improves himself. Imagine, with hundreds of millions in his bank account and nearly 10 billion in assets, if he still wears cheap clothes and harbors the so-called pretending to be weak while actually being strong mentality, then that's not what being low-key means. That's low class. Yes, if you have money but don't improve your quality of life, then what's the point of making money? You can't take money to the grave. However, Jiang Chen doesn't pay much attention to the price when buying luxury goods. He only cares about 4 words. If he likes it, that's all that matters. The feeling of being able to buy whatever I want and achieving financial freedom is just so awesome. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen tidied his clothes, which took about 10 minutes. No, why would I need to do these things? Something just feels off. Jiang Chen looked around at his enormous villa, which had 3 floors, each over 600 square meters. When he speaks, there's an echo. This is outrageous. He suddenly realized that his biggest problem now was cleaning. The pool water hasn't been changed for days, the garden hasn't been mowed, and people are still taking out the trash and cooking. We are severely understaffed. It seems we need to hire a batch of servants, but we need to hire a butler first. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time on these trivial matters, so it would be best to have someone help him manage them. This way, he only needs to coordinate with one person. Let's get right to it. Jiang Chen turned on his computer, posted a message on a job recruitment website, and then paid to have the information featured on the website's homepage. Hey, all done. Nighttime, inside an apartment. Shernan, why do you have to meddle in those other people's business? That's the Zhao group. Such a great job. Lulan said, exasperated. Sister, is it my business to interfere? As the board's assistant, it's my duty to report the embezzlement to the chairman, isn't it? Who knew those two were involved in such dirty deeds? Ning Shernan lay on the bed, her long, fair legs visible beneath her nightgown. Sigh, you're really unlucky, aren't you? You haven't been able to find a job for 2 months. Why don't you go talk to Zhao Minghong again? You're so capable. Maybe he'll give you a chance, Lulan advised. Don't want. Ning Shernan flatly refused. Now that I know such a big secret, they definitely won't tolerate me. Besides, Zhao Minghong has already spoken out and blacklisted me in the industry. I can't find a job at all now. I'm not the one who's in the wrong. So why should I have to bear the consequences? I feel disgusted just thinking about those 2 people. You want me to beg him? Give me a break. Ning Shernan was indignant. Lulan sighed helplessly. As her best friend, she knew Ning Shernan's temperament very well. She seemed quiet and gentle, but deep down she was more stubborn than anyone else. It's impossible to get her to back down and return to the Zhao group. But we still need to earn money to eat, right? I know you've saved some money, but most of it has been sent home, so you probably don't have much money left, do you? Lulan asked. Ning Shernan didn't say anything and covered her head with the blanket. Lulan is right. She really needs money right now. She really needs money. All right, stop acting like you're half dead. I'll support you if you don't have money. Lulan said, patting her chest. I know you're the best to me, Ning Shernan said with a smile as she sat up. You look like a jerk. Lulan rolled her eyes at her. I'll help you look for a job and also find out the market for you. As she spoke, she took Ning Shernan's notebook and opened the recruitment website. A dazzling array of jobs suddenly appeared before my eyes, making me feel overwhelmed. At that moment, a job posting pinned to the top caught her attention. Huazhou Junting is hiring a butler? Those with high education and management experience are preferred. Lulan curled her lip. Now butlers are required to have high education? Rich people have so many problems. Let me check the salary. 1, 10, 100, 100,000. And it's a monthly salary. Lulan was dumbfounded. She suddenly realized how simple and unpretentious the requirement of academic qualifications was. 100,000 a month. That's 1.2 million a year. This is already higher than the income of many company executives. Such a high salary. Could it be some kind of weirdo with special requirements? Lulan looked closely and found that there were no requirements regarding age, appearance, or even gender. Looks like they're really hiring. That salary is quite tempting. Ning Shernan's account was still logged in on the website. Lulan's eyes lit up, and she quietly clicked the one-click submit resume. Shernan is short of money right now. What if this is a good opportunity? Seeing Ning Shernan rolling around on the bed out of boredom, a black line appeared on her forehead. If this continues, Shernan will probably go moldy. She increasingly felt that her decision. Absolutely right. Chapter 31 Reward. Financial Street Center Building. One night passed. Jiang Chen stretched and woke up. After washing up, we started today's lucky draw. Ding. You have 4 chances to draw a prize today. Do you want to draw a prize now? Holy crap, there are 4 chances? I'd better try one first. As is customary, the godly rich man's spinning wheel begins to spin rapidly. Then, the pointer fell. A dazzling golden light flashed out. Ding! Congratulations, host. Reward: 100% ownership of Yinglong Building, Financial Street Center, Tianhai City. Financial Street, Yinglong Building, 100% ownership. Hiss. Jiang Chen got all damp right then and there. Holy crap. Awesome. Of course he knew about the financial district in Tianhai City. Just how powerful is Financial Street? Let's just say that. If something happens to Financial Street, such as the whole street catching fire, the entire financial market in China will be paralyzed instantly. This area is home to the headquarters of several banks. Each building is the headquarters of a large corporation. There are more than a dozen Fortune 500 companies headquartered on Financial Street. More than 100 of the top 500 companies in China are among them. Tell me, isn't that awesome? This Financial Street is truly a place where every inch of land is incredibly valuable. The average price per square meter has already exceeded 200,000 renminbi. How big is the building? It must be at least tens of thousands of square meters, right? And how much rental income does this building generate in a year? What is its total value? It's an astronomical figure. Basically, a standalone building in the Financial Street area has a total value of at least 2 billion yuan, and the largest one is worth more than 10 billion yuan. To put it bluntly, most listed companies' total assets don't even reach this figure. Even a tycoon like Jiang Chen couldn't have imagined that the system's reward today would be so amazing. Give it directly to Financial Street, a building. This is so awesome. No rush, no rush. There are still 3 more draws. Jiang Chen was excited and decided to reward himself with a triple draw. Thank you for your patronage. Jiang Chen, thank you for your patronage. Jiang Chen, damn, are you kidding me? I received 2 empty prizes? Before he could even react, the 3rd reward had already appeared. Reward: 10 golden spear rejuvenation pills. For an unyielding erection and nightly passion, take 1 pill and rejuvenate. Still struggling with erectile dysfunction? Take 1 now. What is this thing? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. This introduction sounds rather unserious. Jiang Chen didn't think much of it and simply tossed the thing into the system space. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone rang. After the connection is established, Jiang Chen, hello. The voice on the other end was very respectful. Hello. Are you Mr. Jiang Chen? Yes, it's me. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Chen Wu, the property manager of Yinglong Building. We need your signature to collect this quarter's rent. When would you be available? Oh, I'm free today, so I'll come over. I'll call you when I get there. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. He wasn't in a hurry. He planned to have breakfast and do some exercise first. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that Jiang Chen leisurely drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan to the Yinglong Building. Financial Street, in front of Yinglong Building. A familiar figure stepped out of a new Audi A6. She turned out to be Wu Qian, an employee of Orange Light Group. Brother, this is enough. She was dressed in a black office lady outfit, much more conservative than before. She had come to headquarters today to take care of some business. Wu Pei got out of the car and said to Wu Qian, by the way, didn't you say before that a manager at your company was pursuing you? How are things going between you two now? It's quite a coincidence. Wu Qian is actually Wu Pei's younger sister. He was still very concerned about his sister's marriage. Wu Qian rolled her eyes. Don't even mention it. He got fired from his company and can't even find a job. I think he's delivering food now. The thought of this upset her. When Zhou Tao was still the manager, Wu Qian looked down on him. Now that I've lost my job, how could I possibly catch her eye? But Zhou Tao was oblivious to his own limitations and kept bothering her, even bringing her meals to the company. What wishful thinking. How can a food delivery person be worthy of me? He has to be at least a rich second generation like Jiang Chen. However, Wu Qian knew she had no chance with Jiang Chen, but she refused to believe she couldn't find someone better. Jiang Chen, you'll regret this. Wu Qian gritted her teeth, thinking about the insults she received in the elevator. All right, you decide for yourself. Just keep that in mind, Wu Pei said, shaking his head. He knew his sister's personality. No amount of persuasion would work. Then Wu Pei took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to her. I know your salary isn't high, so buy whatever you want. Just don't do anything you'll regret for the sake of money. Okay, bro. Wu Qian picked up her phone and glanced at it, then exclaimed with surprise, "Wow, bro, you've struck it rich?" Wu Pei smiled and said, "A super rich guy came to our neighborhood and bought 2 buildings. He entrusted me with renting them out, and I get a commission of over 100,000 yuan a month. 2 buildings." Wu Qian couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. With the current housing prices in Tianhai, you could buy 2 buildings. That would cost a fortune. Really, there are so many rich people in Tianhai. Break. Just then, the sound of brakes rang out, and the people around whispered among themselves. The two turned around and saw a powerful Rolls-Royce parked behind them, with Jiang Chen getting out of the car. Wu Pei was taken aback. It was him. Wu Qian's expression changed. Then she saw Wu Pei quickly walk up to her. "Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect to meet you here," Wu Pei greeted with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "It is quite a coincidence, Manager Wu. Your house has already been rented out in dozens of units, and I believe it will be settled soon." Wu Pei reported. Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work. I have things to do, so I'll be going now." "All right, Mr. Jiang, take care." Wu Pei nodded and bowed repeatedly. Wu Qian was stunned. Her brother actually knew Jiang Chen? Judging from their appearance, they seemed to be in a superior-subordinate relationship. Wu Pei watched Jiang Chen enter the building before finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Brother, do you know him?" Wu Pei nodded and said, "Yes, he's the super rich guy I told you about who bought 2 buildings. Goodness, he collects millions in rent every month. Whoever becomes his girlfriend will never have to worry about anything for the rest of her life." After speaking for a while, I still didn't get a response from my sister. Turning my head, I saw Wu Qian's face flushed red, her whole body trembling, her eyes filled with regret and annoyance. I made a huge mistake. We missed out on billions. Yinglan Building. Jiang Chen looked up. "Yes, you do need to tilt your head back. The Yinglan Building is located in the core area of Tianhai Financial Street. It has 24 floors and a total construction area of 138,000 square meters. It is a genuine 5A grade office building. Completed just last year, this brand new batch of buildings shines brightly in the sunlight, exuding the skyscraper quality of a 5A grade office building. The rent here is as high as 618 yuan per square meter per month. Small companies simply can't afford to rent it. Only top-tier financial companies can afford to work here. The kind that rakes in money every day. They need the superior office environment and prestige of this top-tier office building. It reflects their corporate image and strength to the outside world. Simply printing Financial Center, Yinglan Building, XX floor on a business card is itself a demonstration of their power. Just as clothes make the man and gold makes the Buddha, companies also need an image. Jiang Chen wasn't envious at all, for no other reason than that this Yinglan Building belongs to him. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and made a call. Chapter 32, she's actually Chen Wu's daughter. After making the call, Jiang Chen entered the Yinglan Building. I was instantly stunned by the luxury of the lobby. What the hell? The lobby is decorated in the French Riviera style, with gleaming enamel marble everywhere. The ultra-luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows, reaching a 3-story high, allow sunlight to flood the entire lobby. Warm and sunny. The office ladies who walk into the office are all young and beautiful women with above-average looks. They are dressed fashionably, stylishly, and flamboyantly, carrying designer bags. Even the security guards at the entrance were all dressed in suits, shiny leather shoes, and stood up straight, exuding an air of authority. High class. What does it mean to be understated yet luxurious and sophisticated? This is it. Jiang Chen liked it more and more the more he looked at it. This is my own building? My own skyscraper? Hey, that's great. At this moment, 2 security guards walked towards Jiang Chen and greeted him respectfully. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" "I made an appointment with the property manager, Chen Wu." "You must be Mr. Jiang?" The security guard's eyes lit up, and his expression became even more respectful, clearly indicating that Chen Wu had already greeted them. "Yes." "Okay, Mr. Jiang. This way, please. The property management office is on the 17th floor." The security guard gestured for them to proceed. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then walked towards the elevator. Normally, you need an employee card or make an appointment and register at the front desk before security will allow you to enter or exit such a business building. Jiang Chen's situation today clearly indicates that his identity is somewhat special. On the elevator, waves of people flowed in and out. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He could take this opportunity to experience the working atmosphere of the building. After waiting for a while, when there were fewer people around, I finally got to the point where there were fewer people. Jiang Chen entered the elevator and was about to close the door when a girl carrying a box hurriedly boarded the elevator. Hey, wait a minute. Phew, I finally made it. Thanks. The girl smiled sweetly at Jiang Chen, revealing a cute little tiger tooth. She wore 2 braids and light makeup, but gave off a pure, lovely, and girl-next-door vibe. You're welcome. Which floor are you going to? Seeing that her hands were full, Jiang Chen casually asked a question. I'll go to the 17th floor, thank you. The 17th floor? That's not a problem. It's on my way. Jiang Chen pressed the button, and the elevator quickly began to ascend. The girl couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiang Chen, then blushed slightly and said, Are you also going to the 17th floor? What a coincidence. What are you doing there? Jiang Chen said listlessly, Go to work. As a boss, it's not unreasonable for you to work at your own company, right? Going to work? Then we'll be colleagues from now on. The girl's eyes lit up, and she extended her hand, saying warmly, Hello, my name is Yen Ku. Please take care of me in the future. My name is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, nice to meet you. Let me tell you, when you work at our company, you absolutely mustn't mess with that old man. Old man? Who is that? Hee. You didn't know that, did you? The old man is General Manager Chen Wu. That's my dad. How about that? Surprised? No. Jiang Chen was a little confused. This Yen Ku is actually Chen Wu's daughter? Okay, then tell me about Chen Wu. Oops, your dad. How he is at the company. I want to keep an eye out for him. Good. Then, Yen Ku told Jiang Chen a lot about Chen Wu's deeds at the company in the elevator. Fortunately, Chen Wu's only problem was his harsh methods. He didn't have any other special methods. If her words led Jiang Chen to fire Chen Wu, then her dad would definitely say, Yen Ku, you are such a good daughter to your father. You are so filial to me. Jiang Chen had figured out Yen Ku. She was an outgoing and friendly person. They're quite easy to get along with. Inglan Building, 17th floor. Inside the property management office, Chen Wu commanded his numerous employees with an air of authority and confidence. Secretary Liu, Mr. Jiang will be upstairs soon. Go and make preparations. Furthermore, all employees, please be on your best and prepare to welcome the building's new boss, General Manager Jiang. Receive. Chen Wu's call was met with overwhelming support, and all employees spoke in unison. After doing all this, Chen Wu glanced at his watch and walked out the door. At this moment, a middle-aged man who was sitting on the sofa waiting hurriedly came up to greet him. Mr. Chen, may I help you greet the owner? I'd also like to meet the owner of this new building. The middle-aged man who spoke was Gu Jingming, the CEO of the listed company Wanzi Cosmetics. Today, he came to talk to Chen Wu about the lease agreement, but unexpectedly, halfway through the conversation, Chen Wu suddenly received a call from Jiang Chen, which interrupted the conversation and asked him to wait aside. Chen Wu glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and then said, All right, but you need to watch your words. The other party is the new boss of our building. I understand all of that. Gu Jingming nodded quickly. As a big shot in the business world, how could he not understand the social dynamics of the wealthy circle? Speak less, and don't say what you shouldn't say. Okay, then come with me. Chen Wu waved and walked out the door with Gu Jingming. Elevator entrance. Property manager Chen Wu and Gu Jingming stood ramrod straight. The elevator doors are open. Jiang Chen and Yen Ku stepped out of the elevator, and Yen Ku was stunned by what she saw. Dad, what are you doing standing here? Could it be you're welcoming your precious daughter? Upon hearing this, Chen Wu's face darkened instantly, and he completely ignored her. He immediately went to greet Jiang Chen, bowed slightly, and extended his right hand respectfully. Welcome, Mr. Jiang. Hello. Jiang Chen smiled and gently shook hands with him. Yen Ku stared at Jiang Chen with a blank, adorable expression. I was stunned. He is actually President Jiang? Mr. Jiang, my daughter is ignorant and has made you laugh. Chen Wu smiled apologetically, then glared at his daughter. You little brat. You have no manners. I've told you so many times, you have to call me General Manager Chen at the company. This is the new owner of the building. Why don't you greet Mr. Jiang? Well, Yen Ku was stunned for a moment, then immediately put down the box in her hand and bowed 90 degrees to Jiang Chen. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. President Jiang, let's talk in the office. This way, please. The group then went to the general manager's office. Yen Ku stood there, blinking her eyes in a daze. Dad, is he all right? In the office. President Jiang, this is Mr. Gu Jingming. He's here today to inquire about leasing our building. Chen Wu explained. Jiang Chen nodded. It seemed that his arrival had delayed the matter. Gu Jingming smiled and quickly greeted Jiang Chen. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Please take care of me. Hello. Thank you for choosing Inglan Building. Jiang Chen remained calm and composed. Such a bold and imposing presence is truly befitting someone who has seen it all before. Gu Jingming was immediately flattered. President Jiang, you're too kind. It's an honor for our company to have an office in Inglan Building. Luckily, I booked it well in advance. Otherwise, the office that was available would have been snapped up by another company long ago. As he spoke, Gu Jingming got straight to the point. By the way, Mr. Jiang, since you're here, shall we discuss the lease agreement? He paused for a moment, noticing Jiang Chen's expressionless face. Chen Wu quickly took out a document and handed it over. President Jiang, this is some qualification information about Wanzi Cosmetics, a company under Mr. Ji's name. The company has met the leasing standards of our building. That's right, high-end buildings like this have extremely strict requirements for their tenants. It's not enough for you to just have money now. They also consider your overall financial strength and the political character of the tenants. Only those with sufficient qualifications are entitled to lease Inglan Building. Jiang Chen took a sip of coffee, casually flipped through the documents in front of him, glanced at them a few times, then closed the document and said indifferently, Since you've already done your homework, Mr. Chen, then I'll leave everything to you. After saying that, he pushed the document back. Chen Wu nodded. He understood perfectly well that a big shot like Jiang Chen would only look at the important things and wouldn't bother to look at the rest in detail. If there is any flaw, people will see it immediately. Chapter 33 The Rejuvenating Pill has wonderful uses. Subsequently, a lease agreement was signed with Gu Jingming. After signing, Gu Jingming didn't rush to leave. He was thinking of taking the opportunity to get to know Jiang Chen. So the three of them drank tea and chatted happily. Soon, they started chatting about everyday things. By the way, Mr. Chen, is Yen Ku really your daughter? Jiang Chen was a little skeptical. Damn it, with your appearance, you're such a rough guy. How could you have such a cute daughter? Moreover, one's surname is Yen and the other's surname is Chen. They don't seem like biological children. Seeing Jiang Chen's suspicious expression, Chen Wu's lips twitched. She is indeed my daughter, but she takes after her mother more. Sigh. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. What's wrong? What's there to sigh about? President Jiang, you don't know. My wife passed away early, so in order to let her remember her mother, I made her take her mother's surname. Later, the child lived with her aunt, which resulted in her aunt never having a boyfriend. I was busy before and didn't spend much time with them. Now, thinking about it, I feel like I've let them down. As Chen Wu sipped his tea, he said that his mouth felt bitter and he felt guilty. Jiang Chen nodded, sensing that there were quite a few stories about his aunt involved. He casually asked, So your aunt spent her youth raising your daughter, and you didn't even have the slightest thought for someone else, or want to give her a proper status? Upon hearing this, Chen Wu shook his head bitterly. I wanted to, but the words stopped abruptly. Suddenly, Gu Jingming, who was standing to the side, teased with a strange smile. Could it be that Brother Chen is impotent in that area? Chen Wu. No way. Brother Chen, you really. Gu Jingming thought it was just a joke, but to his surprise, it came true. Brother Chen, this is an illness of yours. It needs treatment. It might be psychological or something else. You're a grown man. What are you still ashamed of? Gu Jingming immediately said. Sigh, it's no use. I've seen so many doctors, but nothing has worked. Forget it. Let's talk about something else. Chen Wu waved his hand, indicating that he did not want to continue this topic, because it's just too heartbreaking. Jiang Chen was a little confused. Unexpectedly, this was the reason. Wait, you're not good at that. Jiang Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. In that case, you might need my exclusive secret recipe to help you. As he spoke, Jiang Chen pulled a square box out of his pocket. The words above are in large letters. Rejuvenation pill. Rejuvenation pills? What kind of treasure is this? When they saw Jiang Chen take the small square box out of his pocket, the two old men's eyes lit up instantly, and they treated it as a treasure. After all, Jiang Chen is worth billions. His work is no ordinary product. However, Jiang Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. What a wonderful treasure. To be honest, I don't know if this will even work. Awkward. However, Jiang Chen believed one thing. Anything produced by our system is guaranteed to be of high quality. Jiang Chen already has a perfect physique, so he doesn't need this. But he can use this to win people's hearts. We can try it out now and see how it goes. Just consider it a perk for Chen Wu, right? Ahem, to be honest. You should be able to figure out the general idea of this thing. This unique packaging, this special name, this simple layout, it's clearly a masterpiece. Jiang Chen immediately switched to his masterful deception mode. What if Chen Wu were to be resurrected? Wouldn't he then have to be grateful to himself? We have no choice but to work hard for ourselves. After all, such a good thing is like being given a second chance at life. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, not only Chen Wu but also Gu Jingming seemed somewhat expectant. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. So that guy wasn't good at that either. Chen Wu tremblingly took the box, turning it over and over to look at it again and again, his eyes filled with doubt and uncertainty. Mr. Jiang, this doesn't have a manufacturer or anything? Jiang Chen spoke slowly and calmly. I've already said this is my exclusive secret recipe. How could there be a manufacturer? Let me tell you, our Jiang family made our fortune this way. Later, as our business took off, this item became unique to our family and was no longer for sale. These things are becoming increasingly rare. With each one we eat, there's one less left. The effects are amazing. I usually don't use it on strangers. Today, I see you are destined for me. Hearing this, Chen Wu felt somewhat apologetic. At the same time, a strong sense of anticipation arose. President Jiang, this is such a valuable item, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Here, take one. I won't say much about its effects. Experience it for yourself. With that, Jiang Chen turned around and sat down on the sofa, taking a sip of tea. Emma, I did something really good. I'm so happy. Gu Jingming, looking rather cunning, moved closer to Chen Wu, staring at the thumb-sized pill in Chen Wu's hand, and rubbed his hands together. Mr. Chen, this one is so big. Could you share half with me? Roll. Gu Jingming. He had already made up his mind that if Chen Wu found it effective, he would do whatever it took to buy one from Jiang Chen. After Gu Jingming left, Chen Wu accepted the pill, intending to take it that evening. He brought up another document. President Jiang, this is the building's rent collection situation for this quarter. All rent has been paid. Jiang Chen said, just put it there. What's the total amount? Chen Wu reported. The total leased area is currently 132,000 square meters, and the total rent for this quarter is 257.4 million yuan. Shall I have the finance department transfer it to your account? Transfer to this card. Jiang Chen handed over a bank card. Chen Wu accepted the money and immediately went to the finance department to transfer the funds to Jiang Chen. After Chen Wu left, Jiang Chen picked up the documents on the table and casually began to read them. The details of each tenant company, including which floors they rented and the area they occupied, are all clearly written down. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He was surprised to see Orange Light Group on the tenant list. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. The headquarters of Orange Light Group is actually in Yingluan Building. Chapter 34, A Long-Awaited Phone Call. Xingyuan Residential Community. Jiang Chen helped the dizzy Xiao tied back to her home. Her apartment has 2 bedrooms and a living room, and the interior is full of girlish style, with very exquisite decoration. Am I very heavy? Xiao Tide wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck, leaned back on the sofa, and asked with her pretty face flushed. Absolutely not. Jiang Chen now has a perfect physique and 3 times the physical strength, while Xiao Tide only weighs about 100 pounds, so why would she feel heavy? Xiaoxi, you're drunk. Shall I help you to your room to sleep? Brother Chen, I want a hug. With a forceful push of her arms, Xiao Tide pressed Jiang Chen down in front of her. The two of them pressed tightly together. Their eyes were only 3 centimeters apart, and the girl's fragrant scent, reminiscent of wine and orchids, wafted over them. If you keep doing this, I can't guarantee your safety. Jiang Chen looked at the beautiful and mesmerizing face in front of him. Such a stunning beauty. almost at zero distance. He could even feel her body temperature and softness. As a normal man, he would naturally have the necessary reactions. With a perfect physique, his reaction would only be stronger. Brother Chun, Xiaoxi has been thinking about you these past few days. This time will you stay? She gazed at Jiang Chen with tender eyes. Brother Chun, I like you. Upon learning of the girl's feelings, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and began to move his large hands. 2 hours later, Xiao Tide finally lay on Jiang Chen's chest and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen leaned against the bedside, looking radiant. Although he knew he would be very strong after upgrading to perfect physique, he didn't expect it to be this outrageous. After 2 hours of intense fighting, I still didn't feel weak at all. Xiao Tide didn't wake up until 7 p.m., and just as Jiang Chun had thought, she had difficulty moving around and was walking with a limp. She too transformed from a young girl into Jiang Chen's woman. Jiang Chun took care of her and cooked for her personally, which Xiao Tide praised highly. Afterwards, the two snuggled together at home to watch a movie, deepening their relationship and getting to know each other better. The next day, after waking up and washing up, Jiang Chun made a simple breakfast. Let's begin today's lucky draw. You have one chance to win a prize today. Would you like to participate now? Go ahead and draw. Ding. Reward: 9 consecutive Rolls-Royce Ghosts. The vehicle is currently stored at Tianhai City. You can contact us at any time. Jiang Chun was a little confused. Why would I need so many Rolls-Royce Ghosts with consecutive serial numbers? Are you tired of this? Although a Rolls-Royce Ghost costs around 7 million, a 9-digit serial number 1 would cost around 8 million. But as of now, he has over 5 billion in his bank account, and he doesn't need any of it. Can't you just give me another supercar? This is bad luck. Jiang Chun muttered a complaint to himself, then called Xiao Tide out to have dinner together. After washing up, Xiao Tide sat at the dining table, her thin nightgown barely concealing her presence, clearly indicating that she didn't consider Jiang Chun an outsider. Brother Chun, the breakfast you made is delicious. She chewed on her bread, and fresh milk got all over her mouth. Jiang Chun handed her a tissue and smiled. Look at you. You're still like a child. By the way, do you have classes at university today? Yes, but you can also take leave. Xiao Tide wiped her mouth with a piece of paper, meaning that she could ask for leave to accompany Jiang Chun. Yes, academics should be the priority. Jiang Chun didn't want her to neglect her studies because of him. Xiao Tide nodded, not pressing the issue further, and smiled gently. Okay, then Brother Chun, will you take me to school later? Okay, you eat first, and I'll take you there when you're done. Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar call from Tianhai. Could it be a call from the car market? Jiang Chun was a little curious, so he answered the phone. Hello. A familiar yet long-lost voice came from the other end. Is that Xiao Chen? It's me, Meng Bin. Meng Bin. The name awakened Jiang Chen's memories. He and Meng Bin grew up in the same orphanage. Meng Bin was 3 years older than him. The two were not like brothers, but they were closer than brothers. At the orphanage, there were 2 other people I got along well with, Fatty Wang Tao and Sister Ing, Lu Ing. When Jiang Chun was in school, he was a good student but a very honest person. Whenever he was bullied, Meng Bin and Sister Ing would always be the first to step in. Meng Bin protected Jiang Chun like an older brother. This made Jiang Chun feel the warmth of family. However, due to their different ages, these friends gradually left the orphanage after Jiang Chen entered high school, and their life trajectories diverged. But to my surprise, I received a call from Meng Bin today. Brother Bin, how did you get my phone number? Jiang Chun asked with some curiosity. Haha, I'm at our old orphanage now. I got your phone number from the director. What are you doing now? At an orphanage 100 kilometers away, Meng Bin held his phone and said excitedly into the phone, I'm getting married tomorrow. Can you come back to the orphanage today for a get-together? Don't worry, you don't need to give a red envelope. Just come. He was afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to come because he didn't have the money, so he added the last sentence. Hearing these words, Jiang Chen felt a warmth in his heart. In today's materialistic and fast-paced society, people change very quickly. He was also afraid that these childhood friends would change after entering society. Fortunately, Meng Bin's feeling towards him remained the same as before, unchanged. He is still the same boy he always was, the Meng Bin who would always stand up for him. Upon learning that he was getting married, Jiang Chun was naturally happy for him. Brother Bin, you're getting married? Congratulations. Will Fatty and Sistering be coming back? I've already called them. They're all on their way back. Only you're missing. Can you come back or not? Give me an answer. I'll definitely come back. Brother Bin, how could I not come back for your wedding? Okay, then we'll meet at the orphanage. I'll be waiting for you. Good. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Xiao Tide said, Brother Chen, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll drive to school myself later. Seeing the sensible Xiao Tide, Jiang Chen couldn't show favoritism and said with a smile, It's okay, I'll take you there. It won't take much time. Thank you, Brother Chen. Mua. Xiao Tide took the initiative to kiss Jiang Chen. Afterwards, Jiang Chen drove his Pagani Huayra to take Xiao Tide to Tianhai University of Finance and Economics. After everything was ready, Jiang Chen opened the unreliable map navigation and set his destination to Angel Orphanage. Chapter 35, A Visit to the Set. Orange Light Group is actually a tenant of Yingluan Building? Does that mean that Tang Luohuan and the others are working downstairs right now? That's interesting. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. He decided to visit the set later. Yingluan Building, 9 floors. Orange Light Group. Tang Luohuan slowly sipped her tea. Sitting opposite him was Zhao Dongyi, the general manager of the Zhao Group. He was smiling and seemed very amiable. But that smile didn't make Tang Luohuan happy. They've been talking since 9 in the morning, a full 3 hours, and Zhao Dongyi is already in a relaxed and unhurried manner, as if he just came over for tea and casual conversation. That scoundrel. Tang Luohuan was getting annoyed by his stubbornness. But this isn't really Zhao Dongyi's fault. Last time he offended Jiang Chen, which led to the cancellation of the contract with Zijin Hotel, causing heavy losses to the Zhao Group. After Zhao Dongyi returned home, he was severely scolded by his father and given a death order. Therefore, Zhao Dongyi is going all in this time. He needs to make up for his past mistakes and losses by taking them back from Orange Light Group and make amends. Seeing this from behind, Shen Qiulan spoke up. President Zhao, you've seen our sincerity. What are your thoughts now? Zhao Dongyi fiddled with his teacup, not replying to Shen Qiulan, but looking at Tang Luohuan instead. Mr. Tang, it's almost noon. You haven't eaten yet, have you? How about I treat you to lunch, and we can chat while we eat? Eat. Eat your grandpa's food. Zhao Dongyi knew he was in a hurry, so he deliberately delayed until she had nowhere else to go. Snap. Tang Luohuan put down her teacup, her bright eyes fixed on Zhao Dongyi, her gaze gradually turning cold. President Zhao, Orange Light is sincere in its desire to cooperate with the Zhao family. But so far, I have not seen the slightest bit of sincerity from the Zhao family. Her patience was almost at its limit. Zhao Dongyi smiled silently. Although Tang Luohuan is one of Tianhai's leading entrepreneurs, she is still young and lacks maturity. Mr. Tang, you flatter me. We have an upstream and downstream relationship with Orange Light, and reaching a cooperation agreement has always been my expectation. Here, give me the contract. He took the contract from his secretary and placed it in front of Tang Luohuan. Look, we've brought the contract with us. How can you say we're not showing enough sincerity? Tang Luohuan picked up the contract and looked at it, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. The cost has increased by 30%. The equipment will be supplied in 3 batches, but I'm being asked to pay the full amount up front. Tang Luohuan put down the contract and sneered. Zhao Dongyi, are you playing me? When Zhao Dongyi met her cold gaze, his heart skipped a beat. He had heard a little about Tang Luohuan's identity. Her family was very powerful. However, she has never received any help over the years. She has relied on her own efforts to get to where she is today. But when it comes to doing business, background is only one aspect. The situation is the most important thing, Zhao Dongyi said unhurriedly. President Tang is joking. Business is all about negotiation. Tang Luohuan's expression softened slightly. The conditions you're offering are outrageous. You're not new to business. You should know that. Shen Qiulan presented a contract at the opportune moment, and Tang Luohuan said, This is a sample contract we prepared. Please take a look, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Dongyi didn't take it, pursed his lips, and smiled faintly. How about this, President Tang? Think it over some more. There's no need to rush. I'll come to visit another day. After saying that, he got up and was about to leave. Tang Luohuan gritted her teeth, and even Shen Qiulan's expression changed. Zhao Dongyi talks about cooperation, but he has no intention of negotiating at all. He didn't say a single word to pressure her into making the deal, but in fact, every step he took was forcing Tang Luohuan to compromise. But they wouldn't budge an inch. Just as Zhao Dongyi was about to open the door and leave, Tang Luohuan's voice rang out. "President Zhao, please wait." With his back to her, Zhao Dongyi finally revealed a triumphant smile. Actually, he was also sweating bullets. If the negotiations failed, he would find it difficult to be valued by his father again after returning home. He might even lose the prestige he has built up within the Zhao group. But now, at least they've managed to mend their ways and make amends. 15 minutes later, the office door opened, and Zhao Dongyi and his group came out. "President Tang, please don't bother seeing me off." Zhao Dongyi was all smiles, beaming with pride. In contrast, Tang Luohuan and Shun Xiaolan had ashen faces and not a trace of a smile. Tang Luohuan said calmly, "It's all right. I'll see Mr. Zhao off. I look forward to working closely with you." The word cooperation was emphasized. Zhao Dongyi smiled and said, "With our combined strength, who in Tianhai can stop us? It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure doing business with you." That being said, Tang Luohuan was clearly very unhappy. Zhao Dongyi has squeezed profit margins, and cash flow is in jeopardy. The company is expected to lose at least several hundred million yuan. Moreover, setting this precedent will make future cooperation with the Zhao family difficult to negotiate. If word gets out, it could even affect negotiations with other companies. However, Tang Luohuan wasn't stupid. She wouldn't do a business that would lose money. After receiving this batch of equipment, it will greatly help the company's long-term development. It can be said that it is imperative, but she was still very unhappy. "I've never felt so frustrated since I came to Tianhai. That scoundrel Zhao Dongyi. Don't let me catch him red-handed," Tang Luohuan thought through gritted teeth. At this moment, a small commotion caught Tang Luohuan's attention. "Hello, who are you looking for?" the female receptionist asked. "I'm looking for Tang Luohuan." After finishing his work, Jiang Chen thought he'd stop by the set to visit the crew. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tang is meeting with guests and it's not convenient for him right now. If you have something urgent, I can pass it on for you." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. If she's busy, then forget it." He turned to leave as he spoke. Tang Luohuan saw this, and her face lit up with joy. Just as she was about to call out to him, she noticed that Zhao Dongyi was walking quickly toward Jiang Chen. Walking quickly. "Mr. Jiang." Zhao Dongyi approached Jiang Chen with a fawning smile. "Zhao Dongyi? It's you." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "I came here to discuss some business, and I didn't expect to run into you." Zhao Dongyi hunched over, his face full of a sheepish grin, a stark contrast to his calm demeanor just moments before. Now he seemed like a little brother. The reason is simple. Zhao Dongyi knows perfectly well that Jiang Chen is the owner of Golden Shield Security and Zijin Hotel. Given these two identities, he would never dare to act recklessly in front of Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Tang Luohuan and Shun Xiaolan exchanged a glance, their throats tightening slightly. This scoundrel actually knows Jiang Chen? What's with this overly respectful demeanor? Chapter 36. In front of Jiang Chen, he was just a little brother. At this moment, Tang Luohuan and Shun Xiaolan also came over. Tang Luohuan asked, "President Zhao, Jiang Chen, do you know each other?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongyi guiltily turned his gaze to Jiang Chen, as if asking for his opinion. This scene sent a shiver down Tang Luohuan's spine. Who exactly is Jiang Chen? How could Zhao Dongyi be so afraid of this? Jiang Chen smiled and said, "You could say that I became acquainted with President Zhao after a fight, don't you think?" He looked at Zhao Dongyi with great interest. Yes. We became friends after a fight." Zhao Dongyi couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Tang Luohuan frowned. "We became friends after a fight?" Judging from Zhao Dongyi's expression, which is like a mouse encountering a cat, it doesn't seem like they became friends after a fight. "You're probably going to get completely crushed in one-sided battles, aren't you?" "Wait, Mr. Tang, you know Mr. Jiang too?" Zhao Dongyi suddenly responded. "What is Jiang Chen's purpose in coming here? It couldn't be just to see myself, could it? The only possibility is that they came to see Tang Luohuan." Tang Luohuan's stunning beauty is known to everyone in Tianhai's business circle. No one dared to covet her. Instead, they mostly regarded her as a business partner or a rival. Xin Xiaolan said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang and Mr. Tang are neighbors and have a good relationship. They even came to our house for dinner a few days ago." After being warned by Tang Luohuan, she no longer dared to address Jiang Chen as her brother. Neighbor, they have a very good relationship. You're coming to our house for dinner again. Zhao Dongyi broke out in a cold sweat. He was really putting on airs and acting all high and mighty in the office just now, but he never expected that Tang Luohuan and Jiang Chen would have such a good relationship. Perhaps Tang Luohuan is Jiang Chen's woman. He's definitely here to speak up for Tang Luohuan. Otherwise, what are the odds of such a coincidence? Mr. Zhao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xin Xiaolan noticed that the other person's face was pale. What happened next left her dumbfounded. Zhao Dongyi, panting heavily with pale lips, immediately turned to Tang Luohuan with a fawning smile and said, President Tang, I didn't know you and Mr. Jiang were so close. I may have offended you during our conversation earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Oh, Tang Luohuan was a little taken aback. Zhao Dongyi snatched his assistant's briefcase, took out the contract that had just been signed, and tore it up. Tear it up. This bullshit contract is completely unreasonable. Impossible. Tang Luohuan was stunned and asked in confusion, Then you mean resign using your contract? Zhao Dongyi decisively said, After thinking about it, I think your terms are more reasonable. In business, of course, it should be a win-win situation. Tang Luohuan. That's not what you just said, is it? What exactly is going on? Tang Luohuan looked at Jiang Chen with surprise, his appearance mysterious and magical. Who exactly is this man? Mr. Zhao, the assistant said anxiously. I finally saw the contract Zhao Dongyi negotiated. Has he gone mad? Shut up. Zhao Dongyi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You fucking know nothing. If they offend Jiang Chen because of this contract, the Zhao family might be destroyed. He can't bear this responsibility. He believed that his decision was clear. Even if his father were present, he would definitely make the same choice. Chairman Tang, please bring out the contract so we can re-sign it quickly, Zhao Dongyi urged. He's getting anxious now. Get the contract. Tang Luohuan said decisively, a slight smile curving her lips. She realized that Zhao Dongyi was afraid of Jiang Chen, and it seems there's some misunderstanding about her relationship with Jiang Chen, but she wasn't going to explain to Zhao Dongyi. She wanted to take this opportunity to change the unfair contract first. Xin Xiaolan took out the contract and handed it to Zhao Dongyi. Zhao Dongyi didn't even look at it, but turned around and held it in front of Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, is this contract acceptable? If not, we can revise it. Hiss. Everyone in the audience gasped. Even the contract terms have to be agreed upon with Jiang Chen? If Jiang Chen weren't so young, they would have thought he was Zhao Dongyi's father. Jiang Chen glanced at Tang Luohuan, a smile appearing on his lips. He had seen it coming long ago. Mr. Zhao, you're joking. How could I possibly interfere in your company's affairs? As for the contract, I think it's fine as long as both of you agree on its reasonableness. He gave the other party ample face and did not coerce them. Makes sense. It definitely makes sense. Zhao Dongyi took out a pen and quickly signed his name on the front desk. Then he took the contract stamp from the bewildered assistant's bag. Snap. Stamped with a red seal. Mr. Zhao. The assistant was completely dumbfounded. That one construction project cost hundreds of millions. Zhao Dongyi handed the contract to Tang Luohuan and urged, President Tang, take a look. If there are no problems, you should hurry up too. Tang Luohuan looked at the bright red seal on the contract and still felt a sense of unreality. Less than 10 minutes apart, two different attitudes, two different contracts, a difference of hundreds of millions. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray this. And all of this is because Jiang Chen. Tang Luohuan didn't have time to think too much. She signed a new contract with Zhao Dongyi and also put her own copy of the contract into the shredder. Everything has settled down. Zhao Dongyi, on the contrary, breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Jiang, this matter has been resolved. Do you think you'd be free sometime another day? My father and I would like to invite you to dinner. Although he was flustered, he wasn't stupid at all. In the face of such a major event, we can clearly distinguish between what is important and what is not. This contract resulted in a loss of hundreds of millions. But if they could get on Jiang Chen's good side, everything would go smoothly for the Zhao group in the future. Jiang Chen took the initiative to shake hands with him. Okay, let's get together sometime. Zhao Dongyi was flattered and replied, okay. Afterwards, Zhao Dongyi added Jiang Chen on WeChat and felt relieved. For him, As long as he resolves his previous conflict with Jiang Chen and ensures that Jiang Chen will not take action against the Zhao group, he can rest easy and give his father an explanation. Mr. Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now? Zhao Dongyi asked tentatively. Okay, then I won't see you off. After receiving Jiang Chen's permission, Zhao Dongyi nodded respectfully before leaving Orange Light Group. Upon seeing this, Shun Xiulan and Tang Luohuan exchanged a glance. This is no longer the imposing Zhao Dongyi we knew before. Is this the humble Xiao Zhao? Do I even need to ask permission before leaving? At the same time, they were also very curious about Jiang Chen's identity. What exactly is Jiang Chen's identity that they don't know? Chapter 37 Heavens Above. You're telling me this is called good luck? In the chairman's office of Orange Light Group. After brewing the tea, Shun Xiulan left and gently closed the office door. Jiang Chen savored the Da Hong Pao tea, its orchid-like fragrance filling his mouth. Tang Luohuan didn't speak, but rested her chin on her hand and looked at him with interest. Jiang Chen simply stood there, and with a few casual words, he terrified Zhao Dongyi, who immediately changed the contract and gave up a piece of the pie that was about to be taken away. Who exactly is he? Jiang Chen, do you know how much you've helped me? Tang Luohuan broke the silence. Jiang Chen put down his teacup and said with interest, tell me about it. From a long-term perspective, you've saved me at least $1 billion. The benefits in other areas are even more immeasurable in monetary terms, Tang Luohuan said frankly. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. I never expected that today's transaction would be so crucial for Orange Light Group, actually saving Tang Luohuan $1 billion yuan. This is no small amount. But he remained calm and composed and did not say anything. So, Tang Luohuan leaned closer to him and said earnestly, how can I thank you? Jiang Chen looked at her fair and pretty face, waved his hand, and said, it was nothing. Tang Luohuan shook her head, that won't do. Then repay with your body. Jiang Chen slowly added the second half of the sentence. Tang Luohuan's face turned red, and her eyes were reproachful. Why does this person talk like that? Speaks without restraint and acts without any scruples. Do you expect me to repay this debt with my own body? Does he like me? Tang Luohuan composed herself. Seriously, after all, you've helped me so much. So how do you plan to thank me? Jiang Chen smiled and said, are you going to give me all the rest of the money? You definitely feel bad about that. If I give you too little, I won't be interested. So, I'll let you repay this favor for now, and I'll make you pay it back when I have the chance. Jiang Chen's net worth is now close to 10 billion, making him even richer than Tang Luohuan. When people have money, the things they pursue naturally change. A smile slowly appeared on Tang Luohuan's face. She had never met such an interesting person. He has a carefree and roguish charm, but he's not annoying at all. On the contrary, you can tell he lives life with a clear understanding of its meaning. Okay, then I'll owe you for now. Don't hesitate to ask for my help whenever you need it, Tang Luohuan said. Don't worry, do I look like a polite person? It certainly doesn't look like it. Jiang Chen stood up and stretched. Let's go. He then prepared to leave. Jiang Chen. Tang Luohuan suddenly called out to him. What's wrong? Jiang Chen turned around, puzzled. Tang Luohuan blushed and said, you said you would treat me to dinner when you came to my house last time. Good grief. I helped her out, and now I have to treat her to a meal. Then let's do it tomorrow. I'll find a restaurant, Jiang Chen said casually. Cough, cough. Tang Luohuan reminded her. I invited you to my house for dinner last time. I understand now. You just want to come to my house for dinner, right? Jiang Chen chuckled and said, just say it directly. Stop beating around the bush. Okay, then let's do it tomorrow at noon. You can come directly over, and maybe I'll have found a butler by then. Okay, it's settled then. Tomorrow at noon. Tang Luo was as happy as a little girl. Are you really that happy just to get a free meal? Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, put his hands in his belt, and left the office. Tang Luohuan looked at him with a smile, her face inexplicably turning slightly red. After leaving Yinglan building, Jiang Chen received a call from Wu Pei. It's about the fake landlord in Jinshu Huaqing. After investigation and verification by the police, that man has committed multiple crimes, including embezzlement and forgery, and a lot of dirt on him has been exposed, with conclusive evidence. He was ultimately sentenced to 3 years in prison, which can be considered as reaping what he sowed. Jiang Chen simply laughed it off. This was just a minor incident for him. But for that man, It could be a stain on his reputation for life. But what does this have to do with Jiang Chen? Those who reap what they sow will not live. Jiang Chen isn't a saint, so he couldn't be bothered with all that. After finishing the call, Jiang Chen returned to his car. I opened a job posting website on my phone, and it showed 99 plus new job postings. Luckily, I didn't leave my phone number. Otherwise, I probably would have been bombarded with calls. He opened his mailbox and began browsing through the emails one by one. The number of resumes submitted was quite large, and they came from both men and women. Many people come for the salary, but there are also many professionals, such as the female graduates of Ingwa Butler Academy. Jiang Chen flipped through the pages, and then a resume caught his eye. Huaqing University's School of Economics and Management, MIT MBA? Someone with such high academic qualifications wants to be a housekeeper? Are you out of your mind? This photo looks familiar. The name is Ning Shernan. Jiang Chen was stunned. He looked at the photo carefully. Although Ning Shernan looked very young in the photo, it was indeed that little girl Ning Shernan. An MIT MBA comes to be a housekeeper. It seems she really has no other choice. Because Jiang Chen chose to communicate in a one-way manner, the other party knew nothing about him except the words, Mr. Jiang. Ning Shernan definitely didn't know it was him. I wonder what kind of expression this silly girl will have when she sees it's me. Jiang Chen sent out interview information through the website with a mischievous grin. Dear Ms. Ning, your resume has been approved. Please come to the Lakeside Villa, Building 1, Huazhou Junting for an interview at 4 p.m. today. Interview? Ning Shernan saw the text message and exclaimed, What's going on? I haven't submitted any resumes recently. Is this fake? Lu Lan was taken aback, then her eyes lit up. Wow, you actually passed the interview. How lucky. What? Ning Shernan was dumbfounded. Lu Lan chuckled and said, Looks like there's always a way out. Your luck has turned. What the heck? What job did you apply for me? Ning Shernan looked completely bewildered. Housekeeper. Housekeeper. Heavens above. You cast me as a butler, making me serve tea and water to people, and you still say I'm lucky. Ning Shernan covered her face helplessly, feeling like crying. Lu Lan snorted, unconvinced, and said, What's wrong with being a housekeeper? Lots of people applied for the job. You were just lucky to be chosen. Isn't the salary higher than what you get at the Zhao Group? As she spoke, she handed over her phone, pulled up the job postings section, and showed it to Ning Nanshi. Monthly salary, 100,000. It's a staggering 100,000. However, Ning Nanshi still couldn't quite accept the fact. After all, she was from the Department of Economics and Management at Tsinghua University and had an MBA from MIT. Should we make her a housekeeper? Do I, Ning Shernan, have no pride? After all, every academically gifted woman has her own pride. If you don't like it, you don't have to go. It's still your decision. Seeing Ning Nanshi's expression, Lu Lan's tone softened immediately. Ning Shernan bit her lip, hesitating. Given her education and qualifications, it was indeed a waste of her talents to be a housekeeper, and she felt somewhat resentful. But reality is what we face. She was targeted by the Zhao Group, and as a result, she was rejected everywhere she looked for a job for 2 months. Thanks to Zhao Minghong's efforts, virtually no one in the same industry at Tianhai dared to hire her. And now, she has no money left in her little wallet. I'm too embarrassed to ask my parents. Besides, although this job is a housekeeper position, the salary is very high. It's still somewhat tempting. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Lan advised, Shernan, you can go for the interview first. If you don't think it's going to work out, then you can quit. Besides, a housekeeper isn't a servant. The job posting says management, which means management level. I guess you won't need to serve tea or water. Ning Shernan. Okay, I believe you. Well, let's go take a look first. Ning Shernan reluctantly compromised. Chapter 38. Moving in with Jiang Chen? 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Huazhou Junting. Ning Shernan arrived right on time. As soon as I arrived at the entrance, I was stopped by the security guard. Hello, what can I do for you? Ning Shernan said, My name is Ning Shernan. I came to a lakeside villa to meet Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang? Please wait a moment. The security guard checked the records and found that Jiang Chen had indeed greeted them. So he nodded and opened the automatic door. Miss Ning, please come in. Ning Shernan had just entered, but stopped after taking a few steps, as if she had suddenly remembered something. She then turned around and whispered to the security guard, Brother, I have a question for you. How old is the owner of the villa in the lake? The security guard shook his head and said, "Sorry, I can't disclose the homeowner's privacy." "Okay, then I'll ask you another question. How many people live in one house?" The security guard hesitated for a moment before saying, "At the moment, there is only Mr. Jiang. All alone." Ning Shernan was having second thoughts. If it's a family, at least there's a guarantee of safety. This is a person, but what if she is a psychopath? After all, she's so beautiful, with fair skin, a pretty face, and long legs. Who knows what kind of wicked ideas others might have? Well, since we're here, let's take a look first. If it doesn't work out, we'll leave. After all, she was carrying pepper spray. Soon, Ning Shernan arrived at the villa in the middle of the lake, took a deep breath, and rang the doorbell. Click. The door opened gently, but no one was inside. Ning Shernan went inside and asked softly, "Is Mr. Jiang here?" "Come in directly. No need to change your shoes." A male voice came from inside the room, and for some reason it sounded somewhat familiar. Ning Shernan walked through the entryway and into the living room. A man was brewing tea, steam rising and the aroma of tea filling the air. "Please sit wherever you like." Snap! Ning Shernan's poor phone fell to the ground again and shattered into pieces. But she was completely unaware, her beautiful eyes wide open, her face filled with shock. Jiang Chen. Ning Shernan never dreamed that Mr. Jiang was Jiang Chen. She couldn't help but blush a little. During their meal, he remarked that his difficulties were only temporary, and then he applied for a job as his housekeeper. How embarrassing. Jiang Chen looked at Ning Shernan, who was dressed in an office lady outfit and seemed a little awkward, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. He cleared his throat, as if he didn't recognize her. "Ning Shernan, Miss Ning, please have a seat." "You bastard." Ning Shernan's cheeks puffed up in anger. This big bad guy must have done it on purpose. However, this actually made her feel more relaxed. She walked over to the sofa in front of Jiang Chen and sat down, appearing much more at ease. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chen leaned back lazily on the sofa, looking at the resume in his hand. His slightly tight black shirt accentuated his strong physique. Ning Shernan shyly looked away. I hadn't realized before that Jiang Chen had such a great physique. A graduate of Tsinghua University, an MBA from MIT, and 6 months of work experience at the Zhao Group. Ms. Ning's resume is quite impressive. Thanks. Ning Shernan nodded calmly. With such an impressive resume, finding a job in your field shouldn't be difficult. Don't you think being a housekeeper is a waste of your talents? Jiang Chen asked. Nonsense. If I could find a job, would I become a housekeeper? But it seems like it would be quite fun to be with this guy. I like being a housekeeper, Ning Shernan said, almost as if possessed. Real? Jiang Chen was taken aback. There are people who actually like being a butler? Being a housekeeper also requires management skills, and my major is a perfect match for it, Ning Nancher said without batting an eye. If her teacher heard this, he'd probably want to beat her to death. I'm seriously looking for a job, and I hope you won't have any prejudice against me just because we know each other. Before she knew it, Ning Shernan had started to treat this like a job interview. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry about that. I won't hold back when I need you." Hearing this, Ning Shernan felt relieved and inexplicably cheerful. "It seems I've been hired," Jiang Chen said. "My requirements are also very simple. The house must be kept clean, the garden and swimming pool must be cleaned regularly, and the 3 meals a day should not be the same. In short, it is about cleaning and taking care of my food, clothing, and shelter. Of course, you can hire a part-time worker to handle some of the chores. I'll give you a bank card later, and you can use the funds in it as needed. Also, since you've worked as a secretary before, we might be able to handle some company affairs. Is that all right?" After hearing Jiang Chen finish speaking, Ning Shernan paused. "It's that simple? This doesn't sound too difficult. It just involves allocating personnel. I also do some secretary work on the side. Mr. Jiang, isn't the salary you're offering too high? It seems completely inconsistent with the intensity of my work," she said, shaking her head. Jiang Chen looked at her strangely. "Someone actually complains about having too much money? You might have some misunderstandings. What I need is for you to be on call 24 hours a day. Even if I need you in the middle of the night, you have to be there for me. Besides, I have more than 1 or 2 companies. If you really get busy, you might not be able to finish in a single day. If I calculate it this way, I might have set the salary too low. If the workload increases in the future and you perform well, I will raise it." He was quite serious about it. Hire a housekeeper as the person in charge, so that he only needs to deal with one person and does not need to manage everyone. Moreover, she has a background in economic management, so it's possible that once I own more businesses, I could use her as my personal secretary, which would be a perfect match for my expertise. This is equivalent to paying one price and hiring someone to do two jobs. So now, do you still think 100,000 yuan is a lot? Moreover, Jiang Chen also said that the salary might be too low and would be increased. Ning Shernan suddenly realized that this job had huge potential. She thought for a moment and said, Mr. Jiang, would you like to hire servants or hourly workers for cleaning the villa and maintaining the manor environment? You can handle these things as you see fit, but I prefer quiet, Jiang Chen said calmly. Okay, then let's hire hourly workers regularly. That way, the maids won't be coming and going in the villa and affecting your life. Ning Shernan immediately planned. As for cooking and laundry, if you don't mind, I can do them. You can cook. Jiang Chen nodded, somewhat surprised. Ning Shernan nodded, I've learned some before, so it should taste pretty good. Can. Jiang Chen glanced at his watch. It's getting late. Let's sign the contract. Then you can go back and pack your things and move in. You'll be in charge of dinner. It'll be a good opportunity to try your cooking. Huh. Ning Shernan blushed and stammered. I still want to stay here. Nonsense. How can you provide 24-hour service if you don't live here? Have you ever seen a butler who doesn't live at home? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. That's true. Ning Shernan nodded, blushing. Okay, let's sign the contract first. The two quickly signed the contract. Jiang Chen stood up, stretched, and revealed his well-defined abs. Ning Shernan's heart raced, and she hurriedly looked away. Jiang Chen took out a car key. You can drive, right? Take this car back and come back as soon as possible. Then just pick a room. I'm waiting for your meal, Butler Ning. After saying that, he patted Ning Shernan on the shoulder and walked towards the gym. Ning Shernan covered her slightly flushed cheeks. So I've become Jiang Chen's housekeeper? And I'm going to live with him. It feels like a dream. She stared blankly at the Rolls-Royce car keys in her hand. But the contract has already been signed. It's a 3-year term, and it's too late for her to regret it now. Even if she were sold, she couldn't afford to pay the penalty for breach of contract. No, now that I have a new job, I have to work hard. Brave Shernan, fear no difficulties. Keep going. Ning Shernan clenched her fists, cheering herself on. Then, taking the Rolls-Royce car keys, he walked towards the gate. After walking a few steps, I realized I had stepped on something. My phone. Chapter 39. Enemies meet on a narrow road. After packing up, Ning Shernan quickly returned to the villa. When she returned, she found Jiang Chen still working out in the gym. So she prepared water for him and waited at the door with a towel. Jiang Chen walked out shirtless, his muscles bulging from the exercise, creating a striking visual impact. Ning Shernan blushed, turned her head away shyly, and handed over the towel. Mr. Jiang, the water has been prepared for you. Okay. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Ning Shernan quickly assumed the role of the housekeeper and did not overstep any boundaries. Jiang Chen was also addressed as Mr. Ning Shernan was well aware that although the two were friends, their relationship was essentially one of employer and employee. It's important to understand your own position. This also pleased Jiang Chen. Sir, what would you like to eat for dinner? I'll make it for you. No need to cook. Let's just eat out tonight. Jiang Chen changed his mind at the last minute. How many people are there in total? Is there anything I need to prepare? Ning Shernan was surprised, because Jiang Chen had just said he wanted to test her cooking skills. Why do we have to go out to eat now? No need. It's just the two of us. The two of us? Ning Shernan asked, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Chen said helplessly, Isn't today your birthday? You didn't forget, did you? Ning Shernan was taken aback. Of course she remembered. This morning, I also received phone calls from my parents and friends wishing me well. She just couldn't understand how Jiang Chen knew. It's written on your resume. Idiot. After saying that, he put the towel over Ning Shernan's head and turned to walk towards the bathroom. Ning Shernan stood there, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter under the towel. Jiang Chen was soaking in the bathtub. He had just been looking at Ning Shernan's resume again when he realized that it was her birthday today, so he simply gave up the idea of asking her to cook. Now that I am Ning Shernan's owner, it's not too much to ask her to go out for a meal on her birthday, is it? Fastman restaurant. The decor is modern, sophisticated, and luxurious, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the night sky and sea, and the open kitchen wafting out enticing aromas. Jiang Chen and Ning Shernan sat in the hall, but the distance between each table was quite far, so it was still relatively quiet. Pan-fried squid, crispy suckling pig with corn, and premium Wagyu beef with black sesame sauce. Under the receptionist's shocked gaze, Jiang Chen ordered half the menu. Ning Shernan asked in a low voice, "Mr. Jiang, can you finish all this food?" Jiang Chen glanced at her and said, "Don't you have any idea how much you can eat?" Ning Shernan felt a little embarrassed when she recalled the scene of the two of them eating barbecue. That's barbecue. This is French cuisine. How can they be the same? But you eat so much, why don't you gain weight? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Ning Shernan has a really good figure. With a slender waist and long legs, she looked ethereal in a white dress. Hee hee, I'm just naturally gifted, aren't you envious? Ning Shernan stood up and struck a pose, perfectly showcasing her figure with her prominent curves. How was it? She asked smugly. Jiang Chen's gaze explored her without any restraint. She's beautiful and has a great figure. She's got a good style too. Not bad, not bad. Ning Shernan's face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly sat down, looking somewhat flustered. Seeing his wicked grin, I spat. Bad guy. Seeing Jiang Chen's speechless expression, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ning Shernan is in a particularly good mood today. However, her good mood was quickly shattered. A sharp female voice rang out from behind. Oh, isn't this Assistant Chairman Ning? It seems Tianhai really is small. Jiang Chen frowned as he looked over. Tang Lu was seen standing behind them, arm in arm with a man in his 50s. She was wearing a custom-made dress, carrying a Hermes bag, and wearing heavy makeup. At this moment, Tang Lu's eyes were filled with resentment. The image of Jiang Chen mocking her last time was still vivid in her mind. You dare say I'm stuck in your teeth? She's clearly still got the charm she deserves. The man she was arm in arm with was Zhao Minghong, the owner of the Zhao Group. Zhao Minghong's expression changed when he saw Ning Shernan, and he pulled his arm back. It wasn't that he cared about Ning Shernan's opinion. After all, his relationship with Tang Lu was improper, and he had to avoid suspicion when meeting acquaintances. Seeing Zhao Minghong's cowardly behavior, Tang Lu became even more furious. Miss Ning has indeed hooked up with a rich second-generation heir. The places she eats have all been upgraded from roadside stalls to French restaurants, she said sarcastically. Jiang Chen is so rich, he must have a lot of influence. Normally, Tang Lu would never dare to offend him, but now that Zhao Minghong is by her side, she feels much more confident. If we're talking about the word to lean on, I'm afraid no one is better at it than you, right? Ning Shernan said with a sneer. You're talking nonsense. Tang Lu's face flushed red as she was hit where it hurt. Have you forgotten how you were fired from the company? If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll send you to jail. Zhao Minghong's face also darkened, and his eyes turned cold. Ning Shernan said, You know what you've done? You still have the nerve to shout here? Don't you have any shame? She really couldn't understand it. Tang Lu clearly did something wrong, so why is she so self-righteous? Ning Shernan did not expose them and had already left the company, but the other party still seemed unwilling to let it go. What grudge, what hatred? Actually, it's just that Ning Shernan is too outstanding. She's beautiful and has excellent work skills. Before, she was the object of many people's secret crushes at the company. Tang Lu, on the other hand, could only rely on her own body to climb up step by step. How could this not make people jealous? We're all human, so why are you so outstanding? Ning Shernan exposed her affair with Zhao Minghong, which made her even more furious. Although she drove Ning Shernan away, she still harbored resentment in her heart. The more miserable Ning Shernan's life is, the happier she is. Conversely, if Ning Shernan is living a happy and fulfilling life, she will be extremely jealous. That's what women are like. Zhao Minghong, who was standing to the side, raised an eyebrow. He was already in a bad mood today, and now Ning Shernan was making sarcastic remarks about him. This made him look extremely unpleasant. Miss Ning, I advise you to be careful with your words. You must be responsible for what you say. Everything must be based on evidence. My Zhao Group will not allow ourselves to be slandered. Evidence? If I had evidence, would you still dare to be so arrogant? Ning Shernan shook her head and stopped talking. There's no point in continuing this conversation given how shameless these two are. Zhao Minghong sneered. Heh, I wonder where Miss Ning is working after leaving the Zhao family. Jobs are hard to find in Tianhai these days. Why not try another city? He was giving Ning Chernan a warning. To put it bluntly, there's no way you can make it in Tianhai anymore, so you'd better get out and go to another city. Ning Chernan was, after all, a girl, and tears of grievance instantly welled up in her eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who had been silent all along, stood up, smiled, and extended his hand. Mr. Zhao, I've heard so much about you. Zhao Minghong didn't recognize Jiang Chen, but seeing his extraordinary appearance, he shook his hand anyway. Who are you? Before he could finish speaking, a tremendous force came and pulled him over. Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around Zhao Minghong's neck and gripped Zhao Minghong's chin tightly with one hand, the terrifying force almost crushing his chin. Mr. Zhao, you really have a bad memory. Come on, let's go over there and have a chat. Jiang Chen affectionately put his arm around him and walked towards the restroom. Zhao Minghong, who is less than 1.7 meters tall, is as powerless as a child in front of Jiang Chen, who has a perfect physique. They were practically dragged away without their feet touching the ground. Tang Lu didn't notice any of this and assumed that Jiang Qinjin knew Zhao Minghong. She couldn't help but say smugly, "Looks like your boyfriend isn't all that great. He still has to behave himself when he sees President Zhao." Ning Chernan bit her lip, trembling with anger. Chapter 40. This guy's ruthless. Jiang Chen led Zhao Minghong into the restroom and threw him inside. Even though Zhao Minghong was a man of many experiences, he was still a little flustered at this moment. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, this restaurant is full of surveillance cameras. If anything happens, you won't be able to escape. Do you know who I am? I am Zhao Minghong from the Zhao Group. You dare to mess with me? One phone call from me, and I can make it impossible for you to stay in Tianhai. Hearing these words, Jiang Chen smiled and said calmly, "It seems that your Zhao Group hasn't suffered enough damage recently. You've already forgotten the pain once the wound has healed." Upon hearing this, Zhao Minghong's brow twitched. What do you mean? What do you mean? Hee hee. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Since you seem to have forgotten, Mr. Zhao, let me give you a little reminder. Your contract with Zijin Hotel was recently canceled, right? And the price for your cooperation with Qingguan Group was also reduced. Am I right?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Minghong's heart skipped a beat. He had already kept the news of the Zijin Hotel contract being canceled a secret, and no one else knew about it. Otherwise, the Zhao Group's loss would not be as simple as just a contract. He was also aware of the collaboration with Orange Light Group. His son, Zhao Dongyi, reported to him that he had offended the same person again. The other party is the owner of Zijin Hotel and Jundun Security, and his background is even more unfathomable. A clear name gradually emerged in his mind. Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang. This is someone he can't afford to mess with. What is your relationship with Mr. Jiang? Zhao Minghong asked, puzzled. That was the only thing he could think of. I am him, Jiang Chen. Such a casual remark struck Zhao Minghong like a bolt from the blue. He slumped against the wall, utterly defeated. Jiang Chen. Age and appearance perfectly match. This must be the man right in front of me. He was hoping to have the chance to meet with this rumored Mr. Jiang and curry favor with him. But he almost offended him today. As he thought about it, cold sweat instantly poured down his back. A sense of fear crept into my heart. Now do you know what to do? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight sneer. I know. Zhao Minghong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This man was not someone he could afford to offend. In the restaurant, Tang Lu sat smugly in the chair, making sarcastic remarks to Ning Chernan with a smug look on her face. Ning Chernan clenched her fists, trembling with anger. But she remained silent, restraining herself. She was unaware of the relationship between Jiang Chen and Zhao Minghong and did not want to cause trouble for Jiang Chen because of herself. At this moment, Tang Lu's eyes lit up, and she stood up and said sweetly, President Zhao, why are you only coming back now? Ning Chernan turned around and saw Jiang Chen and Zhao Minghong walking towards her. Zhao Minghong's face was pale, and he lowered his head, seemingly preoccupied. Jiang Chen smiled slightly at Ning Chernan. Ning Chernan curled the corners of her mouth, but the smile was very forced. Mr. Zhao, I've scared that little bitch. She definitely won't expose our affair, so don't worry. Tang Lu came to Zhao Minghong's side and whispered, as if seeking credit. However, They did not notice that Zhao Minghong's breathing was getting heavier and heavier. Tang Lu looked at Ning Shernan smugly. Miss Ning, remember to stay far away from me in the future. And that pretty boy of yours. Snap. A crisp slap rang out, even making everyone in the restaurant's face go numb. Tang Lu was thrown sideways and crashed headfirst into the corner of the dining table. Blood was oozing from his forehead and the corners of his mouth. The handprint on his face immediately swelled up and turned bright red. Tang Lu was stunned by the beating. Zhao Minghong was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot. This slut, flaunting herself everywhere, almost ruined herself. If Jiang Chen gets angry, their Zhao group could very well be destroyed. Ning Shernan was startled. Turning to look at Jiang Chen, I saw him sitting in a chair, calmly cutting his steak. What exactly did this man say to Zhao Minghong? At that moment, the restaurant manager strode over, his face beaming with smiles. Mr. Zhao, this is... He knew that Zhao Minghong had connections and influence far and wide, and that he couldn't afford to offend him. Zhao Minghong pushed him aside, strode up to Ning Shernan, and said with a smirk, Ms. Ning, I was wrong about what happened before. I hope you can forgive me. I will also issue a statement to publicly apologize to you in the industry. I'll arrange for the compensation to be transferred to your account immediately, as long as you forgive me. Ning Shernan's throat moved, somewhat at a loss. During her 8 months with the Zhao family, she had never seen the arrogant Zhao Minghong so humble and subservient. That's incredible. Seeing that Ning Shernan remained silent, Zhao Minghong became uneasy. He anxiously rubbed his hands, noticed Tang Lu, who was stunned by the slap, and quickly walked over. No one knows what he said to Tang Lu, but her face grew paler and paler until she finally slumped down helplessly. Tang Lu walked up to Ning Shernan and said in a low voice, Miss Ning, I'm sorry. Speak louder. Have you not eaten yet? Zhao Minghong scolded. Tang Lu looked aggrieved. I definitely didn't eat it. I'm sorry, Miss Ning. Please forgive me, she said, raising her voice. His head drooped limply, too ashamed to look at Ning Shernan. Ning Shernan shook her head and said, I will not forgive you. Zhao Minghong shuddered and said with a forced smile, Miss Ning, I just want you to stay away from me, okay? Ning Shernan said earnestly. Tang Lu was like a stubborn plaster, impossible to shake off, which really annoyed her. Zhao Minghong said confidently, Miss Ning, don't worry. I'll send her abroad immediately. I guarantee she'll never appear in your sight again. Upon hearing this, Tang Lu's face turned deathly pale, as if she had lost all her energy. Ning Shernan nodded and didn't say anything more. Zhao Minghong looked at Jiang Chen and asked nervously, Mr. Jiang, is this all right? Jiang Chen nodded and said, Boss Zhao is a remarkable person. Mr. Jiang, we must sit down and have a proper meal sometime. Zhao Minghong extended his hand respectfully. He didn't specify what kind of meal it was, but it was obviously an apology meal. Of course, he saved face for himself. Jiang Chen smiled, shook hands with him, and said politely, There will be an opportunity. Having received Jiang Chen's approval, their attitudes seemed to have softened considerably. Zhao Minghong breathed a sigh of relief. Then I won't disturb your meal any longer. Please feel free to let me know if you need anything. After saying that, he whispered a few words to the restaurant manager and then quickly left with Tang Lu. Jiang Chen stared intently at Zhao Minghong's retreating figure. This guy is ruthless, but he knows how to be pragmatic. Zhao Minghong was terrified by his current power and the connections he controlled. That's how society is. The strong never compromise with the weak. They only fear those stronger than themselves. That's what they call the law of the jungle. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. He was very pleased that he had now obtained the system. Otherwise, one will only live a life of resentment and frustration. Ning Shernan blinked her big eyes as she looked at him. Sir, who exactly are you? She murmured. The power to make Zhao Minghong bow and scrape is truly terrifying. Jiang Chen casually replied, Your master. You're so annoying. Ning Shernan reached out and lightly slapped Jiang Chen, her gesture somewhat like playful banter. Just then, a ding sounded. Her phone beeped, and when she picked it up, she was stunned. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Ning Shernan swallowed hard. Yes, someone transferred 5 million to me. Oh, it seems Zhao Minghong is quite quick. Jiang Chen was not surprised at all. But this is too much. Fired by the company, with a severance package of 5 million? She felt like her hands were burning. What? You think you have too much money? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Yes, it is a lot. Ning Shernan bit her lip, thought for a moment, and said, I'd better transfer the money to you. It's just too much. I'm a little panicked. Jiang Chen helplessly covered his forehead. How about this? 2 million is yours, and the other 3 million will be your work fund, okay? Ning Shernan nodded, somewhat bewildered. Is keeping 2 million for myself a bit too much? Logically speaking, the compensation amount should be at most 2 months' salary, a few tens of thousands of yuan. Oh, right, Jiang Chen said. Now that you have 2 million, you can actually find a new job and live on your own. Do you still want to be my housekeeper? Upon hearing this, Ning Shernan felt a sudden, inexplicable panic. He shook his head frantically, saying anxiously, I don't want the money, but you promised to make me your housekeeper, and you can't go back on your word. When she saw Jiang Chen's ambiguous smile, her face instantly flushed crimson. That jerk is playing a joke on me again. At this moment, the restaurant manager walked over, followed by a waiter carrying a plate covered with a white cloth. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for disturbing you. Welcome to our restaurant. After saying that, he lifted the white cloth, revealing a bottle of wine and a black card inside. He handed the card to Jiang Chen with both hands and said, This is our store's supreme black card. You can enjoy free services and the highest level of service indefinitely at our store. Then he took the bottle and said, This is Medi's coconut brandy, with the signature of the founder, W.M. Mendes. I hope you like it. Medi's coconut brandy. Jiang Chen knew this liquor. It was the world's first brandy made from coconut. It is also one of the most expensive wines in the world. The price is as high as 7 million. This is probably one of Mr. Zhao's treasured possessions, isn't it? Jiang Chen said with interest. No need to ask, it must have been Boss Zhao's arrangement. The so-called black card was probably tailor-made for him by Zhao Minghong. The manager smiled and nodded. Then I won't bother you any longer. Please enjoy your meal. Jiang Chen smiled silently. This Zhao Minghong is far more shrewd than his sons. He's truly a seasoned veteran. Chapter 41. Jiang Chen can actually cook. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Jiang Chen started today's lottery draw in his room. You have one chance to win a prize today. Would you like to participate now? Smoke. Congratulations, host. You have successfully won the lottery. Reward, God-level culinary skills. You will possess twice the cooking skills of the world's top culinary masters. You can effortlessly create exquisite dishes worthy of state banquets. You will automatically master the 8 major cuisines of China, as well as Italian, Korean chicken, and other world-class delicacies. Any ingredient in your hands will become a delicacy. Activate now. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Twice the cooking skills of the top culinary masters. Jiang Chen never imagined that he could become the world's best cook. This doesn't quite match my dashing and elegant image, does it? But it seems I invited Tang Luohuan over for dinner today. That's quite a coincidence. A moment later, Jiang Chen activated his god-level culinary skills, wrote up an ingredient list, and presented it to Ning Shernan. Shernan, buy 1 serving of the ingredients listed here. But, sir, there are some of the dishes on this menu that I don't know how to cook. Ning Shernan had some concerns when she saw the ingredients on the menu. Oh, no need for you to do it. I'll do it, Jiang Chen said readily. Oh, Ning Shernan asked in surprise. Sir, you can cook? She had a preconceived notion that Jiang Chen couldn't cook. I'd say I know a little bit. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. With his god-level culinary skills activated, his enthusiasm for cooking naturally increased significantly. Now, he can't wait to show his skills. At this time, there were 3 villas. Miss, what's wrong? The kitchen looked like a car crash scene, leaving Shen Xiulan and the servants dumbfounded. Tang Luohuan's fair face was stained with several black marks as she looked at the black liquid in the pot with a very serious expression. Miss, are you feeling unwell? Should we call a doctor for you? Shen Xiulan asked worriedly. Tang Luohuan glanced at her. I'm fine. Shen Xiulan looked puzzled and pointed to the pungent black liquid. Then why are you brewing Chinese medicine? What kind of look is that? This is just feel-good fluff. Chicken soup? Shen Xiulan shivered. Chicken soup for the soul. I'd believe you if you said it was cement. This is a giant water chicken air-freighted from New Zealand. It's like the Lamborghini of chickens. I also added dendrobium, wild ginseng, ambergris, and Tian Shan snow lotus. 1 sip, and you'll probably look 10 years younger. Tang Luohuan proudly introduced. A sip should be enough to put my mind at ease. Shun Xiaolan muttered to herself, but dared not show any emotion. Aunt Lan, what's wrong? Shin Xiaolan had a bad feeling. Tang Luowan patted her on the shoulder. Given your hard work and great contributions, you shall taste the first bite. Everyone dies eventually. Some deaths are as light as a feather, while others are caused by chicken soup. Shin Xiaolan looked at the bowl of pitch-black, poisonous chicken soup in front of her, her expression grim as if she were heading to the execution ground. Go for it, brothers. She didn't even dare to taste it, and poured it directly into her stomach. How is it? Tang Luohuan asked expectantly. It tastes good. Shin Xiaolan covered her mouth, afraid that she would vomit. I knew it. I'm such a little genius. Tang Luohuan said happily. Then let's go to Jiang Chen's house now and bring him the chicken soup while we're at it. Miss, please go ahead. I suddenly remembered that I have some urgent business to attend to. Shin Xiaolan felt a churning in her stomach. Her face turned bluish-purple, and she was about to collapse. Okay, then you can do whatever you want. Soon, Tang Luohuan poured the chicken soup into a thermos and left with light steps. Arriving at Jiang Chen's door, I rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Ning Shernan hurried to the front door, where she saw Tang Luohuan outside through the monitor. Is he a friend of yours, sir? He looks somewhat familiar. Despite their doubts, they opened the door anyway. River. Upon seeing Ning Shernan, Tang Luohuan's smile froze instantly, and she reverted to her aloof demeanor. Who are you? Chairman Tang. Ning Shernan asked tentatively. Tang Luohuan was taken aback and looked closely. Assistant Chairman Ning? What are you doing here? In the living room. Tang Luohuan looked at Ning Shernan sitting opposite her with a strange expression. She had dealt with the Zhao group several times and was deeply impressed by this assistant director Ning. In short, very capable. Although her official title is chairman's assistant, she is involved in most of the group's channel expansion, and often even the CEO has to be mindful of her feelings. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is Zhao Minghong's right-hand man. Yet, this very talent was suddenly fired by Zhao Minghong. Furthermore, she declared that no one in the industry, including upstream and downstream companies, could hire her. But this did not scare Tang Luohuan. She also planned to recruit Ning Shernan to the company after discussing cooperation with the Zhao family. However, Zhao Minghong issued another statement yesterday, publicly apologizing to Ning Shernan, saying that she is a high-end talent and that the previous incident was a major mistake by the Zhao family. What exactly are the intricacies involved is something outsiders can't possibly know. But why did Ning Shernan appear at Jiang Chen's house? Tang Luohuan seemed to be deep in thought. Miss Ning, I didn't expect to meet you here, Tang Luohuan said with a smile. Ning Shernan nodded. Yes, I didn't expect Chairman Tang to be the friend you mentioned. She had a very good impression of Tang Luohuan. This woman is refined yet resilient. Her decisiveness and strength are no less than a man's. Gentlemen, Tang Luohuan keenly noticed this title. Excuse me for asking, but what is your relationship with Jiang Chen? I am Mr. Jiang's butler, Ning Shernan said without any hesitation. Housekeeper? Tang Luohuan was a little stunned. This answer was indeed beyond her expectations. With Ning Shernan's impressive resume, she could easily be a vice president in a medium-sized company, yet she's working as a housekeeper in Jiang Chen's home. And judging from her calm and composed expression, she seemed quite proud. However, Tang Luohuan breathed a sigh of relief. So it's the housekeeper. I thought she was Jiang Chen's girlfriend. Wait, does his girlfriend have something to do with me? Tang Luohuan's mind was a little confused. Mr. Tang, you've arrived. Jiang Chen's voice rang out. The two women turned around and saw that he was wearing a bare apron and holding a spatula. In stark contrast to his previous domineering and roguish demeanor, he now appears somewhat like a gentle, domineering father. Tang Luohuan smiled. Mr. Jiang cooked himself? Such hospitality, truly. Stop being so dramatic. Come on, let's eat. Good. As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, they smelled a strong aroma of food. The dining table is laden with a sumptuous feast. Kung Pao chicken, squirrel fish, stir-fried beef with scallions. It includes all 8 major cuisines, and every dish is a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, making your mouth water. Ning Shernan's eyes lit up, and she almost drooled. Tang Luohuan asked incredulously, Mr. Jiang, you didn't make all these dishes, did you? She had tasted countless delicacies from both the East and the West, but none had ever impressed her with their appearance and aroma alone, as this meal had. Otherwise what? Jiang Chen looked around. Where's Sister Chen? Why didn't she come? Tang Luowan shook her head and said strangely, I don't know either. Everything was fine until she suddenly said she had something to take care of. Never mind her, let's eat first. She had already started secretly swallowing her saliva. Half an hour later, Tang Luowan slumped in the chair like a salted fish, rubbing her stomach and saying, I can't take it anymore. I'm so full. How is it? Not bad, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's not just good, it's the best Chinese food I've ever had, bar none. Tang Luohuan praised without reservation. Today's meal completely changed her perception. She never knew that these ingredients could be made into such a wonderful taste. Especially after eating it, the warm and satisfying feeling in your heart makes you feel that life is worth living. Chapter 42. A battlefield of chaos, a little terrifying. They were satisfied with their tea and meal. However, Ning Shernan's mood suddenly became somewhat low. Compared to Jiang Chen, her cooking skills were really only average. Sir, perhaps we should hire a chef. My cooking skills might be a bit lacking, she said dejectedly. Good grief, she's losing all her confidence. Jiang Chen gave her a sharp rap on the head, annoyed. Don't even think about slacking off. From now on, you'll be in charge of all 3 meals a day. If you dare to slack off, I'll dock your pay. Actually, Ning Shernan's cooking skills are not bad, but they are still a bit lacking compared to God-level cooking skills. Although Jiang Chen can cook, he doesn't want to spend all his time in the kitchen. If I get interested, I might be willing to cook a few dishes. Ning Shernan rubbed her head and said with a smile, Okay. Tang Luohuan saw this and felt a pang of sadness in her heart for no reason. Jiang Chen, you're really something to have someone like Miss Ning as your housekeeper. Jiang Chen brushed a strand of hair behind his ear. Perhaps this is what personal charm is all about. Stinky Fart King. Tang Luohuan rolled her eyes at him. At this moment, Jiang Chen noticed the thermos next to her. What is this? Look at my brain. I almost forgot. I spent all morning making this chicken soup. Tang Luohuan opened the lid of the thermos, and a strong, pungent medicinal smell wafted out. Are you sure this is chicken soup and not Chinese medicine? Jiang Chen asked, pinching his nose. Of course. Don't let its appearance fool you. It's incredibly nutritious. Tang Luohuan enthusiastically recommended. Jiang Chen glanced at the muddy color, his expression grave. This soup, have you tasted it yourself? Tang Luohuan shook her head. No, but Aunt Lan tried it and said it was delicious. Jiang Chen observed a minute's silence in memory of Xin Xiulan. I think it's like this. Jiang Chen tried hard to organize his thoughts. Everyone has their own expertise, and no one can be good at everything. You may be a genius at managing a company, but you don't need to make things difficult for yourself when it comes to cooking. Tang Luohuan understood and said angrily, You don't believe me? Jiang Chen said earnestly, I believe you. I believe you really can't cook. You. Tang Luohuan blushed and picked up a soup spoon to scoop out a spoonful. Don't fight over the drinks later. Don't worry, no one will try to take it from you. Snort. Tang Luohuan took a big gulp and her expression changed instantly. His whole body was trembling, as if he was trying his best to endure something. Jiang Chen said helplessly, If you really can't hold it in, just throw up. Wow. Tang Luohuan spat it directly into the bowl. This isn't chicken soup. It's a million times worse than Chinese medicine. She sat in the chair, feeling down. It seems you were right. Maybe I'm really not suited to cooking. Jiang Chen comforted him. It's okay. If you want to learn how to cook, you can come to my house. Real? Tang Luohuan's eyes lit up. Is Jiang Chen going to teach me how to cook? Is that a lie? Our housekeeper Ning is an excellent soup maker. I'll definitely ask her to teach me everything she knows. Oh. Tang Luohuan's mood sank again. Looking at Ning Shernan's docile and affectionate appearance, her heart ached more and more. Miss Ning, there's a question I'm not sure if I should ask. Ning Shernan nodded. Please speak freely, Chairman Tang. Tang Luohuan asked casually. Miss Ning, is working as a housekeeper here just a temporary thing, or do you plan to do it long-term? Ning Shernan asked in confusion. You mean, many people can be housekeepers. Miss Ning, as a top management talent, don't you think it's a waste of your abilities? Tang Luohuan said bluntly. Miss Ning, would you be interested in coming here to show your skills? I guarantee that both the salary and resources will be much better than those of the Zhao family. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. He sensed that something was wrong with Tang Luohuan. She's always been incredibly shrewd, never missing a beat in her words or actions. Yet now she's saying such things right in front of me. Unlike Tang Luohuan's style of doing things. Is she jealous? Jiang Chen, please don't mind. I'm just eager to nurture your talent, Tang Luohuan explained to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled. It's all right, it mainly depends on Ning Shernan's opinion. If Ning Shernan wanted to leave, he wouldn't force her to stay. After all, one cannot deny others the right to pursue their dreams. Seeing that Jiang Chen wasn't angry, Tang Luohuan relaxed. Ms. Ning, you don't need to rush to give me an answer. You can think about it carefully. The doors of Orange Light are always open for you. Ning Shernan remained silent for a moment, then looked up at Tang Luohuan. His eyes were clear and bright, as if he could see right through people's hearts. Tang Luohuan blushed and looked away, not daring to meet her gaze. Ning Shernan shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kind words, Chairman Tang. Although anyone can be a butler, I believe no one is more suitable than me to be Mr. Zhang's butler. And I enjoy this job myself, so I can only disappoint Chairman Tang's expectations." But Chairman Tang seems to be worried about something? Ning Shernan smiled knowingly. Tang Luohuan's eyes darted around in panic. What do I have to worry about? As she stood up, she accidentally bumped into a chair. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late, so I'll be heading back now. Without waiting for Jiang Chen's reply, she picked up the thermos and left. I'll deliver it. No need to see me off, she said without turning her head. Watching Tang Luohuan's departing figure, Jiang Chen recalled the scene of the two women confronting each other just now. I couldn't help but shiver. This silent war between women is terrifying. Tang Luohuan returned home. She closed the door, covered her flushed cheeks, and felt her heart pounding like a deer. Tang Luohuan, what's wrong with you? She rarely showed a hint of confusion. Ning Shernan's bitterness and jealousy shocked even herself. It was a feeling she had never experienced in her more than 20 years of life. So much so that he said such inappropriate things. Could it be that I've fallen for Jiang Chen? No way. We've only known each other for a few days. It's impossible. She shook her head like a rattle drum. Who is Tang Luohuan? The eldest daughter of the prestigious Tang family, whose strength was second to none south of Fengjiang. But she gave up her family's support and came to Tianhai to start over. In just 3 years, he became a top entrepreneur in Tianhai and an idol for countless independent women. She believed her heart was as firm as ice and stone. How could it be so easily swayed? Miss, you're back. Tang Luohuan looked up and saw Xin Xiulan walking unsteadily, her face pale as she clutched her stomach. Aunt Lan, what's wrong? She asked with concern. Xin Xiulan waved her hand, her voice weak. It's nothing. I almost had a perforated stomach, but some stomach medicine will do the trick. Having tasted the chicken soup, Tang Luohuan naturally knew what was going on, and her expression turned somewhat sour. By the way, miss, I just received news that Qian Tianhai has come to Tianhai. Qian Tianhai. Tang Luohuan frowned. What's he doing here? I don't know, but I guess they're after you too, Xin Xiulan said cautiously. She knew how much she loathed that name. Tang Luohuan's face darkened. Send Qian Tianhai's photo to the security guards at the company and home, and make sure he doesn't appear in my sight. Okay. Xin Xiulan looked somewhat uncomfortable. Tang Luohuan frowned. What's wrong? Xin Xiulan clutched her stomach, her voice trembling. Miss, I'm about to pass out. I need to use the restroom. Tang Luohuan, go quickly. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Encounter. Evening, at the Chanel flagship store. Jiang Chen originally didn't want to go shopping, but Ning Shernan begged him for a long time and insisted on dragging him out with her. First, Jiang Chen bought Ning Shernan a new phone, and then he ordered several sets of clothing from other brands. Truly wealthy people don't care about having many clothes. They might wear clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars only a few times. Then, seeing how hard Ning Shernan was working, I decided to buy her a few more clothes to wear to work. After all, as his own housekeeper, he couldn't dress shabbily. At first, Ning Shernan was extremely unwilling, saying that she had clothes to wear. Later, Jiang Chen said he would reimburse the expenses, and Ning Shernan's attitude changed 180 degrees. Oh, what a little money grubber. At this moment, Jiang Chen was sitting in a chair playing on his phone when the sales assistant thoughtfully brought him some juice. Soon, Ning Shernan came out of the fitting room wearing a Chanel dress. She posed in front of the full-length mirror, looking beautiful, fashionable, and every bit the urban beauty. Then she put her hands on her hips and showed them to Jiang Chen. "Sir, what do you think of this one?" Ning Shernan smiled and asked. Jiang Chen took a closer look and thought, "This girl has such a great figure. With a slim waist, long legs, a curvy figure, and absolutely no excess fat. She's a natural clothes hanger. Great, these suit you well. I'll take all of them." Jiang Chen waved to the sales assistant beside him. "Yes, sir." The sales assistant's eyes lit up. This guy was definitely a tall, rich, and handsome man. After paying, the two walked out of the store carrying large and small bags. "Some custom-made clothes can't be picked up yet. They have to be delivered to my home after they're made, which is quite convenient." "Sir, where are we going now?" "Home." Ning Shernan, carrying a bunch of things, asked curiously. "I've been waiting for you, and I've already drunk several glasses of juice." Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter a complaint, then said casually, "I need to go to the restroom. You can wait for me here." "Good." Ning Shernan waited obediently in place, watching Jiang Chen leave. Jiang Chen went to the mall's restroom, drained the water, and then washed his hands at the public sink. Suddenly, a man who was also washing his hands saw him, and his eyes immediately turned to surprise. "Chen, brother Chen?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen looked to the side and was immediately surprised. "You can run into acquaintances in the restroom?" "Fengzi, it's you." Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Yang Feng was also a little surprised. "It really is you. How come you've become so handsome and much stronger? You must have been consuming a lot of protein powder, right?" "Go to hell." Jiang Chen laughed and scolded. "Can't it just grow naturally?" "TSK, TSK. His shamelessness hasn't changed at all," Yang Feng said with a smile. The two looked at each other, burst into laughter at the same time, and gave each other a tight hug. The two then walked out of the restroom, talking as they went. He was Jiang Chen's classmate in high school, and his name was Yang Feng. At the time, Jiang Chen and I were seated at the same table, and we got along quite well. Later, after graduating from high school, everyone went their separate ways, and since technology wasn't as advanced back then, they lost contact. It seems that the two haven't seen each other for more than 4 years. Yang Feng looked Jiang Chen up and down, and was quite surprised to see that he was tall and well-dressed. "Brother Chen, have you struck it rich now?" "I guess so, a windfall." Jiang Chen smiled, but didn't say much. Yang Feng gave him a genuine thumbs up, saying, "Even windfall gains are still gains. I knew you'd amount to something." Jiang Chen was a prominent figure and academic star in high school and the dream lover of many girls. However, on the day of the college entrance examination, Jiang Chen had a severe fever, which caused him to perform poorly in the exam. In the end, he was only admitted to Tianhai University of Technology, an ordinary first-tier university. Although it was an undergraduate degree, it felt like a sin when it happened to Jiang Chen, who was on whom so much hope was placed. This incident also led to a series of chain reactions. This was a huge blow to Jiang Chen, who was only a teenager at the time, and he never recovered. Many people gloated and mocked, thinking that Jiang Chen might be finished. But seeing Jiang Chen like this today, Yang Feng was genuinely happy for him. Jiang Chen smiled and casually asked, "And you? How are you doing these days?" "Me? I work at a game company now, it's SOSO." When Yang Feng said this, his eyes flickered, as if he was hiding something. And then he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, brother Chen, our old classmates are having a reunion tomorrow in Tianhai. Why don't you come too?" "A class reunion? It's bound to happen eventually." Jiang Chen readily agreed. "Sure, send me the address. I'll come over tomorrow if I have time." Yang Feng was stunned for a moment. He realized that Jiang Chen might really be different. Became very confident. "Okay, brother Chen, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the time and address later." After saying that, the two added each other on WeChat. Just then, a panting voice rang out. "Gentlemen." Ning Shernan ran over from afar. She had been waiting for a long time and realized that Jiang Chen had not returned, so she was afraid that something had happened to him. "Who is this?" Looking at the bright and beautiful young woman, Yang Feng asked in confusion. "Ning Shernan." Jiang Chen introduced them. "And this is my friend Yang Feng." Ning Shernan smiled and said, "Hello." "Hello, you can just call me Yang Feng." Yang Feng smiled knowingly. "Sister-in-law, right?" "Oh." Ning Shernan was stunned for a moment. Then her face flushed red, and she stammered, I didn't. Great job, Brother Chun. Yang Feng playfully punched Jiang Chen, exclaiming, You've achieved success in both your career and love life. Your wife is so beautiful, much better than that Su Shan. He paused before he could finish speaking, cautiously scrutinizing Jiang Chen. I accidentally said the wrong thing. In his heart, this name was a taboo for Jiang Chen. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen smiled nonchalantly and said, Don't talk nonsense, she's not my girlfriend. Jiang Chen did not mention that Ning Shernan was his housekeeper. Firstly, there's no need to show off in front of good friends, and secondly, it's to save face for Ning Shernan. Seeing that he didn't get angry, Yang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said with a wicked smile, Do you think I believe that? He then turned to Ning Shernan and asked, Sister-in-law, do you believe me? Ning Shernan didn't react immediately and said in a daze, I believe you, no. I don't believe you, no. I'm not your sister-in-law. She lowered her head, her face flushed red. Yang Feng saw it all and knew exactly what was going on. He glanced at Jiang Chen, who seemed uninvolved, and shook his head with a sigh. Still such a straight man. How did someone like you even find a girlfriend? Jiang Chen, this is speechless. They chatted for a while longer before Yang Feng left. Yang Feng just speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart, Jiang Chen explained to Ning Shernan. Oh, Ning Shernan pouted, looking slightly disappointed. She preferred that Jiang Chen not explain. However, thinking of Yang Feng calling her sister-in-law a few times still makes my heart race a little. What are you spacing out for? Let's go. Jiang Chen flicked her forehead. Okay. Ning Shernan rubbed her head. Her little face flushed. Big pig's trotters. By the way, sir, who is Su Shan? Ning Shernan asked curiously. Me, my ex-girlfriend. Jiang Chen didn't turn his head. He had actually let go of the matter long ago. Ah. Ning Shernan opened her mouth slightly, not daring to ask any more questions. Ex-girlfriend? Mr. Zhang's dating history is so extensive. However, after thinking it through, Ning Shernan's face showed a silly smile. Regardless, I'm prettier than Mr. Zhang's ex-girlfriend. Thinking about it, I feel a little proud. Chapter 44 Reward, Lavender Resort. Jiang Chen was really exhausted after shopping all night. I don't understand why these women love shopping so much. Especially today, Ning Shernan is like a wild horse that has broken free of its reins, and you can't hold her back. I'm home. Jiang Chen took a shower, wrapped himself in a bath towel, and came out of the bathroom to get some fruit from the kitchen. Upon entering the living room, I saw Ning Shernan fast asleep on the sofa. Goodness, this girl actually knows what tiredness is. She's already asleep? Jiang Chen looked at her sleeping soundly and found it somewhat amusing. He walked over to her and pinched her delicate nose. As a result, she opened her small mouth to breathe, her breath sweet and fragrant, but she didn't wake up. That's pretty impressive. But sleeping in the living room isn't a solution. Jiang Chen picked her up and carried her towards Ning Shernan's bedroom. Ning Shernan leaned against his neck, his warm breath tickling her back. Jiang Chen tilted his head and looked at her delicate face. His heart skipped a beat for no reason. This girl? She's quite good-looking. In terms of looks alone, she should be on par with Tang Luohuan. It's just that the two have different temperaments. Moreover, she has a great figure with a slim waist, long legs, a full and shapely bottom, and a high level of education. He's just a little silly. Jiang Chen sighed. If someone has a child with her and the child takes after her, then they're doomed. Jiang Chen first took Ning Shernan to the bedroom, and thankfully, she didn't wake up along the way. Otherwise, he'd probably be called a pervert, since he was still wearing a bath towel. Jiang Chen returned to his room and leaned against the bed to play on his phone. Play games, watch videos. Before we knew it, it was already midnight. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had never drawn a prize at this time before. Open the system. You have 2 chances to participate in the lucky draw today. Do you want to participate now? Smoke. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Mercedes-Maybach S-Class. That's it. Jiang Chen was slightly disappointed, as the Maybach S was a product of Mercedes-Benz. The price seems to be around 2 million. It's far inferior to his Rolls-Royce and Pagani Huayra. However, it's not bad to use it as a grocery shopping cart for Ning Shernan. Jiang Chen smiled. There was still one more chance to win a prize. Let's continue with the lottery. Ding. Reward. 100% ownership of Lavender Island Resort. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Lavender Island Resort is a very famous resort near Tianhai. It is hidden on a small island surrounded by water in Shangri-La Farm, with a quiet and private environment. The island is filled with all kinds of lavender and other flowers and plants, vying for beauty and exuding a pleasant fragrance. Many celebrities have filmed music videos on the island. Moreover, this place is also very suitable for leisure vacations, parties, etc., especially the log cabin villas, which are a major feature. Wait, a lavender resort. It seems like the gathering tomorrow will be held here too. That's interesting. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly as the night gradually darkened. The next day, the bright sunlight was a bit dazzling. Ning Shernan woke up from her sleep, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and took in her surroundings. They found her lying in her own bed. After I finished packing yesterday, I think I fell asleep on the sofa, she muttered, suddenly remembering something. I hurriedly lifted the blanket and found that my clothes were all intact, so I breathed a sigh of relief. Then a blush spread across her fair cheeks. Ning Shernan, what are you thinking about? She tapped her head, probably thinking how stupid she had been. Then I glanced at the time, and it was already 10 a.m. I was immediately startled. Oh my God, it's so late, and I haven't even cooked for my husband yet. She hurriedly got up, quickly washed up, and left the bedroom. Upon arriving at the restaurant, I saw a sumptuous breakfast already laid out on the table. Jiang Chen sat to the side, holding a cup of hot milk, looking at her with a half-smile. Gentlemen, Ning Shernan stood with her head down, like a primary school student who had made a mistake. Oh, Mr. Ning is up? Jiang Chen said sarcastically. The food is ready. When are you going to settle my salary? Ning Shernan blushed and blinked her big, innocent eyes. I slept too soundly last night. My phone wasn't charged, and my alarm didn't go off. How about you deduct it from my salary? Okay, just kidding. Sit down and eat. Jiang Chen smiled and said, You'll have to come out with me later. Okay. Ning Shernan's expression quickly brightened, and she sat down at the dining table to enjoy her meal. Jiang Chen picked up his milk, took a sip, and said casually, Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. Chewing. I know. Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. Although he called Ning Shernan by her name every day, he didn't really treat her as a housekeeper. In comparison, it's more like a friendship. Moreover, after spending these few days together, Jiang Chen discovered that although Ning Shernan was a bit careless, she was very well-behaved and obedient, which was what Jiang Chen liked most about her. After breakfast, Jiang Chen handed the keys to the Maybach S to Ning Shernan, letting her use the car. She was as happy as a child, dancing with joy. This also put Jiang Chen in a very good mood today. Around 11 o'clock, Ning Shernan drove Jiang Chen to Lavender Island Resort. Lavender Island Resort is located on a mini island on the banks of the Qiantang River. It is both pristine and exquisite, exuding a unique, tranquil beauty. From afar, it is a sea of pale purple flowers, which is captivating. Because Lavender Island is surrounded by water, the only way to get to the island is through a simple yet grand wooden boardwalk, which is absolutely inaccessible to vehicles. There are no parking spaces around the island in order to maintain its environment. So, Jiang Chen parked his car in a nearby parking lot. After getting off the car, Jiang Chen led Ning Shernan toward the island. Before we even reached the wooden boardwalk on the island, we heard a car horn behind us. A Maybach S pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing a face wearing sunglasses. Jiang Chen, it really is you. I didn't expect you to actually come. Zheng Jiqiang, it's you. Jiang Chen's tone was neither warm nor cold. Zheng Jiqiang pulled down his sunglasses with his finger and looked Jiang Chen up and down. I heard from Yang Feng that you seem to be doing quite well. Why didn't you drive here? Oh, let's get off and take a walk. Jiang Chen remained calm and didn't say anything more. Walk. Zheng Jiqiang noticed Ning Shernan next to Jiang Chen, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Are you kidding me? Taking a walk? Did you come by bus? All right, you can take your time making your way here. I'm heading out now. With that, Zheng Jiqiang closed the car window and sped off. Sir, who is this? Ning Shernan asked. Unlike Yang Feng, Jiang Chen had no intention of introducing Zheng Jiqiang to her. Jiang Chen watched the Maybach S drive away and said indifferently, a moron. Chapter 45. Jiang Chen is still taking the bus? The Lavender Resort features warm and elegant wooden villas. Groups of men and women sat around a table, talking all at once. Mr. Wang, have you been busy making a fortune lately? You're so low-key. Yeah, Boss Wang, if you have any good projects coming up, bring your guys along. Don't keep them to yourself. I thought Brother Wang had a bright future back in high school, and now I see he really is an outstanding person. Sigh, the economy is bad lately, money is hard to earn, and life is tough. Only Brother Wang is doing so well. Hearing these flattering words, Wang Wendong, sitting at the head of the table, beamed and said with a smile, "Stop teasing me. I'm just doing a small business. I've been busy preparing for the wedding lately. A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event for a woman, and I can't let Shan have any regrets." As he spoke, he took the hand of the girl next to him. Sushan leaned on his shoulder, a happy smile on her face. That's too much. They're already showing off their love before we've even eaten. Boss Wang is truly a role model for us all. Sushan is so lucky to have found such a good man as Wang Wendong. Yes, he's both rich and considerate. Most of the people were flattering him. It's not that they're particularly powerful. It's just the survival rule of a society based on personal connections. Saying a few nice, polite words won't cost you anything. But if you really need something in the future, the other person might lend you a hand. Besides, isn't Wang Wendong organizing this gathering today just to show off? If someone's showing off, someone has to flatter them. Otherwise, it's just not interesting. Everyone here has graduated from university and is long past the age of having lofty ambitions. Only two people remained unmoved. One is Yang Feng, and the other is Su Jingyi. Yang Feng gave them both a disdainful look and muttered under his breath, "You two are a pair of scoundrels." Hearing this, Su Jingyi, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. "Yang Feng, is Jiang Chen coming today?" she asked softly. Yang Feng looked bitter. "Brother Chen said he would come, but he didn't reply to my WeChat message, and I'm not sure if he will come." Su Jingyi nodded somewhat disappointedly. Looking at the beautiful young woman with a face like a peach blossom, Yang Feng couldn't help but sigh silently. Doesn't this completely outshine that idiot Sushan? I don't know what Brother Chen was thinking back then, choosing Sushan. Since Jiang Chen isn't coming, I'm leaving. Su Jingyi thought for a moment. Today's gathering was organized by Wang Wendong, so Jiang Chen most likely wouldn't be coming. Huh? Why are you leaving? Yang Feng was taken aback. Su Jingyi said calmly, "I came here to see Jiang Chen. If he hadn't come, there would have been no need for me to stay here." Yang Feng glanced at Wang Wendong, who was surrounded by admirers, and for a moment lost interest. "This is pointless. I'll go with you." Just as the two were about to stand up, Zheng Jiqiang pushed the door open and came in. "Sorry everyone, we're late," Wang Wendong joked. "You'll have to punish yourself with 3 drinks later." Zheng Jiqiang patted his chest and said, "If President Wang has spoken, I'll drink it, even if it's 30 cups, let alone 3. All right, sit down." As soon as Zheng Jiqiang sat down, he said mysteriously, "Guess who I ran into outside the island?" "Who is it? Why are they being so mysterious? Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me." Zheng Jiqiang cleared his throat. "Jiang Chen." "Oh." Wang Wendong and Su Shan's expressions changed simultaneously. Su Jingyi's eyes lit up, and she slowly sat back down. Yang Feng couldn't help but smile. Jiang Chen's presence meant that he had truly let go. As his brother, he would naturally be happy for Jiang Chen. The atmosphere was somewhat quiet throughout the venue, with everyone's attention focused on Wang Wendong and Su Shan. They all knew about the relationship between Jiang Chen and Su Shan. Jiang Chen was a prominent figure in high school, a top student and the school heartthrob. Su Shan had been pursuing him relentlessly, and the two didn't get together until the second semester of their senior year. Jiang Chen also frequently tutored Su Shan. However, after Jiang Chen had a problem with his college entrance exam, Su Shan decisively chose to leave him, and later she ended up going to the same university as Wang Wendong. What happened next is self-evident. A smile slowly appeared on Wang Wendong's face. "Are you sure?" Zheng Jiqiang nodded and said, "Of course I'm sure. I saw him on my way to the island. It must be Jiang Chen. I even greeted him. Hee. I thought he wasn't coming." "It's perfect timing. We haven't seen each other for years," Wang Wendong said. "Well," Zheng Jiqiang deliberately sighed. "Jiang Chen is still the same as before. I guess he just got off the bus, and seeing that he was hot and tired from walking, I thought I'd give him a ride, but I didn't expect him to be so stubborn and say he wanted to take a walk." "Walk?" Wang Wendong's smile widened. Sushan also unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Jiang Chen couldn't make any waves at that shady university, and he's probably just an ordinary person now. It seems my choice back then was definitely the right one. The crowd whispered among themselves. Jiang Chen was so handsome when he was in school. Unfortunately, it's hard to have a promising future after going to that kind of university. Girls are the ones who say things like that. They are very impressed by Jiang Chen's handsome appearance. But it was just a feeling of regret. Who would keep thinking about a high school classmate? In today's society, which girl still only cares about looks? Handsome guys are just for show, but they're useless if you don't have money. I never would have guessed that our idol is still taking the bus. I said back then that Jiang Chen has no background and can't get into a good university, so he won't be able to cause any trouble in the future. Many students who graduate from ordinary universities nowadays can't find jobs after graduation and end up idling at home. You could work in an electronics factory. They don't require a degree. Hearing this, Zheng Jiqiang deliberately raised his hand. Hey, you can't say that. Even though he might be down on his luck now, his skills at picking up girls are still top-notch. The girl next to him, her looks, her figure, she's absolutely stunning. Wang Wendong's eyes widened. Jiang Chen can still get a girlfriend? Does he have the money to date? Zheng Jiqiang chimed in. He may not have money, but he's definitely handsome. Plenty of girls are spending money on him. That's a rather blunt statement. Oh, everyone smiled knowingly, their expressions showing sudden realization. Wang Wendong glanced at Su Jingyi discreetly, then picked up his teacup and remained silent. Everything in excess is as bad as deficiency. You sons of bitches. Yang Feng roared in a deep voice, his fists clenched tightly as he was about to explode, but Su Jingyi grabbed him. Don't be impulsive. Wait for Jiang Chen to arrive, she said coldly. Seeing that things had gone far enough, Zheng Jiqiang changed the subject, saying, Mr. Wang, I saw a Porsche parked outside the island. Is the license plate yours? Everyone immediately perked up and enthusiastically began to hold it up. Holy crap, when did Mr. Wang get a new car? Porsche? That's awesome. Looks like his career is really taking off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have booked this entire lavender resort for a day and treated us to dinner. Chapter 46. Hello everyone. It's been a long time. Lavender Island Resort, meeting room. This resort has a complete system, but not many employees, except for the kitchen staff. The person in charge and the employees of other departments only number about 20 people. At this moment, they have all gathered here. They were notified early this morning that someone had acquired the resort. To put it simply, the boss has changed. Upon hearing this news, they felt uneasy. A new broom sweeps clean, and this fire might start burning right on the first day. It's not uncommon for a boss to change, and all the employees to change as well. Besides, they only have so many employees here. If they were to start a fight, it would be over in no time. But they don't want to give up such an easy, high-paying job. Therefore, at this moment, they are all in a state of fear. At that moment, the door was pushed open. General Manager Zhou De immediately went to greet him, bowing deeply. Mr. Jiang, please come in. Everyone looked up and saw a tall, handsome man walk in. He wore a simple white shirt, with one collar buttoned up, and his handsome face carried a hint of unruliness. Is this the new boss? So young, so handsome. Before they could think twice, they all bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, Hello, boss. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and nodded to everyone. Zhou De introduced. These are all the senior executives and staff of our hotel. Please give us your instructions, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Let's disperse. Oh, everyone was stunned. That was it. Shouldn't they make a statement, fire a few senior executives, and then bring in a few new leaders? I'm flattered. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What? You don't have to go to work today, so you all want to stay here and chat with me? Ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, feeling a great sense of relief. This new boss is really approachable. Everyone get out. Zhou De, you stay here. The meeting room was quickly cleared out. After Jiang Chen arranged some work for Ning Shernan, he sat in a comfortable chair and listened to Zhou De report on the resort's situation. Jiang Chen already had some basic information about the resort. His primary concern is naturally the revenue situation. According to Zhou De's report, the resort's revenue last year was 56 million, which is quite outstanding for a small resort like this. Excluding operating costs, the profit margin is approximately 32%. That means an annual income of around 18 million. Imagine lying at home, doing absolutely nothing, and having over $1 million deposited into your account every month. If you ever want to travel, bring your girlfriend to this resort for some time alone. This is absolutely awesome. Jiang Chen, to be honest, really loves his island resort. Soon, Ning Shernan walked in with a financial statement. She glanced at Zhou De but did not report the situation directly. Jiang Chen understood and said calmly, "Go ahead and speak. We're all family here." Ning Shernan nodded and began her formal report. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the results of the report. The Lavender Island Resort has very healthy finances. Every transaction is traceable and has a clear origin and destination. This shows that the resort's management has a fairly good grasp of this aspect. Jiang Chen didn't bother to investigate the specifics. Those who know. As long as it doesn't escalate to the public, Jiang Chen won't delve into it further. However, because the resort's operating model is relatively simple, there are not many opportunities to tamper with it. If someone tries to make money here, it will be easily exposed, and the losses will outweigh the gains. Overall, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with the situation here. Zhou De saw Ning Shernan reporting the financial situation to Jiang Chen. He immediately realized that the new boss had come prepared. They have professional financial secretaries. If you're dishonest, they can find out everything clearly. Fortunately, he has been strict with himself all these years and has not given his superiors any reason to use it against him. But if the new boss insists on firing him, he has nothing to say. After all, you're just an employee. Whether you stay or leave is entirely up to the boss. But in the end, seeing that Jiang Chen did not intend to expel him, Zhou De breathed a sigh of relief and felt more awe and gratitude towards Jiang Chen. "Mr. Zhou, you did a great job. I hope you can keep it up." Jiang Chen smiled and patted Zhou De on the shoulder. "Okay, boss." Zhou De nodded sincerely. He was very clear about his position. After a pause, Zhou De made a suggestion. "Boss, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Why don't you go to the villa restaurant and try some of the resort's cooking?" Jiang Chen glanced at his watch and said calmly, "All right, you guys get ready. I'm going to the resort to meet a friend first." Afterwards, Jiang Chen and Ning Shernan left the conference room and walked in one direction of the resort. At this moment, inside an exquisite wooden villa, the atmosphere was lively, and the waiters began serving the dishes one after another. The dishes were presented so beautifully that it made you want to dig in as soon as possible. Wang Wendong said with a smile, "Today's dishes are authentic Luzhou cuisine, a specialty of Tianhai. They have a home-style flavor and should suit your tastes very well. This food looks so delicious, it's incredibly lavish." Zheng Jiqiang chimed in. "Mr. Wang, this meal must cost at least tens of thousands of yuan, right?" Everyone nodded in agreement. This island, the sea of flowers, this cuisine, these wooden villas. It's like a paradise on earth, the best I could ever enjoy. The price certainly won't be low. Wang Wendong waved his hand generously and said, "Don't worry about the cost, as long as everyone enjoys the meal. This meal is on me." Mr. Wang is so generous. Then we won't hold back today. Mr. Wang must be a regular customer. He really knows how to enjoy life. I'm so envious. Wang Wendong smiled modestly. "Well, I can't really be considered a regular customer. I just have a good relationship with Mr. Zhou, the manager of this resort, and I come over from time to time to look at the flowers and soak up the sun. Oh well, let's not talk about it." This was actually his first time here too. He saw the place online a week ago and instantly fell in love with it. He then added Zhou De on WeChat through some channels, and once it was his turn to make a reservation, he booked the entire resort for today. But his ambiguous answer made many classmates realize his extraordinary qualities. Their attitude became even warmer. Su Shan, standing to the side, looked proud and as if she were proud of herself. Zheng Jiqiang seemed to remember something and said, "Strange, why hasn't Jiang Chen arrived yet? Even if he walks, he shouldn't be this slow, right?" Wang Wendong shook his head and said, "Everyone has their pride. If you see through something, don't say it. Let's get started. I guess we won't be able to wait any longer." While speaking, his eyes kept glancing at Su Jingyi. Just then, the waiter opened the door and served the food. Zheng Jiqiang turned his head and saw another familiar figure. Jiang Chen. Zheng Jiqiang's eyes lit up instantly, and he rushed over enthusiastically and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. "Jiang Chen, you're finally here. Everyone's been waiting for you." He pulled Jiang Chen into the villa, shouting, "Here he comes. Our school heartthrob is here." Wow, it really is Jiang Chen. Wow, he's so handsome. Even more handsome than in high school. Oh no, I've fallen in love with it all again. What do I do? Wake me up. How come Jiang Chen has such a great body? No wonder he could find a rich woman. My goodness, I'm drooling over that body. Wang Wendong's eyes flickered slightly. Su Shan noticed that Jiang Chen was also somewhat lost in thought, so she quickly shook her head and a cold smile appeared on her face. Su Jingyi's eyes trembled, her cherry lips parted slightly, yet she hesitated. Only Yang Feng stood up. "Brother Chen, you're finally here. My good brother." He gave Jiang Chen a warm hug, his eyes brimming with undisguised joy. Jiang Chen looked at the various expressions on the faces in front of him, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "These people are also my youth during my 3 years of high school." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, as if bathed in a spring breeze. He pulled up a chair and sat down, instantly exuding the aura of a king returning home, becoming the most dazzling person in the room. Many female students were completely swooning over him. After scanning the crowd, Jiang Chen slowly said, "Everyone, it's been a long time." Chapter 47. Is this information wrong? Jiang Chen finished speaking. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Wang Wendong immediately snapped out of his daze and forced a smile, saying, "Yeah, I thought you had disappeared." Jiang Chen glanced at him, then coldly swept his gaze over Su Shan, ignoring him. Wang Wendong was somewhat embarrassed and pointed at Ning Shernan standing behind Jiang Chen, saying, "Jiang Chen, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're only concerned with sitting down yourself. Why don't you let your girlfriend sit down?" Everyone noticed the exquisitely beautiful woman. I guess she's the rich woman Zheng Jiqiang was talking about. Jiang Chen didn't speak, but Ning Shernan said calmly, "You've misunderstood. I'm Mr. Zhang's butler. Housekeeper." This statement startled everyone present once again. After all, most of them are working class and are unfamiliar with the term housekeeper, so they didn't react immediately. Moreover, Ning Shernan, a goddess of exceptional beauty, could easily have a large number of men spending money on her with just a wave of her hand. Yet she went to be Jiang Chen's housekeeper? They began to scrutinize Jiang Chen, noting that his attire and demeanor were both elegant and extraordinary. Could it be that Jiang Chen has already made a name for himself? At this moment, Zheng Jiqiang spoke up. "Isn't this your girlfriend? Besides, do you need a housekeeper to help you clean your rented apartment?" A burst of laughter immediately erupted in the private room. Wang Wendong said cryptically, "Don't say that. Jiang Chen found a great girlfriend. You're all too envious." Everyone immediately understood. It seems his girlfriend was giving him face by pretending to be the housekeeper. "So your girlfriend paid for this outfit too?" The women looked at them with disdain, but the men were mostly filled with envy and jealousy. Who wouldn't want to find a beautiful and wealthy woman like that? Too bad I don't have Jiang Chen's face. Ning Shernan's face flushed red with anger. She tried to speak, but Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop her. Su Shan, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Jiang Chen, you don't need to pretend anymore. Actually, we know one of your college classmates and asked him about you. He said you've been renting a place since graduation." Jiang Chen glanced at it, but didn't say anything. Su Shan didn't take it seriously and continued. "Your rented room, which never gets any sunlight, is cramped and damp and makes it difficult to even breathe. Have you moved out of there now? Is the environment really that bad? People will definitely get sick if they live in this damp environment for a long time. Haha, you need a butler in this kind of environment? I thought I was living in a big villa." The crowd whispered among themselves. Jiang Chen remained calm and looked at her indifferently. "So what if you moved out? So what if you didn't?" Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, many people became much more restrained. Su Shan looked innocent. "After all, we're classmates, so I was just concerned about you. You shouldn't stay in those rental apartments anymore. How about I have Wendong find you a place in Tianhai? Don't worry about the rent. He'll definitely give you the lowest price." The expressions on everyone's faces were quite amused. Ask your current boyfriend to find a house for your ex-boyfriend? That's like killing someone by breaking their spirit. Bang! Su Jingyi slammed her wine glass down and pointed at her, saying, "Su Shan, you think you're so great? Who are you trying to mock? Don't you have any idea how Jiang Chen treated you in high school?" She, who was always as cold as ice, suddenly swore. Yang Feng stood up abruptly, looking eager to get started. Upon seeing this, Wang Wendong's eyes turned cold. He had always been interested in Su Jingyi, but she only had eyes for Jiang Chen, so he settled for Su Shan as a second choice. It's all for revenge against Jiang Chen. To be honest, the reason for this class reunion was to show off in front of Su Jingyi. If he were to fall in love with her, it would be a perfect way to make up for the regrets he had in high school. But to everyone's surprise, Su Jingyi not only ignored him, but also spoke up for Jiang Chen, which made Wang Wendong extremely unhappy. Su Shan got angry when she heard this and sneered. "Watch your mouth. I knew you had a crush on Jiang Chen back in high school, but Jiang Chen never even gave you a second glance. Jiang Chen already has a girlfriend, and you still want to be a third party?" Su Jingyi said coldly. "Try saying that again. What can I do if I say something?" Su Shan retorted firmly. Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Wang Wendong quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, All right. Is it really that serious? Everyone's just trying to be helpful. Jiang Chen, say something." Suddenly, the door to the private room was pushed open. A man in a suit walked in. "Excuse me, sorry to bother you all." Wang Wendong's eyes lit up with surprise when he saw the person who arrived. "President Zhou, why did you come in person?" He looked at everyone with a smug expression as he spoke. "This is the resort's general manager, Mr. Zhou." He had chatted with Zhou on WeChat, but he never expected that the other party would actually come in person. This was a huge favor. Wang Wendong was secretly delighted. Zhou frowned and asked, "Do we know each other?" Wang Wendong was taken aback. Was it not coming for him? He forced a smile and said, "You really have a bad memory. I am Wang Wendong. We chatted before." Zhou thought for a moment and wondered if this was the same Xiao Wang who had made an appointment with him on WeChat. Wang Wendong was somewhat embarrassed and asked, "You've come here today?" Zhou ignored him and walked straight to Jiang Chen's side. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, he bowed deeply and said, "Boss, the food is ready and we can start eating at any time." "Boss." Everyone almost stopped breathing. The general manager of Lavender Island Resort is actually called Boss Jiang Chen? What on earth is going on? "Mr. Zhou, are you mistaken? He's my classmate Jiang Chen, not my boss," Wang Wendong struggled to say. Zhou's heart stirred slightly. It turns out he was the boss's classmate. However, they didn't even know the boss's identity, so their relationship seems quite ordinary. Zhou's mind raced, and he said with a smile, "Last night, Mr. Jiang acquired our Lavender Island Resort in its entirety. He is now the sole owner of this resort." "Sir, I think you've got it wrong." Wang Wendong swallowed hard, his mind reeling. The famous Tianhai Resort is actually owned by Jiang Chen. My God. The private room was completely silent. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. What kind of concept is this resort? Just considering the land on the island, it's worth hundreds of millions. And they were just laughing at a billionaire. Su Shan was pale and slumped weakly in the chair. Looking for a rental property? Looking for an apartment? This information must be wrong, right? At the same time, I felt incredibly regretful that I had missed out on such a wealthy tycoon. Wang Wendong chuckled and said, "Jiang Chen, among our old classmates, you're still the most successful. I felt you were extraordinary back in high school, and now I see you're right." The speed at which they changed their expressions was outrageously fast, but no one had the mind to laugh at him. Instead, they were all collectively reflecting on whether they had left a bad impression on Jiang Chen and how to make amends. This is a society where profit comes first. When you're poor, no one cares even in the bustling city. When you're rich, even distant relatives come to visit. If they can get in touch with Jiang Chen, it will definitely be very useful in the future. Jiang Chen instantly became the center of attention in the room. Jiang Chen said to Zhou, "You go ahead first, I'll be there shortly." "Okay, boss." Zhou respectfully agreed and left the room. Seeing this, everyone's eyes became even more eager. Wang Wendong was a little embarrassed. Su Shan meant well just now. "Jiang Chen, please don't take it to heart." "Yes, those things are all in the past. I'm not one to hold grudges." Jiang Chen remained calm, as if the past was just a passing cloud, and said leisurely, "However, there's something I still want to ask you. Shall we go outside and talk?" Wang Wendong understood. There were too many people and too much chatter here, so it wasn't the right place to talk. What grudge could he possibly have against Jiang Chen now? When faced with self-interest, all entanglements can be set aside. "Okay, let's go outside and talk." Wang Wendong agreed. Outside the wooden villa, Wang Wendong looked around to make sure no one was there. then asked with relief, Jiang Chen, what do you want to know? Jiang Chen said calmly, actually, I want to know how you and Su Shan got together. Do you like her? Upon hearing this, Wang Wendong's expression became somewhat complicated. After hesitating for a moment, he said, like her? How could I possibly like Su Shan? I've always liked Su Jingyi. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. You like Su Jingyi, then why are you with Su Shan? Isn't it all to get revenge on you? Wang Wendong's gaze turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, I've liked Su Jingyi for so long, but she only has eyes for you. I'm jealous. After seeing that you failed your college entrance exam, I went to Su Shan and encouraged her to break up with you. Later, I ended up going to the same university as her. Seeing Jiang Chen's current glamorous appearance, he assumed that Jiang Chen had long since let go of what happened back then. So he finally spoke out what he had kept in his heart for many years. But what he didn't know was that his words had already been transmitted through a speaker to the ears of the classmates still in the villa from Ning Shernan's phone. Chapter 48. It's dark and the roads are slippery. Society is complex. Everyone inside the villa heard it clearly. Holy crap, there's a lot of information in that statement. It turns out that Wang Wendong has always been in love with Su Jingyi, and Su Shan turned out to be a substitute. Su Shan slumped into a chair, completely distraught. Outside, the conversation continued. Jiang Chen frowned and said, if that's the case, then why did you still marry Su Shan? Marriage? Do you think I really want to marry Su Shan? Wang Wendong couldn't help but sneer. This woman was flirting with other men during college, and I turned a blind eye to it all. If it weren't for the fact that she got pregnant with my child, and my parents said I had to give birth to it, or they wouldn't give me money to start a company, I wouldn't have married her. Jiang Chen, I've actually cleared the way for you. We did have some issues in the past, but now I hope we can still be friends. As he spoke, he shamelessly reached out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Jiang Chen. I wanted to let bygones be bygones. But reality often contradicts our fantasies. The people in the villa were already in an uproar after hearing his outrageous remarks. With a loud bang, the wooden door was suddenly pushed open, and Su Shan rushed out from inside, her eyes bloodshot. Wang Wendong, you bastard. I'm getting rid of this child today. Snap. Su Shan slapped him across the face, then ran off the island, wiping away her tears. This slap completely stunned Wang Wendong. What is going on? He looked at the classmates who came out, all of whom had strange expressions on their faces, and Wang Wendong's mind went completely blank. Jiang Chen's voice rang in my ears. Consider this my repayment to you. We're even now. He smiled faintly and patted Wang Wendong on the shoulder. Thank you for your frankness today. If you go after him now, you might still be able to get him back. Wang Wendong suddenly realized that he had been set up by Jiang Chen. Is it too late to remedy the situation now? With a thud, Wang Wendong collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant and utterly dejected. Seeing his appearance, the other students all shook their heads and laughed. This is truly a cycle of karma. No one escapes the wrath of heaven. However, after all these years, Jiang Chen's methods are indeed a bit underhanded. Afterwards, Jiang Chen led Yang Feng, Su Jingyi, and Ning Shernan to another villa restaurant in the resort. At this moment, the table was laden with delicacies and expensive top-quality red wine. But no one touched their chopsticks. Yang Feng and Su Jingyi sized up Jiang Chen. 3 minutes later, Jiang Chen smiled helplessly and said, all right, I surrender. Ask whatever you want. Brother Chen, is this resort really yours? Yang Feng asked first. Yes, Jiang Chen nodded. Holy crap. Yang Feng initially suspected that Jiang Chen had hired someone to slap those snobbish people in the face at the party. It turns out the resort really is his. This is a small island. What does that mean? Yang Feng exclaimed excitedly. Wow, Brother Chen. This is a small island near Tianhai, where every inch of land is incredibly valuable. How much would it have cost to buy it? Jiang Chen smiled and said, it's only a few $100 million. Hiss. Yang Feng gasped. Several $100 million? And that's all. Brother Chen, where are you staying now? Yang Feng asked. Jiang Chen said calmly, the court of Huazhou. Yang Feng clicked his tongue in amazement once again. Huazhou Junting. Even a random villa costs at least 80 million. However, considering that the island resort all belonged to Jiang Chen, it wasn't so hard to accept. At this moment, Su Jingyi, who had been silent until now, asked, so, this Miss Ning is really your housekeeper? Yes. Hearing Jiang Chen's reply, Su Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she's not a girlfriend. Ning Shernan saw this and felt a pang of jealousy. Another stunning beauty, Jiang Chen. Are you in the wholesale business? She pouted angrily, but couldn't say anything, so she could only attack the dishes on the table. Haha, look at how distraught Wang Wendong was just now, like he'd lost his wife. It's truly gratifying. Yang Feng looked delighted and exclaimed, Brother Chen, your methods are quite ruthless. You actually came up with a way to trick that idiot into revealing information, and he was completely fooled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen chuckled. It's dark and the roads are slippery, and society is complicated. How can you survive in society without some tricks up your sleeve? All right, let's eat. After dinner, come to my place for a visit. Absolutely. I've never been inside a villa before. Yang Feng exclaimed. Su Jingyi looked at Jiang Chen, and a smile involuntarily curved her beautiful lips. As expected, Jiang Chen is still the same Jiang Chen, outside the Lavender Island Resort. After what just happened, Wang Wendong almost had a mental breakdown. However, after being persuaded by Zheng Jiqiang, he is now preparing to go back to find Su Shan. Zheng Jiqiang was loyal to Wang Wendong because, from his perspective, he had already offended Jiang Chen. If he were to neglect Wang Wendong as well, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? With Zheng Jiqiang's encouragement, Wang Wendong quickly recovered from the setback. Some classmates were still standing behind them, there to see them off. After all, Wang Wendong had booked the whole place today, and these students were waiting to see him off before staying to have some fun that night. To put it bluntly, it's still about making a profit. Soon, Zheng Jiqiang called 2 designated drivers to bring their car over. Zheng Jiqiang owns a Maybach S-Class, worth over 2 million yuan. Wang Wendong owns a Porsche, which costs around 3 million. When the 2 luxury cars arrived, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Wow, that's awesome. Of course, both of these cars cost 2 or 3 million. A Porsche. Mr. Wang is still awesome. Wang Wendong felt much better, and a smile finally appeared on his stiff face. Money talks. Although I can't compare to Jiang Chen, I'm still more than capable of surpassing the average person. At this moment, a commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance of the island, and a group of men and women in suits filed out and stood on both sides of the pier. Get ready to welcome them. Afterwards, Jiang Chen and the others came out accompanied by Zhoda. Zhoda said, Boss, I've had your Cullinan brought over, and a phantom has been provided to escort you. Do you need someone to take you back? No need. We'll drive back ourselves. Jiang Chen said calmly. Their resorts naturally also have luxury cars available for VIP guests. Of course, these cars also belong to Jiang Chen. 2 black Rolls-Royces were parked at the entrance of the island, exuding composure and domineering presence. In comparison, Porsche and Maybach paled in comparison. Zhoda quickly stepped forward and personally opened the car door for Jiang Chen. The group of executives behind him bowed in unison, saying, Take care, boss. Wang Wendong and the others watched in disbelief, their jaws practically dropping to their sides. What is meant by ostentation? That's the real deal. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Needless to say, this scene was definitely caused by Zhoda. Why bother with clearing the road? This guy is really... When Ning Shernan passed by and saw Zheng Jiqiang's Maybach S, she said cutely, Sir, this is exactly the same as the grocery shopping car you provided for me. Jiang Chen glanced at it, and it really was. If you don't like it, you can drive this phantom to buy groceries from now on. Oh well. The group got into the car and drove off. Zheng Jiqiang's lips twitched. He wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. When he arrived, he showed off his Maybach to Jiang Chen, mocking the other for not having a car. It turns out the other man is worth hundreds of millions, and he only uses his Maybach for grocery shopping. He was starting to feel emotionally broken, like he was a complete clown. Chapter 49 High School Memories. Huazhou Junting, a lakeside villa. Damn, Brother Chen, your villa is way too luxurious. Upon entering the villa, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth wide in surprise, as if he had never seen the world before. Su Jingyi was very quiet, but she was also looking around the villa. What would you like to drink? Jiang Chen asked. Su Jingyi said, I'm fine with anything. Brother Chen, get me a bottle of 21-year-old Coke. Yang Feng said to Jiang Chen as he climbed halfway up the stairs. Okay. Jiang Chen took 2 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator gave one to Su Jingyi, and called out to Yang Feng upstairs. I've put it on the table for you. Come down and get it when you're done shopping. All right. At this moment, Yang Feng was like a silly husky, running around the villa. My goodness. Your living room is bigger than my house. There's also an outdoor swimming pool and garden. And the parking lot. Wasn't that a Pagani just now? Right. Unlike the excited Yang Feng, Su Jingyi sat quietly on the sofa, looking at Jiang Chen with satisfaction. Her eyes shone with joy. She was happier than anything else that Jiang Chen was doing well. How have you been these past few years? Jiang Chen took a sip of his soda and asked casually. However, the other party fell silent. Jiang Chen looked up and saw Su Jingyi looking at him with a resentful expression. What's wrong? It's been 4 years, and you still haven't taken the initiative to contact me. Do you know how worried I've been about you these past 4 years? I was afraid you'd been hurt and wouldn't recover. Then I learned from your classmate that you had a new girlfriend, and I've been wondering ever since, why isn't I the one by your side? Her voice was choked with sobs, and her eyes were glistening with tears. Jiang Chen was immediately flustered. Don't cry. I just didn't want you to worry. As for your girlfriend, in my condition, would I possibly hurt you? Su Jingyi wiped her eyes. And what about you and her now? They broke up a long time ago. Snort. Su Jingyi complained. I don't care if you hurt me or not. I just feel like you're avoiding me. Cough, cough. Have some beverage first to replenish your fluids, Jiang Chen said with a smile, trying to change the subject. I'm not buying it. Su Jingyi looked at him with an unavoidable gaze and asked, Tell me honestly, do you still have a girlfriend? No, not at all, Jiang Chen replied truthfully. Just then, Yang Feng, who had been walking around for a while, sat down on the sofa, panting, and took a big gulp of cola. Wow. Haha, Brother Chen, your house is amazing. It has everything you could want. Su Jingyi, why are you glaring at me? Jiang Chen smiled and said, You can come and stay if you have time. There are plenty of rooms available. Hee, then I definitely won't stand on ceremony with you, Brother Chen. With a broad smile, Yang Feng took out his phone and said, I'm going to post a picture so those snobbish idiots can see what a real rich person looks like. As he spoke, he posted the photos he had just taken in the class group chat, showing them off quite a bit. The group chat instantly erupted in chaos. Holy crap, this is Jiang Chen's villa. So big. This must be several thousand square meters, right? Wait a minute, does this look like the Huazhou Junting? Damn, the prices in Huazhou Junting are ridiculously high. How much does this villa cost? A villa is nothing. You know Lavender Island Resort, right? It all belongs to Jiang Chen. I can vouch for you. We're still on vacation on Lavender Island. Wang Wendong treated us to a whole day, and we got to stay for free one night. It's awesome. Plus, the manager here knows we're Chun Ji's classmates, and he even gave us a lot of food. It's wonderful. Damn, I'm so envious. I wish I had come to the party today too, but unfortunately, I'm in Shenzhen. Is Jiang Chen this rich now? I'd like to be his sugar daddy's sidekick. What do you think? Immediately, many classmates who hadn't been in touch for ages started sending Jiang Chen private messages, all with polite formalities. He only joined this group yesterday. Jiang Chen muted his phone, looking speechless. Why did you send that to the group chat? Yang Feng chuckled. Who told them to be so sarcastic? We finally got a chance, so we're definitely going to slap them in the face. Boring. Su Jing's expression was similar to Jiang Chen's, clearly indicating that she agreed with Jiang Chen's point of view. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something and said to her, Oh right, come up here with me for a moment. I want to show you something. After saying that, he pulled Su Jingyi upstairs. Su Jingyi seemed to have thought of something, and her face couldn't help but turn red. She, who was usually so reserved, was unusually shy as Jiang Chen pulled her upstairs. Yang Feng watched the two figures disappear into the distance, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Oh, are these two going to take care of things upstairs? Second floor study. Jiang Chen showed Su Jingyi around the study. Then, picking up a book from the bookshelf and flipping through it casually, her gentle voice plucked at Su Jingyi's heartstrings as she said with a smile, Do you remember this book, In Search of Lost Time? The school library only had one copy, and the two of us would spend an entire afternoon reading it. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyi's gaze drifted into a daze, her thoughts drifting back to that noon 6 years ago. The two of them, bathed in the warmth of the sunlight in the library, silently looked at the same book. The distance between them quietly closed, creating a tranquil and warm scene. This became an unforgettable moment in her high school years, and the seed of first love quietly took root and sprouted at that moment. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen also remembered this incident. Su Jingyi's eyes sparkled as she quietly approached Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen finished speaking to himself, he turned to look at Su Jingyi, only to find that her pretty face was just inches away from him. She stared at him intently, her gentle breath as fragrant as orchids. "Why are you standing so close to me?" Jiang Chen felt inexplicably nervous. Su Jingyi's eyes were filled with resentment. "Jiang Chen, how much longer do you want me to wait? Is 6 years enough? If not, another 6 years." After she finished speaking, it was as if all her strength had been drained, but her gaze remained firm. Jiang Chen looked into her bright, clear eyes, and his heart began to race. He wasn't made of wood. Of course he could sense Su Jingyi's feelings. During high school, she was the prettiest girl in the whole school, and the love letters she received could fill an entire bookshelf. Although Su Jingyi is beautiful, her personality is too cold. Aside from Jiang Chen, he was indifferent to almost everyone and didn't even have a female friend. Rumors about the two being together were rampant. However, Jiang Chen was a poor boy and an orphan. Feeling inferior, he thought he was not good enough for Su Jingyi. In order to get Su Jingyi to give up on him, Jiang Chen got together with Su Shan, who had been pursuing him, in the second semester of his senior year of high school. In other words, he was indeed avoiding Su Jingyi. When Su Jingyi found out, she didn't say anything, but just jokingly scolded him for leaving the organization. That night, however, she cried in bed until her eyes were red and swollen, and the next day she took a day of sick leave. Jiang Chen was unaware of this. Then came the college entrance examination. Jiang Chen had a severe high fever, which led to his failure in the exam. His scores in 2 subjects dropped, and he missed his ideal university. Su Shan left him because of this. After graduating from high school, everyone went their separate ways. Jiang Chen also thought that this relationship would end there. After all, who would wait for them from high school to college graduation for as long as 6 years? It can only be this silly girl, Su Jingyi, right? Seeing that he didn't speak, Su Jingyi's eyes showed disappointment. "Jiang Chen, is it because I'm not good looking?" "It looks good," Jiang Chen answered honestly. "If Tang Luohuan's beauty is elegant and aloof, then Ning Shernan's beauty is cute and charming. Su Jingyi possesses an ethereal beauty. This kind of icy beauty is willing to open her heart to me. Honestly, no one can resist her. Is it because of my bad personality?" Su Jingyi continued to press. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. "That's good." Su Jingyi blushed slightly and glared at him. "Then what are you still hesitating about?" Yes, Jiang Chen used to think he was too poor to be good enough for Su Jingyi. "But now I have money. What are you still hesitating about? Go." Jiang Chen suddenly moved closer to her, and a strong scent of hormones wafted over her. Su Jingyi's eyes were filled with panic, her slender hands gripping the hem of her dress tightly. "What? What are you doing?" Jiang Chen said jokingly. "Didn't you tell me not to hesitate?" Who told you?" Su Jingyi's heart was pounding in her throat. As Jiang Chen's handsome face drew closer, she gently closed her eyes. "Wait, why should I close my eyes? Isn't this tantamount to admitting? Isn't it too fast?" Su Jingyi's heart was pounding wildly. The beauty's budding appearance made one yearn to kiss her, and it made Jiang Chen's blood boil. Just as he was about to reach out and put his arm around the other person's waist, the study door was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 50. Passing through a sea of flowers, yet not a single petal clings to you. Jiang Chen was about to reach out and put his arm around the other person's waist. Unexpectedly, the study door was suddenly pushed open. "Sir, Miss Tang is here. She's here." Ning Shernan looked at the 2 people inside the room, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. She quickly turned away, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't see anything." Jiang Chen reluctantly withdrew his hand. "All right, you're just trying to cover it up," Ning Shernan said in a low voice. "Miss Tang is waiting for you downstairs. She said she has something to discuss with you." "Okay, I'll be right down." Jiang Chen ruffled Su Jingyi's hair, then turned and walked out of the room. Su Jingyi lowered her head. Her face flushed red, but her lips were full of smiles. We entered the living room. Tang Luohuan, dressed in a white suit, was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, she stood up and smiled. "You've come. Why did you have to dress so formally? It's like a blind date, Jiang Chen joked. Tang Luohuan scoffed. You're talking nonsense again. I just got off work. Seeing Jiang Chen's teasing gaze, her pretty face flushed. However, I did come to see you today because I have something important to discuss. What is it? Jiang Chen's smile faded. Our cooperation with the Zhao Group has officially begun. Zhao Minghong is hosting a banquet the day after tomorrow and would like to invite you to join us. Tang Luohuan took out an invitation from her bag and said, Here, this is for you. Jiang Chen picked up the invitation and glanced at it. I won't get involved in the affairs of your two companies, will I? Tang Luo said with a smile. You are the biggest contributor to this collaboration. Zhao Minghong also specifically told me that he must invite you over. He then added, However, if you don't want to go, I'll talk to him for you. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. He actually knew about this. Zhao Dongyi mentioned it to him on WeChat today. Afterwards, Zhao Minghong even called him directly, but Jiang Chen was on Lavender Island at the time, so he didn't answer. However, Zhao Minghong still sent a text message with a warm invitation. After all, he did have some past grievances with the Zhao family. It was perfectly reasonable for the Zhao family father and son to invite him to dinner. Perhaps he just wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to himself and make peace with himself. Jiang Chen could also sense the other party's sincerity. Thinking about it carefully, there's no need to necessarily push them to the opposite side. Perhaps we'll need their help in the future. After careful consideration, Jiang Chen said, Okay, let's go then. Okay, let's make it a date for the night after tomorrow. We'll go together. Tang Luohuan got up to leave, just in time to see Su Jingyi coming downstairs. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she sat back down on the sofa. Then, in the living room, Tang Luohuan, Su Jingyi, and Ning Shernan sat together, creating an eerily low atmosphere. Jiang Chun and Yang Feng sat opposite them, looking weak and helpless. Tang Luohuan broke the silence. Miss Su and Jiang Chun were high school classmates. Su Jingyi nodded, and they're best friends too. One of them, Yang Feng, added weakly. Then, her icy gaze pierced my heart. Tang Luohuan suddenly realized and smiled. So you're just friends. Su Jingyi snorted coldly in her heart. If you hadn't come, you might be boyfriend and girlfriend now. However, she didn't expect that Tang Luohuan and Jiang Chun seemed to have such a good relationship. No wonder he didn't come looking for me even after breaking up with his ex-girlfriend. Turns out there was a little fox by my side. I've always heard of Miss Tang's reputation, but I never expected to meet her here today, Su Jingyi said calmly. Tang Luo smiled and said, Miss Su, do you know me? Of course. Heroes can be found among beauties, and a daughter should be like Tang Luohuan. Who doesn't know the name of Boss Tang? It's a pity. What's a pity? Tang Luohuan asked curiously. Su Jingyi said calmly. It's a pity that meeting you in person doesn't live up to your reputation. Tang Luohuan's expression instantly turned cold. Looking at the two women arguing fiercely, Jiang Chen suddenly felt as if a battleground had descended upon him. It's terrifying. Originally, Ning Shernan was well-behaved, Tang Luohuan was noble, and Su Jingyi was aloof. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums each have their own place, creating a pleasing and heartwarming scene. But now he's getting a headache just looking at it. They're all beauties that are one in a million. How is Brother Chen supposed to choose? Yang Feng felt conflicted for Jiang Chen. Hearing Su Jingyi say, seeing is believing, Tang Luohuan wasn't angry. She simply smiled and said, It's all just gossip from others. It's just an empty reputation. But since Miss Su knows this saying, she must not be unknown, right? My family can't compare to the Tang family. We just do some import and export business in Hangzhou, Su Jingyi said casually. Hangzhou. Tang Luohuan's mind raced, and she asked in surprise, Shunchong Trading Company? The Su family of Hangzhou. Miss Tang is truly knowledgeable. Even our humble business is of great interest to you. Upon hearing this, Tang Luohuan frowned slightly. The Su family is not the small, insignificant family they described. Shunchong is one of the largest trading companies in Hangzhou, south of the Yangtze River. The Su family behind it is an even bigger behemoth, on par with the Tang family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the local tyrant of Hangzhou. Although the Su family and the Tang family are both from Jiangnan, their interests are completely different, and they have always kept to themselves. Su Jingyi's words are so inflammatory right now. It's clear she doesn't have a grudge against me, but rather because. Jiang Chen. Tang Luohuan glanced at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with resentment. How many female confidants does this guy actually have? Scumbag. Little did they know, Su Jingyi shared similar thoughts. Where does Jiang Chen rank in his heart? Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine, as if someone was cursing him. Miss Su is too modest. Tang Luohuan smiled politely, glanced at the exquisite watch on her wrist, and stood up, saying, "Then I won't bother you today. Jiang Chen, I'll come to see you the day after tomorrow." Okay. Watching Tang Luohuan's departing figure, Jiang Chen began to ponder. Is this girl angry? Everyone's gone. Why are you still looking? Su Jingyi's voice rang out softly. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "It was just a quick glance." "What, are you jealous? Who would be jealous of you?" Su Jingyi sneered. "Not jealous. Then why are you targeting Tang Luohuan? Can't I hate her?" "What?" Su Jingyi sized him up, her eyes icy. "You feel sorry for her?" Jiang Chen didn't know that Tang Luohuan wasn't angry. But it seems that Su Jingyi is really angry. Jiang Chen sat down next to Su Jingyi and whispered in her ear, "We were interrupted earlier. Shall we continue now?" "Oh." Su Jing instantly lost her composure, her earlobes turning bright red. "Continue. Continue my foot. I have something to do. I'm leaving now." After saying that, she picked up her bag and fled. "Don't rush off. My bed is big and soft. Why don't you stay for the night?" Jiang Chen joked. Su Jingyi almost stumbled, leaving behind a shameless before covering her face and running out. Jiang Chen smiled very happily. Su Jingyi always had a keep-away attitude, which made Jiang Chen always want to tease her. Seeing her blushing, peach blossom-like face gives me a special sense of accomplishment. Yang Feng gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, you really have amazing skills. You've managed to get past all those women without a single petal clinging to you. You've got both of them completely under your thumb. Get lost." Jiang Chen laughed and cursed, then waved to Yang Feng. "Come on, let's go upstairs to my arcade. Let's go have a big game." "Good." Yang Feng got up, picked up his clothes, and then suddenly noticed Ning Shernan, who was standing silently to the side, pouting with a resentful look in her eyes. Yang Feng suddenly frowned. "Goodness, it seems there are more than two women. Instead, three?"